Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kanu. The federal government has disclosed plans to establish Nigerian railway and host community security outfits to curb attacks and protect passengers amid constant kidnappings, attacks and destruction of railway infrastructure. Now, this move has been seen as necessary following the recent attack by gunmen on the Tom Ikimi train station in Igweben, Edo State on Saturday, where 20 intending passengers were abducted. 13 of them are still in the den of the abductors. Now, the plan was disclosed by the Minister of State for Transportation, Ademola Adegoroye. Adegoroye has said the government is determined to forestall train station attacks, starting with the establishment of a collaborative initiative between the corporation and host communities. Meanwhile, the Edo State Commissioner for Communications and Orientation, Chris Nehikare, has said the job of securing lives and property is in the hands of the federal government, adding that there is a limit to the abilities of the local security network. The attack in Edo State comes 11 months after the Abuja-Kaduna train attack on March 28, 2022 by suspected ISWAP members. Now, who exactly should protect the nation's railway infrastructure? Dennis Amakri, former Deputy Director of the Department of State Services and a security expert, joins me now to discuss this. Thank you very much for joining me. Nigerians have moved from being scared to travel by road for fear of being kidnapped to not being able to travel by air due to the high cost of airfare, and now traveling by rail has been added to this list. Are we moving forward or backward?
Well, we are not planning properly. We are trying to place ad hoc things in, we're doing things in an ad hoc manner. So we are not coming up with a solid issue. When the airports were attacked, everybody was running away from flying. The routes, actually, we don't know what to do, so people started flying. From flying, we had a little problem there, and they started using the rails. And now they're attacking the rails. And we are now suggesting all kinds of stuff because we have not sat down to put our thoughts together to do the right thing.
In 2022, there were lots of discussions around the Abuja-Kaduna train attack, but unfortunately, we've seen a repeat of the same ill fate. Now, with how seamless the Edo train attack happened, it seems no lesson was learned from the Abuja-Kaduna train attack. Do you agree with this notion?
A little lesson was learned in the Abuja-Kaduna rail attack, but I don't think we learned enough, or we sit down consciously to say, hey, let us get a security system in place for the whole rail. Because what I saw there was that, I was suggesting on another forum that, look, don't open up the Kaduna-Abuja rail line until the proper security things are put in place. And they put in haphazardly one or two things, then they opened up. Meanwhile, these attackers are taking their time. They have moved away to somewhere else, and now they've attacked and taken hostages. And all of us are going to move down there now and start to look for solutions. So if there was a comprehensive, program or security plan for the whole railroad in Nigeria, then we won't be going through this again.
So then, is it safe to say now that so much focus was placed on the Abuja-Kaduna train station? Now, this led to an oversight of other train stations, giving the kidnappers the leverage to attack the Igweben train station.
Yes, of course. We did it, and we did it as if that was the beginning and the end. They were not having a holistic view of the whole system. They were looking only at Kaduna, Abuja, How about other rails, even in the north? Some going to Maiduguri or even going to Maradi. You know, we are not looking at all those ones. We're just looking at that Abuja, you know. And because maybe a lot of high-profile people were using it, they spent a lot of time. You know, I'm sure they've also gone ahead to buy some few security gadgets to put in place, then open up. But we should look at the whole rail system.
The Abuja Kaduna train attack took Nigerians by surprise. And, you know, after this attack, President Buhari directed the Ministry of Transportation and, you know, other relevant security agencies to ensure the provision of a maximum security along the railway corridors less than a year after the Edo attack happens. Would you say Nigeria lacks the ability or capacity to ensure the safety and protection of its citizens?
No, we do not lack the capacity to do that. You can see how many soldiers were there at that same time. You can see how many policemen were on that case. And of course, even in the Gweben attack, you can see the police and the security agencies were doing very well. They did something that they never did in other cases. That is, pursuing those kidnappers without giving them any space to breathe. They pursued them all the way down into the bush and continued pursuing them, rescued some people, you know, and that's how it should be. But what I'm advocating here is that we should look at the whole system. And when you say looking at the whole system, you can ask some questions. Do we have a railroad security control room that if you go into that room, you can see the whole rail system in Nigeria? You can see the trains and how they were moving, where they are, you know, and of course, place response team in different areas that you find out to be black spots. You know, then you can put also CCTV cameras in some areas that you feel that you need eyes to look at. You know, so these are just initial things. Look at what Lagos did. When Lagos started their own, they don't want anybody to go there and start vandalizing the rail. So what they did was, number one, they put in electric rail cars. You know, so the railroad is electrified, and then they put it inside the corridor. You have to climb into that corridor, and that's why they're saying use the flyovers. If you go and climb inside and get shocked, then that's to your own detriment. You will die. You know, and people knowing that, look, oh, this thing is electrified. It might kill some people, they will not go there again. And then, of course, it is in a corridor. You know, you design the area in such a way that it prevents criminals from coming in. And that's what we will call crime prevention by environmental design. So I think it's very, very necessary and important that the security people, I'm sure NRC has a security manager there, you know, should sit down, invite even the government security agencies, sit down, or even private security agencies, and then have a design, do a plan, a security plan on what to do in case of this kind of attack. Not just to open it and then hope that God no agree, so it won't happen. Doesn't work that way.
With the back and forth, I have to ask, with the back and forth with the federal government and the Edo state government, who exactly do you say, or would you say, is responsible for the protection of railway infrastructure in the country? Is it the local or the federal government?
It is the Nigerian Railway Corporation. It is not the federal government. It is not the state government. It is the Nigerian Railway Corporation. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, yeah, you can say that it's a federal parastatal, but they have their work to do. Federal government cannot just come and do their things for them. You know, if you want to give them policemen to do their work, fine. But in other countries, we have, in fact, in Nigeria, we used to have railway police. So where are they now? We used to have marine police. You know, so why don't you create these things instead of hearing that they want to create a community security outfit? You can call it whatever. Instead of calling it police, you can call it outfit or whatever. But they are police. And it is high time we go ahead and create state police, because we keep on postponing these things, and then the need is always tugging at us, and we have to do something about it.
I know you've said the country learned a lesson from the Abuja-Kaduna train attack, but you know, somehow we couldn't stop the Edo train attack. Finally, before I let you go, what preventive measures, you know, should be deployed to forestall such attacks?
Right now, like I said, we should suspend all the movements of trains in Nigeria. Then the security manager of Nigerian Railway Corporation should sit down. They should have a crisis management team that will sit down and design a security system for the rails from everywhere. When they do all that, they could even create the railway police. Create it. The legislators are there. It is not just giving mouth to it. Just go ahead and change the law so that railway police, in fact, there's already railway police. So if these railway police are there, rejuvenate them, train them and kit them, so that they can face the threat that is facing the railways at this time. You know, so when they do these things and put all these things in place, plus access control, because the railways here are still one that, you know, anybody can just walk in, walk out, you know. No, it's not like that. Transportation security does not allow, you know, people to walk in and out. There are public spaces, there are secured areas, there are other areas where only passengers will be found. And just like the airport. And that's what we are supposed to do. Let's not be so haphazard, or because we are looking for return on investment, or for political reasons. You know, we have a train, you know, we've created trains, so it's working. Yeah, but if it is not safe, nobody's going to use it. So it is very, very necessary that we do the right thing at the right time.
All right, now, Dennis Amakri, former Deputy Director of the Department of State Services and security expert. Thank you for your time and insights.
Thank you for having me.
I will take a short break now and be back. Stay with us. Welcome back. With just a few days to the January 31st, 2023 deadline fixed by the Central Bank of Nigeria for the withdrawal of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira banknotes from circulation, it is expected that bank customers would utilize the remaining days to comply with the directive. But citizens are worried over the scarcity of new notes, especially at banks' automated teller machine ATM points. Many Nigerians are still yet to physically see or transact business with the notes. Just recently, the CBN had ordered banks to suspend dispensing the new currency notes over the counter and to only make them available via the ATMs. While speaking at a training session for state directors of the National Orientation Agency in Abuja. The Director, Currency Operations Department of the CBN, Ahmed Umar, warned the banks that fail to comply with its directive to dispense the newly redesigned notes through their ATMs will be penalized. Umar explained that the purpose of the CBN directive was to implement the January 31st deadline for the withdrawal of old Naira notes in circulation, but latest checks at ATMs across Nigeria indicate that the old notes are still being dispensed. In light of these problems, is the deadline set for the withdrawal of old currencies realistic? Well, joining me on the program is Chukwuma Okenwa, CEO, Lead Network, and economist who joins us from Enugu. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. Now, it's quite a lot to unwrap. While we are still trying to internalize the redesign of the new Naira notes, the CBN comes up with other policies. Now, how do you think these policies come to being announced? What would you say were the considerations put in place?
In all honesty, I think one of the things economic analysts will agree is that CBN as a policymaker did not factor in the place of inclusion in this policy and in the mannerism with which it intends to implement the policy. Now, what do I mean by that? Out of 200 million Nigerians, how many citizens are really the banked Nigerians? As at the last time I checked, the number of banked Nigerians is somewhere around just about 20%, less than 20% of Nigerians have bank accounts. Yes, we know that the CBN has been advocating for cashless policy, but we know it is a process. But what I really find quite challenging in all the back and forth between the CBN and the banks is a situation where CBN is saying, well, we have well enough, but then on the field, and of course, via the banks, the financial institutions that interface directly with the citizens, you see that those new currencies are quite scarce. And I want to agree with the experience of Nigerians that perhaps there may not be enough, consequent on one valid point. The very fact that all of a sudden CBN comes up and say, well, don't dispense this over the counter. Now you are going to do it all entirely through, the ATM machines. Really makes some of us to want to wonder, are this money really sufficient? Because if it is sufficient, why want to limit the chances of accessing it just only via the ATM when it is something you are newly introducing and you want it to spread across the length and breadth of Nigeria as fast as possible?
Now, the CBN would you say the CBN is right in its decision to penalize banks, that don't load their ATMs with the new Naira notes, given that the currencies are still scarce?
I mean, in all sincerity, we saw this play out even in the issue of the Forex regime as regards to the implementation of the online Form A as a way to streamline the access to dollars and to ensure that those that need it for legitimate purposes get that. And initially when CBN came with the policies and given a lot of good reasons that the reason why you have to complete the form online is to ensure that it gets to the best hands. But at the end of the day, it became very clear that there were not enough of dollars and to actually transmit to the banks to give to their customers that may be required to pay school fees or even the PTA. We saw lots of delays. So some of the things that you see across the banks is a reflection of what is happening at the center, and CBN will not have any moral rights to penalize the banks. Because get what? These banks have their different boards, they have their different management. So how come it seems that even though the policies may differ a little bit, the core values may differ a little bit, how come all of them are having a similar experience at this particular point? What that may suggest is that the CBN, whose responsibility at this point is to ensure that the funds is sufficient to the banks, and then from the banks to the people, it's probably not having all of the monies to dispense at this particular point. That is quite suggestive of that.
There have been reports that the new currencies are being rejected, especially by market women and, other categories of Nigerians at the grassroots, and analysts have urged the CBN to increase awareness. Now, what are your thoughts on this?
In all honesty, I think, it's really very interesting when policymakers seem not to really understand the uniqueness of the nation we find ourselves. Now, out of the 774 local governments, how many of the local governments are really urban? And then when you consider that, juxtapose that with the numbers that are entirely and typical rural areas, then you discover that when you want to make some policies and want to assume that there is much digital penetration already, everybody is on the internet, everybody can access information as much as possible, you must consider those persons that are there. And because they were not included in the policy framework and the design, they have every right to express their doubts. Because just all of a sudden, and for previous years, you've been transacting in a certain color of the currency, and all of a sudden somebody comes in from the city and then brings something that the only difference is in the color. You have such doubts and you're wondering, are you really sure this is authentic? Would this not be a way that some persons who are educated or who feel they are coming from the city would be changing a portraitor like myself in the village? And they have those doubts, and they should have, because nobody really went beyond maybe the usual conventional ways of transmission of information to actually get to the grassroots, to educate the real stakeholders, the traders, those that are dealing with this money, is that indeed there is a new sheriff in town, that it is no longer business as usual. So I think this would have been substantially done even ahead of giving up the deadlines. But of course, it's interesting to know that as a country, we're already accustomed with the fire brigade approach.
Now, the maximum over-the-counter cash withdrawal for individuals is 100,000 naira for, and then, 500,000 naira for corporate bodies. And, going above this attracts processing fees of 5% and 10%. Now, would you say this is a good policy if it controls illicit financial flows in the country?
In all honesty, jamming all of these things together at this particular point wouldn't be a good one. Yes, in terms of the charges or some values of withdrawals, we know that the proposition was not first made today. With the recent years where we see the CBN advocating for cashless policies, we saw some of those projections, which, if you ask me, it's also a good one, because the more cashless an economy goes, the more flexible it becomes, right? So you don't have to maybe queue up all of the time in the bank. There's also a reduction of the incidence of money laundering, carrying money in large quantities. So I can't agree with the CBN on that. But I have an issue with the very fact that at this point, what is reasonably expected is that if you are a trader doing business somewhere, right, and you have some old currencies and you want to exchange it for the new one. So I have an issue with the fact that we are trying to compile all of these things. If we are doing cashless policy, we do cashless policy part time. If we are changing the currency, we do that. There should be that focus, because trying to get all of these things at the same time and with a limited deadline, it could be counterproductive.
Well, all right now, Chukwuma Okenwa, CEO, Lead Network and economist, thank you for your time and your contribution.
Thank you.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12th December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Good day, welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sport. It's been an interesting moment this year as there have been so much sport stories going across the globe. I'm Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes we'll be looking at important topics to talk about. Firstly, we'll take you straight to Accra. That's where we have the home ground of Accra United, and it was the MPFL opener where the newly promoted side Bender Insurance defeated Accra United, and that's the opener for the 2022-2023 MPFL season. It was an interesting moment at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, and nobody saw that coming, that Bender Insurance could defeat former champion, that's former Federation Cup champion, Accra United. Enjoy this, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to an exclusive interview with Professor Sadiq Abdullahi. Yeah, welcome back. Interesting moment there at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. And let's not forget the MPFL is a big league, and we'll be hoping to give you more of this interesting soccer, the 2022-2023 MPFL season. I'm sure this weekend we'll be expecting more games, and trust 360 Sport to give you the latest updates on the 2022-2023 MPFL season. Away from football, we go straight to politics and sport, where we have Professor Sadiq Abdullahi waiting for us all the way in Florida. He is a professor at the Florida State University, and teaching us on many things. But beyond that, he's also a sport administrator. Good day, Professor Sadiq Abdullahi.
Good day, and thank you for having me.
Yes, it's the season of politics in Nigeria, and it's the season of election. And we're going to take a look at the manifestos of the three leading parties in Nigeria on how it reflects on sport. And there's no better person that can dwell on this topic than you. You've worked with the sport ministers from Danusa straight to Sunday Dare, and I think you do justice to this. But first and foremost, before we look at the manifestos, do sport and politics, do they necessarily need to meet together?
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, right? And I try to explain the economy between sports and then politics. We have to define what politics is first, right? In the political dictionary of politics, if you go back to the phrase that says who gets what, when, and then how, right? Okay, O'Neill coined that concept many years ago, right? In the U.S. So that's on one. So if you're fighting, to get resources to federations, you get people to come together, and push advocate for sports development, improvement, and sustainability. Then politics comes in, right? Politics where it is bitter, and then you have to go and try to do all the negative stuff in order to get elected and all of that stuff in the sports federation. Then that is not a good politics. The politics that we are advocating is the one that allow some of us to mobilize, to bring people together, to look at sports over the last 50, 60 years, and say, why are we trying to answer a question? Why are we still backward after all of these years? What is the problem? So once we identify the problem, then politics, because look, in our own context or anywhere in the world, is about trying to get something done. You bring people who can make decisions, to advance your cause. So that's why sports and politics now is beginning, to take shape. But we have to continue to educate those people who want to get into politics of sports. Remember, we just finished the business of sports, and we've been talking about the business of sports, right? Now we're going into politics of sports, and then the beneficiary, of course, is going to be the social fabric of society, right? So the nexus between economics of sports, politics of sports, and its impact on the larger society is the goal.
Okay, well said, Professor. And let's not look at it. Let's look at the manifestos of the three political parties. And you've observed that, you've studied that, and you have your own objectivity and fairness towards the three leading political parties, talking about the People's Democratic Party and the All People's Congress, not forgetting the Labour Party, who has been making so much moves. Which of them do you think has that favorable sport policy programs in their manifestos?
I have studied the manifestos because, again, let me set the context for Nigerians and the world, right? Sports is a neutral space. Sports does not really want dirty politics. Sports is clean. When you go into a competition, and look at the World Cup, right? Look at what happened in the World Cup. So sports is there, but the influence, the outside of sports itself, the competition itself is neutral. That's why we have referees, we have people that judge, infractions within the games, all of that, right? Now, coming into looking at the three manifestos, the Labour Party, the PDP, the People Democratic Party, and the All Progressive Party. I've looked at it because I really want to understand what how they are looking at sports and how they will use sports to better society. So let me go quickly and briefly talk about the OB and then Baba Ahmed manifesto. And in looking at that manifesto, I saw the direction towards sports, right? But I did not see specific response to sports in that manifesto, right? So I will suggest again, maybe that was an omission, and then that can be corrected. Then I looked at the People Democratic Party, the Atiku policy document was written in 2009, and I saw in that document a very good approach, right, to sports. It was good, very good, right? All of the elements are covered in there, and then I can go into specific. It's very good. Then finally, and I look at the Bola Ahmed, you know, and the Shetima,
Yes.
you know, policy, and I also saw a very good direction for sports in that document. So I'm very pleased with, you know, the Atiku manifesto on sports, and then the Bola Ahmed Tinubu manifesto, Shetima and manifesto on sports. I'm very pleased with it. Right now, if you look at where we are today in the last since 1999, to really make sense and Nigerians to understand the gains that we've made, the struggles, right, since 1999, where you have one part the PDP and sports, right, and then in 2015, when we have now the APC, then you can see that yes, there is a lot of hope for sports in Nigeria, without looking at any negativity and all of that. But look at, you know, the struggles, why we are where we are. You're going to see that the Shetima and the Tinubu Shetima plan for sports, right? It is more, because it is more like a continuity of what has been done. Okay. Again, there will be challenges, but I'm very optimistic, you know, that yes, sports as a whole, whoever comes in, right, as a president, whether it is Labour Party or again, PDP, APC, right, we have a document now. So all we need to do as sportsmen to aggregate all of these declarations and the way approaches that they want to use, and then begin to focus on solving the problems, not going back and saying, "Oh, we don't know what to do." So that era is gone. We know what we need to do. Nigeria is ready with the new president to move in a different direction for sports in Nigeria.
Well said. I'm sure globally you've talked so much on issues, and I'm sure that forever watching us online and whatever platform they're watching us, we definitely know that the policies by the Tinubu Shetima based on the continuity. Beyond that, what do you think the incoming president should do? Whether the continuity or a change of policy, what should they do? Because you're an advocate of grassroots development, you're an advocate of developing based on your experience where you are in Florida, and also what you've done in Nigeria. And you also have a project for tennis. You remind our listener what that project is called?
It's called Tennis Vision 2035.
2035. You know, all these things put together, it's a real visible project towards the development of sport. So tell us what should be done in eventuality of any of the three persons that becomes president.
Okay, so one of the observations all over the world, I mean, look at what happened in the World Cup. France president, Brazilian president wasn't there, but Liberian president was there, and a lot of the presidents were present at the World Cup. Similarly, basketball, look at what's happening in Rwanda. The president of Rwanda taking over, using sports as a power to unite his people. So sports has come, the age has come, for us to, for Nigeria, to now trend in that direction. So the new president, number one, must project itself as a lover of sports, right? Again, so that's number one. Number two, then again, learn more about the challenges facing sports. So we need a very strong advisor that will work with the president or the presidency, so that that is clear. Number three, the president, the new president, must come out and then show how fitness and exercise is part of building a stronger society. So all of those things are very important in the beginning, and then we can begin to move forward. But like I said again, right, we are at this point in our history in a very good position for sports in Nigeria. I've been doing this for 30 years. Okay. I used to be critic of the government and all of that. I stopped being a critic when I became a professor, because then I said, you know what, it's not going to help. Being critic, now it is finding solution. So for me, you mentioned tennis, right? Yes. The structure for renewal of tennis in Nigeria is there. I'm just not ready now, to bring it up because I'm involved in this political discourse, right? So but at the appropriate time, we'll present that plan to Nigeria and to the world, that Africa as a whole is ready to tap into the youthful base, to begin to now go up. NBA is doing that well. They're coming into Africa. Other sports are coming into Africa. The potential is there. Everything is there in Africa. So I see in the next 10 years, Africa will now dominate more because we're going to improve in all those indexes, that have become impediment, to helping our youth capitalize on sports.
A lot of people think, like you said, the involvement of government in sport. Some said that it's better government should hands up sport. Some said government cannot hands up sport. This is a continuous debate in this part of our world, knowing that is that government involvement has not really done as much as possible, and there are some persons that advocate for only private sector's involvement in sport. For most of every other person, they think joint effort from both the private and the government is where we should pile our trade and go forward. A professor, you've done so well. Tell us your own opinion and how it's been done using the example where you are over there in Florida.
One of the things I teach my students, right, in the social sciences, for me, my philosophy is not either or, right? So meaning that, look, when you have a public-private partnership, then that is going to be the route for sports development or any development in Nigeria, in Africa, or in the world. In the world, it is, right? Depending on the level of the economy, we talk about economy of scale, right? In some other countries are much, much better than in African countries. We are struggling. Africa is not ready. Nigeria is not ready, to now leave sports development, sports improvement, sports sustainability in the hands of the private sector. We're not just ready yet. Until now, we get a lot of Nigerians or Africans from the poverty, right, scale into the class of middle class. We can define that middle class. What does that mean in the African Nigerian context, right? Okay, so when we have more people in there, then remember, we're talking about income distribution and balance of that. So when there's a little bit of money, in the hands of the middle class, then you can see sports benefiting. We cannot do that in the 10 leading economies in the world. They do not really need government intervention. Government in advanced countries see their role in schools and universities. I gave an example of America where we have Title I. Title I in America, it comes through the Department of Education, right? And then it just helps struggling schools. They're trying to, the poverty issue, right? They're trying to, help those schools that their children have 80% poverty rate. So if your school, the population of your school, of student in your school, it is 80% poverty rate, then federal government comes in and then help out. We can talk about that when we talk about education. Then at the university, right, you have what is called Title IX, right? Title IX, is to allow women or minorities, to get involved in sports. So federal government gets involved and then give them a lot of money, and there are guidelines. And then they must follow those guidelines in order for them to approach there. So in Nigeria and Africa, we know what to do. We just have to now carefully move in that direction where we use our resources appropriately, and we've not been doing that to benefit the youth of Nigeria as well as education and the sports.
Well said, Professor. And lastly, because of our time, in few words, when are we expecting you in the country to give us so much education on this? I'm sure that Florida is really benefiting from your...
Absolutely. I will be there in June, but I'm working on a project that may bring me there in the next couple of weeks. So if that project is finalized, approved, right, then you should expect to see me in Nigeria in a couple of weeks, to finalize. It goes back in our conversation. I don't want to reveal it because I still need.
Thank you very much.
In the process of finalizing it. But it's very critical. I mean, to wrap up, right? I am very optimistic about the future of Nigeria. I think the era of not participating, not getting involved. You see what the youth are doing now. So they need good people, good Nigerians in the diaspora, in Nigeria to come up now, and look at what is good for the country. And then let's debate. Let's within ourselves decide who that person is. So I'm excited direction that we're headed as a nation, although we're going through a lot of challenges, but it's part of democracy. It is part of democracy. America went through it, and other countries went through it.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And that's all we're to take on this segment of the program. Thank you for watching. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. I remain Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching.
It ought to still be the festive season in Nigeria, but unfortunately, drama has already started in 2023. If Nigerian politicians are continually harassed by Nigerian citizens abroad or arrested by foreign governments, maybe they will stay back home and build the right infrastructure to provide the amenities they keep running abroad for. This Monday, 2 people were killed in clashes at Ojota, Lagos. The civil way of curbing unrest is still rocket science for the Nigerian police. We still use live ammunition to quell protests. Yet our politicians travel to developed countries regularly, but don't import the tenets of democracy. Police brutality is a global phenomenon, but in Nigeria, small protests, no matter how peaceful, we start to count bodies. Democracy or demonstration of craze. Isn't the first working Monday of 2023 too early to start taking human lives? Imagine surviving 2022 to just be killed like an animal a few days into 2023. We ought to do better as a people. Violence is never the answer. And we must start by voting in the right leaders across all tiers of government this year. Who are the Nigerian students going to vote for? I hope no one is deceived by politicians insulting themselves. They are friends. It is them against us. If the right leader gets into power, it's the people who are winning. But we have seen how politicians keep jumping from one political platform to the other for their selfish reasons. I've even become dizzy trying to keep up with them. By the way, have you collected your PVC? Collection of PVCs will soon end. This week, they're in your ward, so go and collect your PVC. I've still not seen my profile on INEC portal, but my PVC is very safe. This time around, no Nigerian from 18 years and above should abstain from voting. The future of Nigeria is in our thumbs. We must take Nigeria back now. Nigeria will succeed, and you and I will succeed in 2023.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara Desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in the checkup. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into a deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit.
Glad to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for the collection of permanent voters' cards, PVC, until January 29th. The Commission announced this in a statement on Thursday, signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye. INEC had fixed December 12th to January 22nd for the collection of PVCs in over 774 local government areas. It also said it will devolve PVC collection to the 8,809 registration areas and wards from January 6 to January 15, 2023, after which the exercise will revert to the LGA officers until January 22nd, when the process will end. According to the statement by the Commission, as a result of the deadline change, the collection of PVCs from registration areas will now continue until January 22nd, after which collection at local government areas will continue on January 23rd. In the final list of voters released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, the Northwest and Southwest have emerged as the regions with the largest share of the 93.4 million eligible voters. And the list made available to political parties on Wednesday, Lagos State has the highest number of registered voters with over 7 million, followed by Kano State with 5 million. Speaking during the presentation of the voter register, the Commission's chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, said the number of registered youths was 37 million.
The register of voters for the 2023 general election stands at 93,469,008 voters. 49,054,162, or 52.5%, are male, while 44,414,846, representing 47.5%, are female. The distribution by age group shows that 37,060,339, or 39.65%, are youth between the ages of 18 and 34.
Though we had a press conference after the General Assembly this week, resolving to ensure that we cooperate with the Commission to ensure that whatever it is that will be anti-democratic in the system, parties will resist it and ensure that this democracy does not fail.
You can see that they have distributed the total number of PVC owners throughout the Federation of Nigeria, and they have dissected it. It has never happened in the history of INEC. And if this will continue, certainly, convincingly, I know that this election will be transparent, will be honest, will be sincere, and this will be good for Nigeria.
Still in electoral matters, the Lagos State chapter of the Nigeria Labour Congress has announced Bola Tinubu, the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress, as its preferred presidential candidate in the 2023 election. Also, the Labour Union endorsed the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for a second term in office. Sanwo-Olu, while thanking the NLC for the endorsement, urged all Lagos residents to vote in the APC to enjoy more dividends of democracy.
I want to thank all of you for this great endorsement. It is a confirmation that you believe in our leadership, and we do not take it for granted. We do not take you for granted. We know that you have choices in life, but you have come out on your own, with your own volition, with your own leadership, to say this is what you want to do. Tell everybody under you that you have made a choice. Your association has made a choice, and as you have made the choice, your entire stakeholder will support your choice and go out and do the right thing, which is to vote for APC and to endorse and to vote also for our principal, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We want to thank you very, very much.
The leadership of the organized labor, on their own free volition, took a decision to put this together because you have done well. They said you are their friend. They said you are their partner. They said with you, they have an ally and a voice in Lagos House. Furthermore, they said since the inception of your administration, Workers have been smiling, and that you have positively transformed the infrastructural landscape of the state, which has made life easier for the working people.
You increased the hazard allowance of last-month officers by 100%. You have approved a new salary regime for members of LRS. You have provided brand new BRT buses for staff in 3 arms of government. You also put your name in gold for being the first governor in Nigeria to pay over and above national minimum wage of 30,000 by 35,000. Under your watch, workers are enjoying brand new cars as gift for their outstanding performance.
Ahead of the 2023 general elections, President Muhammadu Buhari has renewed calls to foreign government representatives not to meddle in Nigeria's internal affairs. The president made this known when he received letters of credence from ambassadors of Switzerland, Sweden, the Republic of Ireland, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of Senegal, and the Republic of South Sudan at the State House. President Buhari also said Nigeria is working closely with the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to deal with insecurity in the region and also implement strategies to contain the spate of unconstitutional changes in government in the sub-region.
Our doors are open to friendly countries, such as yours, to support Nigeria in its efforts to address the problems of insecurity, fight against corruption, diversification of the economy, and our efforts in providing good governance. As a sub-regional group, we are working closely with ECOWAS to deal with insecurity in the West African region, as well as implementing regional strategies to contain the spate of unconstitutional changes in government. And we need your cooperation and collaboration to overcome these challenges together. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to finally note that Nigerians will be going to the polls to elect another government at the general election on the 25th of February this year, 2023. I urge you to be guided by diplomatic practice to ensure that your activities remain within the limits of your profession as you monitor the build-up to the elections and the conduct of the general election itself.
President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has threatened that granting waivers to revenue-generating agencies may be seized if they are unable to improve on revenue generation from their agencies. Lawan said this while briefing journalists of the Senate press corps in Abuja on Thursday while marking his 64th birthday. While lamenting the low revenue turnout from revenue-generating agencies, Lawan tasked the agencies on the need to improve on funds instead of relying on the federal government.
Improve our revenue generation, collection, because it's not looking too sustainable that we tolerate people, some agencies of government, to misapply or not even declare the revenues they collect. We can't continue with that. So for us in the Senate, we have decided that for the remaining part, we will continue to engage with our revenue generating agencies until we get better outcomes from them. And this is possible. This is imperative. And also the concessions and the waivers that government has given to some companies and individuals maybe, we need to review that. Certain things can hold on, but certain other things, you have to review them.
The federal government has disclosed plans to strengthen bilateral relations between Nigeria and the Republic of Spain in areas of gas, petroleum, agriculture, migration, military and maritime security. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyeama, disclosed this to journalists after a bilateral discussion with the visiting Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, Jose Manuel Albares, in Abuja on Thursday. Onyeama said the two countries have discussed various matters of mutual interest and agreed to strengthen their relationship, prioritizing areas of gas, food and military security. On his part, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain said that his visit to Nigeria will further enhance the close relations existing between the two countries.
We're particularly delighted as we speak about security, not just military security, but also food security. And Spain is a huge investor in Africa in the agricultural sector, and have some big companies here, GB Foods and others, that are doing very, very important and very productive work with Nigeria in the agricultural sector. And of course, for our government, agriculture, food security is a main priority.
We are the second client of Nigeria in the world. We've been one of the largest clients concerning gas and petroleum for a long time, and we want to continue strengthening that energy relationship and to foster it. But our bilateral relations are getting deeper, and more aspects are being covered. Very recently, agreement between the Embassy of Spain has allowed to open a professor of Spanish language for next year in the university. And of course, security, which is a common challenge to Nigeria and Spain, and we want to offer our support to Nigeria in this great challenge. We express, and I want to express officially, our solidarity with Nigeria in the fight against terrorism.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of the Kingdom of Spain, Jose Manuel Albares, has delivered a posthumous award to late Ambassador Ademola Seriki, the former Nigerian ambassador to Spain. The late diplomat died on December 15, 2022, aged 63, and in Madrid, Spain, where he was surrounded by his family, a statement by the family read. On hand to receive the posthumous Spanish Civil Merit Award to the late Nigerian ambassador, where his wife Wasilat Seriki and his son Wale Demola Seriki at the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja.
He had, of course, had an extraordinary career in government in the country. He was a minister and showed tremendous versatility as a minister. He was a minister in probably almost all the ministries in the country, defense, interior, you name it. I think ironically, maybe the only ministry he wasn't a minister of was foreign affairs, but he made up by becoming the ambassador. So he had a very, very strong professional career even before he was made an ambassador.
Ambassador Sereki contributed to the visit of His Excellency President Buhari to Spain, and that has been a milestone in the history of our bilateral relations. It was the first visit by a Nigerian president in 17 years, and 8 different instruments of bilateral cooperation in all fields were signed during his stay in our countries. That shows how good was the work of Ambassador Sereki. It showed the importance that we both attach to our partnership and the many things that we can do together.
We'll take a break now and return with more stories, so stay with us.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Live Mix World TV or log on to our website in www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And now to COVID-19 updates. A British politician from the ruling Conservative Party has been suspended for comparing COVID-19 vaccines to the Holocaust. Andrew Bridgen, MP for North West Leicestershire, said the vaccine rollout marked the biggest crime against humanity since millions of Jews were killed by Nazi Germany during World War II. Confirming Bridgen's suspension on Wednesday, Conservative Chief Whip Simon Hart said the 50-year-old had crossed the line and caused great offence. And COVID cases will surge in rural China, where healthcare is less accessible. A top Chinese epidemiologist has warned hundreds of millions of Chinese are traveling to their hometowns, many for the first time since the pandemic began ahead of the Lunar New Year. Similarly, the ex-head of the Chinese Center for Disease Control, Zheng Guang, says the peak of China's COVID wave is expected to last 2 to 3 months. China has stopped providing daily COVID statistics since abandoning its zero-COVID policy. We'll take another break and return with business updates. In business, the federal government has inaugurated its Project T-Max, a technical and vocational education and training program in Edo aimed at adding value to the lives of 2,000 residents in the state. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Education Intervention, Fela Bank Olemo, said the project was already running in 6 other states across the country. Bank Olemo, who spoke at the launch of the project on Thursday in Benin, said the website for Edo residents to register for the project had already been opened. On her part, Edo Commissioner of Education, Joanne Oviawe, commended the federal government for selecting the state as the beneficiary of the project.
The plan is to train 15,000 Nigerians across board, on vocation skills. And when I say vocation skills, it speaks to skill base. It will improve the life of that Nigerian. So coding, graphic skills, tiling, carpentry skills, mechanical skills, pastry, baking and pastry, makeup and fashion design. So we're doing it across the country. We're going to be training 2,000 people in Edo State, and we are confident that it will be value adding. We're excited with the kind of reception we have in Edo State. We're confident that just like we've had in all the other 6 states, that we will make it a success here.
And the reason we are very excited about this also is because this federal government intervention aligns very much with what we are also doing at the state level, particularly Governor Obaseki's focus on TVET, technical vocational education and training for young people.
I'm expecting that the students will be very serious and ready to learn and take the skill further, that after this training they can establish themselves and become entrepreneurs.
The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association has said that the country has been losing about $2.5 billion monthly for failing to meet the 1.8 million barrel per day crude oil production allocation by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. In a statement, the Director General of NECA, Adewale Smith Oyerinde, claimed that though the country's crude oil production grew by 4.2% to 1.23 million barrels per day in December 2022, it was still short. According to him, oil theft seemed to continue unabated, and the unsustainable subsidy on petroleum products had joined to reduce the government's revenue, leading to absurd debt accumulation. And oil prices slipped in early trade on Friday, but were on track for gains of more than 6% for the week on solid signs of demand growth in top crude oil importer China and expectations of less aggressive interest rates rises in the United States. Brent crude futures had fallen 33 cents to $83 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures slipped 20 cents to $78 per barrel. Brent has jumped 6.7% so far this week, and WTI is up 6.2%, recouping most of last week's losses. On the global scene, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has held talks with his Kenyan counterpart William Ruto. In a tweet, the Ukrainian president said the duo had discussions about food security and the Grain from Ukraine initiative, a humanitarian program to get Ukrainian grains to countries with acute food insecurity. Zelensky said they also spoke about the creation of grain hubs in Africa and agreed to enhance cooperation between the two countries. The Ukrainian president thanked Kenya for its support and constructive cooperation in the UN amid the war in his country that began after the Russian invasion in February 2022. And in sports, fresh from their brilliant performances at the World Cup, Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe are among the nominees for FIFA's The Best Award for last year. World Football's governing body announced this on Thursday. Messi, who has won the prize once before, captained Argentina to victory in Qatar, as well as Mbappe, who netted a hat-trick in the World Cup final. Another 2 Paris Saint-Germain players are nominated as Neymar and Hakimi. Karim Benzema, who won last year's Ballon d'Or for his performances with Real Madrid, is also nominated, and Robert Lewandowski, winner of the FIFA prize in the last 2 years. A public vote open until February the 3rd will decide the 3 finalists in each category. The winner is then voted for by a jury made up of national team coaches and captains, as well as journalists and fans. Of our top package this morning, thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has fixed Monday, 12th December 2022 to Sunday, 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Emma natami mi lo hwe ure pigwe wu. Emma natami mi lo hwe de pe wa wo lele bile ko yen re. You know go mi yan na dran de uga. Lo wo lo iku do re. We no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo. Ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat that last one. The last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your face data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shogoro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos state government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estates Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging comes, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody passes, that boat will be there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status, where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters, tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In the disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries. Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀ a fẹ́ àláìkì ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọn ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí àlè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okoagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Todogbame. Todogbame, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Todogbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do, and you now chase them to they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that break, spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We had at the sign. They signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered, and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing, and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
when they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime, that 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping on that bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue to fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop. Okay. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is a landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they not give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's a one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court. We complained. They said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, they not. We tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
These are how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the Aircom owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. To come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority was serving for Western Media School,
One vote and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise.
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from these sirens as well?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there is anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent her some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When they opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. I said, "You could make it?" He laughed, and he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
He's a very self-effacing person, also very witty, and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable, he's amongst people who he's not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you go into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that growing up? Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor, I became a junior prefect, I became senior prefect, I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You'll be late for school, refuse to attend lessons sometime, go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think, to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work was shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala, really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do with our body is to report sick if we haven't recited the party given that week, so we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the verse you are given in the class.
I'm sure you didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I'm going to the classroom. And no way one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool, straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster, nine. Were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here, In Katsina province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That's was my first visit to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, just the way you are, but almost three-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Katsina on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. That's the only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. He was born in 1942, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardauna that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardauna told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet. And then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army. And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gwandu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the Civil War.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country was just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful. Dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the civil war, the 30 months in the civil war, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources.
So, how do you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast?
Way back in the early 70s or mid-70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led a delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on. And they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army, the one with the most integrity? And they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he would not get his hands dirty with oil money.
indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because so many people gave me messages to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I'll never write to him, I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically, even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time, until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I'd prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I've given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for this. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
all the 3 elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo States. I went over carefully over the results, and then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000. Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
This is the third and last one for me, since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized, and surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events, a few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
There is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they tried to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SS and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from A from her. So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties. How did that come about?
The PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties. The CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them. They agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rochas Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I said, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they just blew the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who are being blasted by the bomb. The chap we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, you know, the crash bag, which is the vehicle have, some of them. The one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and because of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
Throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know,
We traveled from state to state. You know, I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that were traveling, you know, shouting, say Baba, you know, Baba or yo-yo and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of them.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change, he's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, in the very, he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I says, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you. He said, thank you. Thank you. So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interest, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family,
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He is not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. So Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under normal circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I have had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leadership are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity and his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton. And I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I say, what kind of a man is this? Never at once try to hinder my faith or to try to say, to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me, they said because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today. You've walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you were a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even still mention the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.
Thank you for joining us on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for the collection of permanent voter cards, PVC, until January 29th. The Commission announced this in a statement on Thursday, signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye. According to the statement by the Commission, as a result of the deadline change, the collection of PVCs from registration areas will now continue after which collection at local government areas will continue on January 23rd. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, President Muhammadu Buhari has renewed calls to foreign government representatives not to meddle in Nigeria's internal affairs. The president will make the call when he received letters of credence from ambassadors of Switzerland, Sweden, the Republic of Ireland, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of Senegal, and the Republic of South Sudan at the State House. Also said Nigeria is working closely with the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to deal with insecurity in the region and also implement strategies to contain the spate of unconstitutional changes in government in the sub-region. Another industrial action looms in Nigeria's health sector as members of the National Association of Resident Doctors have threatened to embark on a nationwide industrial action if the federal government fails to address their demands. NARD President Emeka Orji in an interview said the association does not desire to down its tools, knowing its implication for the health sector, but could be forced to do so if the government refused to address their demands before January 28th, when the association will end its National Executive Council meeting. And British politician from the ruling Conservative Party, Andrew Bridgen, has been suspended for comparing COVID-19 vaccines to the Holocaust. Confirming Bridgen's suspension on Wednesday, Conservative Chief Whip Simon Hart said the 58-year-old had crossed the line and caused great offense. The Nigerian Employers Consultative Association has said that the country has been losing about $2.5 billion monthly for failing to meet the 1.8 million barrels per day crude oil production allocation by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. In a statement, the Director General of NICA, Adewale Smith Oyerinde, claimed that though the country's crude oil production grew by 4.2% to 1.23 million barrels per day in December 2022, it was still short. And Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has held talks with his Kenyan counterpart William Ruto. In a tweet, the Ukrainian president said the duo had discussions about food security and the Grain from Ukraine initiative, a humanitarian program to get Ukrainian grain to countries with acute food insecurity. Zelensky said they also spoke about the creation of a way to enhance cooperation between the two countries. And in sports, Fulham increased the pressure on Chelsea boss Graham Potter with a shock 2-1 victory that saw Blues forward Felix sent off on his debut. Potter's troubled side crashed to a 7th defeat in the last 10 games in all competitions. That's the latest from the newsroom. Join us again at the top of the hour for more updates. Many thanks for watching.
Good day, welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. It's been an interesting moment this year as there have been so much sports stories going across the globe. I'm Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes we'll be looking at important topics to talk about. Firstly, we'll take you straight to Accra. That's where we have the home ground of Accra United, and it was the MPFL opener where the newly promoted side Bender Insurance defeated Accra United, and that's the opener for the 2022-2023 MPFL season. It was an interesting moment at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, and nobody saw that coming, that Bender Insurance could defeat former champion, that's former Federation Cup champion, Akwa United. Enjoy this, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to an exclusive interview with Professor Sadiq Abdullahi. Welcome back. Interesting moment there at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. And let's not forget, the MPFL is a big league, and we'll be hoping to give you more of this interesting soccer, the 2022-2023 MPFL season. I'm sure this weekend we'll be expecting more games, and trust them 360 Sport to give you the latest updates on the 2022-2023 MPFL season. Away from football, we go straight to politics and sport, where we have Professor Sadiq Abdullahi waiting for us all the way in Florida. He is a professor at the Florida State University, and teaching us on many things. But beyond that, he's also a sport administrator. Good day, Professor Sadiq Abdullahi.
Good day, and thank you for having me.
Yes, it's the season of politics in Nigeria, and it's the season of election. And we're going to take a look at the manifestos of the three leading parties in Nigeria on how it reflects on sport. And there's no better person that can dwell on this topic than you. You've worked with the sport ministers from Danusa straight to Sunday Dare, and I think you do justice to this. But first and foremost, before we look at the manifestos, do sport and politics, do they necessarily need to meet together?
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, right? And I try to explain the economy between sports and then politics. We have to define what politics is first, right? In the political dictionary of politics, if you go back to the phrase that says who gets what, when, and then how, right? Okay, O'Neill coined that concept many years ago, right? In the US. So that's on one. So if you're fighting to get resources to federations. You get people to come together, and push advocate for sports development, improvement, and sustainability. Then politics comes in, right? Politics where it is bitter, and then you have to go and try to do all the negative stuff in order to get elected and all of that stuff in the sports federation. Then that is not a good politics. The politics that we are advocating is the one that allow some of us to mobilize, to bring people together, to look at sports over the last 50, 60 years, and say, why are we trying to answer a question? Why are we still backward after all of these years? What is the problem? So once we identify the problem, then politics, because look, in our own context or anywhere in the world, is about trying to get something done. You bring people who can make decisions, to advance your cause. So that's why, sports and politics now is beginning, to take shape. But we have to continue to educate those people who want to get into politics of sports. Remember, we just finished the business of sports, and we've been talking about the business of sports, right? Now we're going into politics of sports, and then the beneficiary, of course, is going to be the social fabric of society, right? So the nexus between economics of sports, politics of sports, and its impact on the larger society is the goal.
Okay, well said, Professor. And let's not look at it. Let's look at the manifestos of the three political parties. And you've observed that, you've studied that, and you have your own objectivity and fairness towards the three leading political parties, talking about the People's Democratic Party and the All People's Congress, not forgetting the Labour Party, who has been making so much moves. Which of them do you think has that favorable sport policy programs in their manifestos?
I have studied the manifestos because, again, let me set the context for Nigerians and the world, right? Sports is a neutral space. Sports does not really want dirty politics. Sports is clean. When you go into a competition, look at the World Cup, right? Look at what happened in the World Cup. So sports is there, but the influence, the outside of sports itself, the competition itself is neutral. That's why we have referees, we have people that judge, infractions within the games, all of that, right? Now, coming into looking at the three manifestos, the Labour Party, the PDP, the People Democratic Party, and the All Progressive Party. I've looked at it because I really want to understand what how they are looking at sports and how they will use sports to better society. So let me go quickly and briefly talk about the OB and then Baba Ahmed manifesto. And in looking at that manifesto, I saw, the direction towards sports, right? But I did not see specific response to sports in that manifesto, right? So I will suggest again, maybe that was an omission, and then that can be corrected. Then I looked at the People Democratic Party, the Atiku policy document was written in 2009. And I saw in that document a very good approach, right, to sports. It was good, very good, right? All of the elements are covered in there, and then I can go into specific. It's very good. Then finally, and I looked at the Bola Ahmed, and the Shetima, yes. Policy, and I also saw a very good direction for sports in that document. So I'm very pleased with the Atiku manifesto on sports, and then the Bola Ahmed Tinubu manifesto, Shetima and manifesto on sports. I'm very pleased with it. Right now, if you look at where we are today in the since 1999, to really make sense and Nigerians to understand the gains that we've made, the struggles, right, since 1999, where you have one part the PDP and sports, right, and then in 2015, when we have now the APC, then you can see that yes, there is a lot of hope for sports in Nigeria, without looking at any negativity and all of that. But look at the struggles, why we are where we are. You're going to see that the Shetima and the Tinubu Shetima plan for sports, right? It is more, because it is more like a continuity of what has been done. Again, there will be challenges, but I'm very optimistic, that yes, sports as a whole, whoever comes in, right, as a president, whether it is Labour Party or again, PDP, APC, right, we have a document now. So all we need to do as sportsmen to aggregate all of these declarations and the way approaches that they want to use, and then begin to focus on solving the problems, not going back and saying, "Oh, we don't know what to do." So that era is gone. We know what we need to do. Nigeria is ready with the new president to move in a different direction for sports in Nigeria.
Well said. I'm sure globally you've talked so much on issues, and I'm sure that forever watching us online and whatever platform they're watching us, we definitely know that the policies by the Tinubu Shetima based on the continuity. Beyond that, what do you think the incoming president should do? Whether the continuity or a change of policy, what should they do? Because you're an advocate of grassroots development, you're an advocate of developing based on your experience where you are in Florida, and also what you've done in Nigeria. And you also have a project for tennis. You remind our listener what that project is called?
It's called Tennis Vision 2035.
2035. All these things put together, it's a real visible project towards the development of sport. So tell us what should be done in eventuality of any of the three persons that becomes president.
Okay, so one of the observations all over the world, look at what happened in the World Cup. France president, Brazilian president wasn't there, but Liberian president was there, and a lot of the presidents were present at the World Cup. Similarly, basketball, look at what's happening in Rwanda. The president of Rwanda taking over, using sports as a power to unite his people. So sports has come, the age has come, for us to, for Nigeria, to now trend in that direction. So the new president, number one, must project itself as a lover of sports, right? Again, so that's number one. Number two, then again, learn more about the challenges facing sports. So we need a very strong advisor that will work with the president or the presidency, so that that is clear. Number three, the president, the new president, must come out and then show how fitness and exercise is part of building a stronger society. So all of those things are very important in the beginning, and then we can begin to move forward. But like I said again, right, we are at this point in our history in a very good position for sports in Nigeria. I've been doing this for 30 years.
Okay.
I used to be critic of the government and all of that. I stopped being a critic when I became a professor, because then I said, you know what, it's not going to help. Being critic now, it is finding solution. So for me, you mentioned tennis, right?
Yes.
The structure for renewal of tennis in Nigeria is there. I'm just not ready now, to bring it up because I'm involved in this political discourse, right? So but at the appropriate time, we'll present that plan to Nigeria and to the world, that Africa as a whole is ready to tap into the youthful base, to begin to now go up. NBA is doing that well. They're coming into Africa. Other sports are coming into Africa. The potential is there. Everything is there in Africa. So I see in the next 10 years, Africa will now dominate more because we're going to improve in all those indexes, that have become impediment, to helping our youth capitalize on sports.
A lot of people think, like you said, the involvement of government in sport. Some said that it's better government should hands up sport. Some said government cannot hands up sport. This is a continuous debate in this part of our world, knowing that is that government involvement has not really done as much as possible, and there are some persons that advocate for only private sector's involvement in sport. For most of every other person, they think joint effort from both the private and the government is where we should power our trade and go forward. A professor, you've done so well. Tell us your own opinion and how it's been done using the example where you are over there in Florida.
One of the things I teach my students, right, in the social sciences, for me, my philosophy is not either or, right? So meaning that, look, when you have a public-private partnership, then that is going to be the route for sports development or any development in Nigeria, in Africa, or in the world. In the world, it is, right? Depending on the level of the economy, we talk about economy of scale, right? In some other countries are much, much better than in African countries. We are struggling. Africa is not ready. Nigeria is not ready, to now leave sports development, sports improvement, sports sustainability in the hands of the private sector. We're not just ready yet. Until now, we get a lot of Nigerians or Africans from the poverty, right, scale into the class of middle class. We can define that middle class. What does that mean in the African Nigerian context, right? Okay, so when we have more people in there, then remember, we're talking about income distribution and balance of that. So when there's a little bit of money, in the hands of the middle class, then you can see sports benefiting. We cannot do that in the 10 leading economies in the world. They do not really need government intervention. Government in advanced countries see their role in schools and universities. I gave an example of America where we have Title I. Title I in America, it comes through the Department of Education, right? And then it just helps struggling schools. They're trying to, the poverty issue, right? They're trying to, help those schools that their children have 80% poverty rate. So if your school, the population of your school, of student in your school, it is 80% poverty rate, then federal government comes in and then help out. We can talk about that when we talk about education. Then at the university, right, you have what is called Title IX, right? Title IX, is to allow women or minorities, to get involved in sports. So federal government gets involved and then give them a lot of money, and there are guidelines. And then they must follow those guidelines in order for them to approach there. So in Nigeria and Africa, we know what to do. We just have to now carefully move in that direction where we use our resources appropriately. and we've not been doing that, to benefit the youths of Nigeria as well as education and the sports.
Well said, Professor. And lastly, because of our time, in few words, when are we expecting in the country to give us so much education on this? I'm sure that Florida is really benefiting from your...
Absolutely, I will be there in June, but I'm working on a project that may bring me there in the next couple of weeks. So if that project is finalized, approved, right, then you should expect to see me in Nigeria in a couple of weeks, to finalize. It goes back in our conversation. I don't want to reveal it because I still need.
I'm thank you very much.
In the process of finalizing it. But it's very critical. I mean, to wrap up, right? I am very optimistic about the future of Nigeria. I think the era of not participating, not getting involved. You see what the youth are doing now. So they need good people, good Nigerians in the diaspora, in Nigeria to come up now, and look at what is good for the country. And then let's debate. Let's within ourselves decide who that person is. So I'm excited direction that we're headed as a nation, although we're going through a lot of challenges, but it's part of democracy. It is part of democracy. America went through it, and other countries went through it.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And that's all we'll to take on this segment of the program. Thank you for watching. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. I remain Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
We are here today to celebrate my exhibition, for people to see what I've been doing for the past 10 years or so, because majority of the works that you are seeing on display are 10 years or 12 years old, because they are transformative in nature. Because over the years, I've been building on them idea-wise, according to what is going on within the country, what is going on in my environment, what is happening to me. So those are the things that informed whatever you are seeing on display here. The exhibition is more or less like the artist is doing his birthday, whereby people will come, wish you well. Some will come, pass one or two comments, compliment-wise or the otherwise. But majorly, exhibition in the life of an artist is more or less like an exposition, whereby people come to see what you have been doing over the years, and they want to interact what they are seeing. Probably that will inform some questions, reaction, observation, and reservation. I pick out 35 works out of about 100 that I have in the studio. I pick out 35. And those 35 were carefully chosen for people to see for the past 10 years how far I have been moving. You understand? Because I started my journey from the Polytechnic to Universal Studio of Art to University of Benin to Obafemi Awolowo University, Kunle Adeyemi Studios. So when all these places that I mentioned, you will see the reflections in the works on display. Because when you are looking at the print, you should be reflecting at Kunle Adeyemi Studio. when you are looking about some of the expressionist work there, we should be talking about Ife. When you are looking at the landscape, we should be talking about Universal Studios of Art and some other things. It is not an easy feat, but the truth of the matter is this. As an artist, let me take it from this angle. He who God has given talent, God has given problem. Every artist will face one challenges or the other, especially when you are at the point of creative, when you are creating the work. Creating the work is one thing, but when the idea hits you, how do you bring it forward? Bringing it forward is always a challenge. Most of the time when you visit the artist studio, you see piles of works that are unfinished. Not that the artist cannot finish them, but the original ideas that the artist is having probably is unable to connect or reconnect with it. So that is the reason why every artist will have one challenge or the other, especially in the area of bringing out your ideas. The area of the fund, materials, everything, that one is a general thing for everybody. Because for the artist, you have to source for your materials. And me as a painter, I have to look at the reactions of my materials, the colors, and every other thing. For the sculptors, they have to look at the materials they are going to use. Is it going to be wood carving? Is it going to be cold cast? Is it going to be bronze or any other thing? So we have challenges here and there. On the other hand, some artists, they have studio challenge. Where are they going to work? Probably the studio is not big enough. The studio is not conducive enough. For an artist, the challenge is is very, very diverse. What inspires me most is life in itself. Life generally. Your day-to-day activities is one of the major things that challenge every artist. Every artist will draw inspiration from what is happening around us, your personal life, your environment, the political situation in the country. Those are the areas that we draw inspiration from. This is more or less a surrealistic expression of me trying to look at what is going on in the country. You understand? I merely use the lizard as a metaphor of what is going on in the country. I use the calabash more or less like a globe. That is the Nigeria. That's why you can say green, white, and green. You understand? And the general populace entirely. So I'm using this lizard here to represent Mr. President, because I titled it the flag bearer. Is the one that everybody will be referring to as Mr. President. And that is the chief of staff up there, the person in charge of the administration of the presidency or the governor office. And every other lizard there, you can see that we still have some other citizen, other lizard in green, white, green, here and there, you understand? And you see other lizard clouded in a flag of other nation. This is Israel, this Germany or so, this is France, this is Brazil, this is Ghana, UK, China, sorry, this is Japan, and that is China. So I use all these lizards to suggest other nations that are benefiting from Nigeria. And you see the ministers, I use all these other lizards as the ministers, the governor in the country, you understand? So majority of our political leaders, they are under dealing, you understand? They are the one more or less eating the fruit of the nation without Mr. President knowing anything about it, because Mr. President is up there, you understand, discussing with the world power. Meanwhile, the commissioners, the ministers, the governors, they are down here trying as much as possible to milk the fruit of the nation. So now you can see this one here. This one have succeeded in going up, discussing with Mr. President in itself. So Mr. President is here, and this is China. Because when you look at everything that we are using today, from our phone to our road construction, everything, China are already taking over. So the Chinese are already discussing with Mr. President, while the commissioners, the ministers, every one of them are under dealing at the background. That is why some ministers are more richer than the president, some governors are more richer than the president, even some local government chairmen are richer than the governor. So if we are unable to solve these corruptions going on here, it is going to lead us to that place where we have the other work there. That other work is what I title civil action. That if we are unable to solve the problem here, the country is likely going to go in flame, whereby we are going to have massive protests. And if at that point we are unable to solve that problem of that massive protest, it will lead us to the third work, whereby the nation will experience outright war. So you can see here, so that is why I titled this work Premonition. Premonition is that what I am more or less predicting what is likely going to happen if this issue of insecurity, corruption, nepotism, tribalism, if we cannot solve all those problems at this stage, by the time we get here, there is going to be massive unrest in the nation, whereby you see people will come all over. All Nigerians will come from wherever they are, and they are going to have massive protests in Nigeria. So if we are unable to solve that problem here, then we are going to move. That will lead us to the total breakdown of law and order, whereby the country will go in flame. You understand? The country will go in flame, well, whereby we are going to have outright war. As at that time, the issue of negotiation will not be there again. So at this point, if we are unable to still resolve it, then the country will disintegrate. You can see that at this point, the green, white, green is gradually fading off. So we have the fourth one that is suggesting that if at this point we can still not get it right, that the country will break into pieces, whereby everybody will go their different ways. So that is the political angle of this exhibition. So we still have the other aspect that deals with our cultural landscape, our day-to-day activities like the market scene that you can see there. That is our day-to-day activities that is happening around us. So that is the motive of this exhibition, to translate messages to people. Possibly, the artist might not have the right words to really categorize himself, to really explain himself better than those people who are really looking at them. The artist have done his job. It is left to the journalists, the writers, the art historians, for them to digest it and bring out whatever they think they are seeing. So for any artist to critically analyze or want to explain all that he has done, he or she will be doing a kind of injustice to him or herself. Art is inborn. Though we have some persons that they will go and learn how to draw, but as an artist, once you call yourself an artist, it means it is inborn. So whatsoever you are going to create will come naturally, either in the area of sculpture, painting, graphics, ceramics. It will come naturally. So the reason why the artist will go to school is for artists to be refined. Every artist at the tutelage, we are more or less like a crude oil. When you tap crude oil from the ground, it will have to go through refining process, whereby you get some other valuable materials from the crude. So from the point, your entry point into the school, you are crude. You go through the school for you to be refined. So when you are refined, that is when you either become a painter, a sculptor, a graphic artist, a cinematographer, or any other thing. So at that point, that is when you say that I'm a professional, I'm an artist, I'm a painter. But at the point of when you enter the school, you are nobody. How did I start painting? The journey was rough. It was rough, smooth, bumpy, but we are here today. I just want to cut it short.
Olojo is not a hidden phenomenon in the visual arts. He's been there, he's been paying his dues, and so whatever that's going to happen, particularly in the area of exhibitions or in the area of research in art, you can always trace it, to some few individuals who are making it work in this climb. So Olojo particularly is not a hidden name in visual art, so he's actually a very famous artist, so we must hear what happens sometimes when he's having a show like this. I have seen, just like the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, I have actually seen him breaking boundaries, you know, into the areas of paintings, to the area of media, mixed media. From the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, he has actually entered into so many areas of visual arts. Printmaking, deep etching, painting, mixed media, and of course almost a three-dimensional work in just one exhibition. So you see a body of work that is very rich, you know, and the subject matters are very, very contemporary, and of course they're very cultural. You know, there are things that are in this environment, they live with us in the environment, and we take for granted sometimes, but the artist does not take it for granted. And so that is the way this exhibition is. You can actually see the artist that is conscious of lines, the artist that is conscious of the elements of design, the artist that is conscious of the principle of design. So some of these things are put together, and we can actually see that in this exhibition. As a matter of fact, he is actually well cooked. That's what I'm trying to say. The importance of exhibitions like these are very, very numerous, but I would be able to tell you some few ones. Well, the artist in his studio or in his studio is actually making research, working, using different materials to put down his vision or visual into form. And so importance of exhibitions like this is to show an expose of what the artist has been doing over time. Like I said initially, body of work. So the artist is not a busybody person, but he's actually busy, focused on his work, you know, and from there he's able to, over time he will grow, and that is what we are able to see in this exhibition. So exhibitions like this measure the growth of artists. Exhibitions like this is able to let us know the type of research the artist is working on or he has actually put there. Exhibitions like this propel the younger ones, particularly some of us that are in pedagogy, some of us that are in education. You know, exhibitions like this propel the students, you know, to be able to see that if a guy is working this way, I think I will do better, or I think I will work harder. You know, so it's actually a form of encouragement, you know, to the younger ones, particularly the students of art. And more importantly, again, is a means of value or a measure of value to the clientele. How do I mean? A collector buys your work, you have been able to expose this, and a collector is interested in your work, and at the end of the day, it becomes a value to him. You know, if for instance he buys this work in a primary market this way, and then later on in life takes it to the secondary market, it becomes a value, you know. And so some of these things are things that we should be able to expose our people to, particularly in the area of exhibitions. I have actually come and I have seen some good things, some of the standards that Olojo is trying to preach. These are very good standards. One, the works are of standard. Two, the presentation of standard. Three, the gallery is a standard gallery. And four, people that I've seen so far, they are actually quality people. You know, we have collectors around here. We have dignitaries, particularly the artists that have actually matured, and we have the emerging artists that are here, and we have the students that are, so it's all encompassing, it's all combined, and so I think it's a successful show in the area of, the viewing public. So it's a good show.
Very, very happy. The Yorubas will say, when your child is growing big, you feel happy. I am very happy. I taught him as a student. We were colleagues, and now he's rising up. So I'm happy with the progress he's making. The thematic contents are large, beautiful. Starting from the masquerades, you go to landscape, you go to portraiture, you go to still life, and the composition. He has been able to show the dexterity of a good draftsmanship. And when you see the works, you know that this man understands what art is all about. His colors are art colors, very, very rich. Well, somebody said it long ago, we don't document things. Olojo has been able to document so many things for us to see. And this is going to be for prosperity. You wonder why the European countries don't pride themselves in their technology, but the art. Why? It's because art lives forever. According to Papa Hima, he said a country erodes and the dust blows away, and nothing matters. 1,000 years makes silly science. Only those who practice art live forever. You'll be surprised the way Egyptology, the Greek art, and the old ones, are making waves. And the same thing with old art. Okay? So what Olojo is doing is recording them for prosperity. And then in years to come, you will know that, oh, somebody has passed through here.
I'm excited, really gladdened. I'm happy with myself that I'm able to make it to this exhibition, yes. Without any doubt, the collections that we have here are a true definition of the several years of efforts that the artist exhibiting, Prince Olojo Kosoko, has put into his exploration of his art. It's a total definition of his transition, yes. Splendid. If one goes round, one could see how much he has evolved over time, and it's quite commendable. I'm impressed, yes. It is to bring to the society the consciousness that is responsibility of artists to bring to consciousness, calling the society into what a society should be. Art is a medium of expressing the happenings in the society. Our environment, our culture, our general being. And when the artist comes up with an array of works that expresses this whole gamut of our life, is to bring us to consciousness of what is happening around us and help the society to reevaluate itself and then forge a way forward. Yes, that's the purpose of art exhibitions, for us to get to know ourselves, where we are coming from, where we are now, and what we should be projecting forward.
I did IT in the side, like
industrial training in his studio, and he has been saying a lot about doing a solo exhibition. So I'm happy to witness the solo exhibition because he has been saying this thing. So I'm very happy to be one of the witness. I'm inspired. Just one word, I'm very inspired because I see forms, landscape, this mixed media. I'm just informed because he's like exploring he's touching almost every part of this in painting, line of painting. So landscape but I really know him as a very strong landscape painter because Mr. Olojo, when he handles landscape, he just I've been a witness of it when he was doing landscape painting. He starts a painting from just one theme and he just creates he creates an entire scene just from his head. I don't know how he does that, but maybe through experience and travels and all those stuff. So he's just really good at it. Actually saw some works, and the title of the work though, I've seen so many work, like 3 or 4 works that I want to do something about it. Not really doing like in my own way. The title just inspired me, like, okay, this is like one of them upstairs. It says polygamist. So it just inspired me, and I see so many the shapes and colors, the flow of everything. It just inspired me.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has returned to Nigeria from the United Kingdom. The former vice president had explained that his trip was for the purpose of having critical meetings that would build the necessary bridges in the quest to recover Nigeria. During the trip, Atiku met with the UK's Minister for Development and Africa in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Andrew Mitchell, among other key senior UK government officials, where the PDP's presidential candidates solicited their support in helping Nigeria recover every facet of its life. Youths of Nonwa Uwademi community in Tai Council of Rivers State have discovered a crude oil tapping point on the Trans-Niger Delta pipeline operated by the Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. Confirming the discovery, the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, Fine-Face Dumamine, said the tap was discovered by youths working as pipeline surveillance contractors. Speaking at a site during an observation tour of the discovery site along with other stakeholders, Dumamine revealed that the tap point is capable of loading 2 tankers of 33,000 liters. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has dismissed a bid by the family of the late head of state, General Sani Abacha, to stop moves by the federal government to reopen criminal forfeiture proceedings against the former general. The probe by the government is targeted at family members over their alleged complicity to looting the nation's treasury during Abacha's administration. Upheld the judgment of both the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had earlier endorsed the power of the federal government to reopen criminal forfeiture proceedings against the family. COVID cases resurge in rural China, where healthcare is less accessible. A top Chinese epidemiologist has warned hundreds of millions of Chinese are traveling to their hometowns, many for the first time since the pandemic began ahead of the Lunar New Year. China stopped providing daily COVID-19 statistics since abandoning its zero COVID-19 policy. Oil prices slipped in early trade on Friday, but were on track for gains of more than 6% for the week on solid signs of demand growth in top crude oil importer China and expectations of less aggressive interest rates rises in the United States. Brent crude futures had fallen 33 cents to $83 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures slipped 20 cents to $7 to $6 per barrel. Brent has jumped 6.7% so far this week, and WTI is up 6.2%, recouping most of last week's losses. Turkey has summoned Sweden's ambassador to Ankara over a demonstration in Stockholm in which an effigy of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was hung from its feet, adding further diplomatic strain in Sweden's bid to win Turkey's approval to join NATO. Reacting to this, the Sweden Prime Minister said that the act was extremely serious and he considered it a sabotage against the NATO application. Police say they had no knowledge of the incident until it was over. In sport, Arsenal faces searching tests of their title credentials this weekend as informed Manchester United host defending champions Manchester City. There are also multiple clashes between teams at the wrong end of the table, with Frank Lampard's nose-diving Everton side travelling to basement club Southampton. Arsenal, with only one league defeat this team, are 5 points clear of City at the top of the Premier League table with nearly half the season gone. And that's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Bye for now.
Democracy, they say, is the ultimate positive revolution because it gives every individual the power to change, control, and direct the government without violence. May Niger politics not happen to you in 2023. Welcome to 2023, the year we are told Nigerians are ready to take their country back. From whom, if you ask me, I don't know. I see the rulers are not our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, relatives, and friends. Anyway, I believe in a slogan shot than our usual way. In 2023, don't be carried away by the razzmatazz of the political parties and their spokespersons, nor be intimidated by the violence of the various political supporters. Stand with your candidate, even if you are standing alone, and don't make unnecessary enemies for yourselves, because there will always be life after 2023. Don't say I didn't tell you. Don't let Nigerian politics happen to you, because nobody is as inconsistent as the average Nigerian politicians. Remember, people died in Osun years ago supporting Aregbesola against Oyinlola. But when Oyinlola joined APC, the families of those that died were left to mourn their dead. So borrow yourself a brain. Don't die in their fight in 2023. My principal, Festus Keyamo, was a shining example to some of us. Strong critic of anti-democratic forces. But today, my boss is trying to defend everything he once fought against. I know qualms about it. As you know, Niger politics happened to him. My Egbon, Big Egbon, Oshomole, was a strong labor leader who fought against oppressive government forces. But unfortunately today, he's among the government forces oppressing workers with hunger and ASU with no work, no pay. My dear, may Niger politics not happen to you like that. Remember, Godswill Akpabio was in PDP for 19 years, asking party leaders to come take 1 million naira for Mr. Biggs, their common governor. But when he moved to APC in 2018, it suddenly informed us that PDP destroyed the country. You see, once Niger politics happen to you, you lose your senses. I don't even want to talk about Femi Fani-Kayode, as his notoriety for political prostitution has been taken judicial notice of by everybody, including you. Niger politics didn't happen to him. In fact, nothing happened to Niger politics. Tinubu joined AD, became a governor, abandoned them and formed AC, metamorphosed into ACN, and subsequently formed an alliance with strange bedfellows to form APC. Went around the country selling Buhari as a warlord and messiah that will solve the structural, economic, and security deformity of Nigeria. Today, you and I couldn't even go to the village for Christmas because of insecurity. And yeah, recently they can kidnap some people from train also. Yet today he's campaigning to build on the achievement of Buhari. I want to ask, which achievement? Banditry, hunger, kidnapping, general insecurity or poverty? I leave you to answer that. That is if Nigerian politics never happened to you. Godwin Obaseki and his deputy Philip Shabu were in APC from inception, only to move into PDP. And today we open their mouth to criticize APC and the people. When Nigeria don't happen to, go they defend and clap for them. Continue. How about Daniel Buala, my learned colleague? Until a few months ago was a strong supporter of Buhari and APC. And today, he's speaking for PDP and criticizing the APC he was once speaking for just a few days ago. How else can you describe Nigeria politics happening to someone? Dino Melaye was in PDP, moved to APC, campaigned vigorously for Buhari until he jumped from a moving vehicle into PDP, remember? And today, he's unapologetic one of the promoters of PDP candidate Atiku. And you say these are not the principalities, demons, and power. PDP, sorry, of Nigeria politics happening to someone. Anyway, nothing spoiled. This is Nigeria. Atiku was in PDP, moved to ACN, from there back to PDP and to APC, and now PDP. And all the while, rather than fight for restructuring of the country while he was there, he was busy selling and acquiring national assets that haven't worked since then. And today, he's promising you and I to restructure Nigeria and privatize NNPC, maybe to his friends. And you are clapping. You can call it Nigerian brand of politics, but I call it Nigerian politics has happened to you. How about Kenneth Okonkwo, Andy of living in bondage? He once promised us that Buhari was a messiah to lift us out of our bondage when Andy, he was in APC. But today he's in Labour Party making the same promises and owes nobody any apology about his previous promises. And you are praising him because the Labour Party. I don't blame you. The Nigerian politics is happening to you. Peter Obi was a rock in Abga. He left to join PDP under Goodluck Jonathan and didn't teach Jonathan how to turn Nigeria from consumption to production economy. Now he's in labor, and like Buhari, he's promising Nigeria Eldorado. And as Nigeria politics is happening to you, you dey clap for him and insult people when disagree with you. Anyway, last, all man go chop breakfast when I don't clear. As Buhari and APC promised much more than this in 2015. Obasanjo endorsed Yar'Adua in 2007. In 2011, he endorsed Goodluck Jonathan. 2015, he endorsed Buhari. Then in 2019, he endorsed Atiku. And today, 2023, he has endorsed Peter Obi, as his right anyway. Una the fight on herself over the matter. As if all his previous endorsements don't make Nigeria better. I swear, once Nigeria politics happen to you, even the devil will envy your misbehavior. Plenty consistent inconsistencies in our politics, and we close our eyes to them as we shout and call on God daily to come do for us that which has empowered us to do for ourselves. I will therefore advocate for as long as we keep allowing Nigeria brand of politics to happen to all of us, we'll continue to tolerate these types of inconsistent actors in our political systems while doing the same thing from different political platforms, setting and operating under the same set of rules, laws, orientation, and mindset, and expecting something different. Well, even if I reject it for you, have you rejected it for yourself? According to Chief Afe Babalola, no amount of endorsement, political jumpology, consistent inconsistencies, promises of Eldorado will take Nigeria out of the wood if the structural constitutional deformity of Nigeria is not fixed or changed. And I completely agree with him. Yet, as usual, all the political parties are afraid to discuss this for fear of incurring the wrath of our principalities. So, my advice to you, maintain your sanity. To maintain your sanity in 2023, forget all the noise, the political jingles, the promises by politicians, as they will always overpromise and underdeliver. Ask yourself the basic burning question. What are the indicators, indices, possibilities, and precedent on ground that point to the achievement of these plenty promises by the various political parties? This is against the backdrop of the reality of our 77 trillion debt burden that will be inherited by the next government. If you can answer that question for yourself and take your stand, Nigeria politics would happen to you in 2023. As sense will fall on you. Blessed are those who are not expectant, for they shall not be disappointed. I wish I could answer the question for you here and now, but I promise you, if you follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen and listen to our numerous previous episodes, you certainly will be able to answer the question for yourself. But take this home. In democracy, the office of the president is subservient to the office of the citizen only if you use your vote wisely and not allow Nigeria brand of politics to happen to you in 2023. This is my letter, and see you next week.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less filled to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall. And they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans. Yeah. And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. at the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water, and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Konnichiwa. SDGs 新聞の取材に来ました。よろしくお願いします。
どうぞ座ってください。
ありがとうございます。金井さんではどのような SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
私のところではですね、今までプラスチックに入っていた鉢をプラスチックから古紙再生紙とかチップを使った器に少しずつ変えてきています。
白衣小5年の梅川さなです。
小宗江春です。
赤坂和音です。今日は SDGs 新聞の
記者として商店街に
行ってきます。
ここ浅尾さんのところではどんな SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
当店では SDGs に関して取り組んでいることは、地元の食材を使ってお菓子を製造しています。
地元の食材を使ってお菓子を作ることでどのような SDGs に関わってるんですか？
そうですね、地元の食材を使うってことで、15番の、陸の豊かさを守ろう、材料を郵送する時に使う CO2、二酸化炭素の排出量が減ることによって、環境に優しい。
今日はありがとうございました。
金とかプラチナっていうのは本当に貴重な商品なもんですから、それをやっぱりリサイクル再生をして新しい商品にしていくということは大切な仕事取り組みだと思ってます。
金井さんはさ、14番と15じゃない？
15番が土に帰るポットで、
14がゴミレジ袋やね。
浅尾さんのところやったら
元の農家さんの思いを生かしてお菓子を作るって書いてあるから、住み続けられるまちづくりを入っとるんじゃないの？
この新聞は金井さんのことを書いています。今までのポットはそのまま残ってなんか地球にマイナスなことをしとったけど、これは地球にとっていいことをしとったから、そういう驚いたことをいろいろ書いてみました。
それぞれの思いとかがあって、いろいろ工夫をしてやっているってことが分かったので、私も SDGs を身の回りでどんなふうにやっているのかまた調べていきたいなと思いました。相手の気持ちを考えたり、環境に優しいものを作っとったり、これから私も積極的に SDGs に参加したりしようと思いました。
You look at Lagos and you'll think you're in one big dustbin, residents say, as they narrate ordeals with pollution. According to the World Bank, at least 30,000 people die yearly in Lagos due to pollution, and the tales told by some residents bear witness to these statistics. This is home to over 300 families who reside in Itire on the Mushin local government area, a community built around the canal that has been transformed into a home recognized by the Lagos state government. Gaining entrance and a mixture of different putrid smell welcomes you. Children running around exposed to the biohazard, chemical hazard and physical hazard of living in this area.
So many years now we don't face this mess. If you can look around, you can take a cameraman to observe the area. Even you, where they talk to me, you perceive some odors. We get some small children here. She be una see us here. We dey chop here, we dey feed here. We are women being, we not Nigerians. Some days ago, one big rain will fall for this area. Small pikin for that park away that side. Water carry pikin go. If you ask anybody for this area, they will tell you the story. And then they come from mosque, so as I hear the story. But today now, okay, imagine the dirty around and all that. Rain never fall. If rain fall now, all this dirty now, you go enter person's house, you go enter anywhere. Cholera everywhere.
I think we know that we at maybe 15 years. Okay. Tajo wa nínú àdúgbò yìí. So ti yé. Àdúgbò gba tán dé ṣe títí Adébáyọ̀ bí báyìí tán ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ fún wa. Abili pé báyà wọ́n máa ṣe gbogbo gutter yìí náà ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe but nsìn bí ọmọ ṣe bí ọmọ tí òjò wá gbé lọ lọ́jọ́ yẹn ló mú anybody gan tara because ìgbà tó ń bọ̀ wá láti Jímọ̀ lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Jímọ̀ ni wọ́n lọ. Wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn wá mọ ibi tí orí pákó yẹn wà mọ́ àwọn méjì náà fara wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìkíní bó ṣe bọ́ sínú odò nìyẹn. Ìkejì olówó ń fẹ́ lọ fà ó fẹ́ lọ fà yọ. Bómi ṣe gbé yẹn lọ tiẹ̀ nìyẹn. So ti àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa.
I was born here. This is my year of 25 years now in this area. You understand? And this area now have been dirty for so years. When I was in small self, I was seeing all this kind of thing. Talk less of now that I've already been gotten hold. And still yet, the area is still like this. You understand? And I want government to come and do here so that it will be okay. So that water will not be flowed everywhere. This dirty now is not from only here. The dirty now from under side and other side too. They used to come here to come and jump hard. You understand? And when it jump hard, it affect us that lives around because the water does not flow. Assuming it's flowing now, we will not be complaining. Let them come and help us and do it so that this dirty now will not be just jump hard and be staying so that we will not be feeling sick.
Party packs, pep bottles, feces and other forms of bacteria-carrying components are the aesthetics around the surrounding. Having lived for many years, some of the residents I spoke to say they strongly believe the state government does not care about their lives or living conditions.
We dey pray for Nigerian government to help us for the environment. To help us, make government self come look this place. Make them know wetin to do for us so that we self go live better life as a good Nigeria wey we be.
Àwa rọ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa. Kan lè bá wa ṣe environment wa kó dáa because bómi ṣe ń gbé ọmọ lọ kó dáa. Wọ́n bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So ti yé, kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kó cross. Omi ó lè bá máa lọ because táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń lọ free. Kò ní sí pé bóyá omi ń gbọ́mọ lọ.
This place cannot take them just even though how many just a 6 months they will do it because of the corruption. Make some people, local government council, they will take off the money and put it in their pocket, eat it, and why we are suffering it.
In his journey to preach about healthy living and further prevent the spread of infectious diseases, public health expert Nsiabasi Ekonem joined me to this community where he says living in such an environment has long-term implications.
People are living here. There's a high level of pollution in these places such that even the air, the effluent from this place is really stinky, and that tells to air pollution. This air pollution affects people that are living here because you can see young children of under 5 years that are staying in this very dirty environment. That increases the advent of childhood diseases like cholera, diarrhea, amoebic dysentery, scabies, ringworm, dandruff, all those kind of skin diseases as a result of, the contact with water from this very, very, unhealthy environment. Because there is defecation, open defecation here, when the water comes up, it carries those feces and deposits them in open water sources like wells, and people fetch water from that well. This leads to, waterborne diseases like cholera, like amoebic dysentery, hepatitis A and E, just all kinds of waterborne diseases.
Streets littered with waste, open defecation, air pollution and the likes are what residents of the commercial nerve center of Nigeria are faced with on a daily basis. In Lagos, environmental pollution is the order of the day. Residents deal with a suffocating mix of air pollution, improper solid waste disposal and other forms of pollution in the city streets, leaving many residents battling with respiratory problems, flooding and other illnesses.
The plastic waste, the rubber waste are the most dangerous because they do not decay. A lot of this plastic waste, they are not well disposed. They are not disposed of properly and they find their way into the drains. In Lagos State today, anywhere you find yourself, just open up the drains. Just open up the drainage system if it's covered. If it's not covered, it's obvious there. And you see a situation where when rain falls, a particular line of the drainage system, you see that waters are not flowing along that line because it's blocked. Now we have in Lagos State, the collectors were registered. Some of these trucks can't even get to the residence of a lot of the people living in the communities. So people have to converge at a particular point. Now when they dump the waste there, it takes a while before the collectors, the trucks arrive there to pick up the waste. That's another issue, which is another environmental issue. So the collection in itself is poor. And you see some of these trucks collecting this waste. When they even collect the waste on the road, you see it's part of the waste dropping on the road.
You look at Lagos, you think that you are in one big dustbin. Some people are in a bit cleaner part of the dustbin. But it's a huge dustbin we're in. This is not a city. Let's. Which part of the city you want to tell me? Tell me. I've gone around. Is it Lekki? Is it Ikoyi? Or you want to tell me it's Ajegunle or Iyanokwaja?
The way we live is also a problem. We have three important channels. We have the tertiary canals, we have the secondary canals, we have the primary canals. The tertiary canals is the one you see in front of your houses. Those ones are people called gutter in front of our houses. If that one in front of our houses is clean, the secondary canal will be clean. The primary canal, the big one, will be clean. And therefore you see a steady flow into the lagoon. But that tertiary canals in front of our houses where people dump in the dead of the night. When it is raining, they will go. When in the dead of the night, they will just go. Even people who should know better. People with full dose of Western education, you see them dropping those things inside the canal. That has been our problem. Because if the tertiary drains are okay, you won't see anything in the secondary drains. You won't see anything in the primary canals. You won't see anything in the lagoon.
While the megacity still practices the creation and maintenance of dump sites, which are situated close to the abode of residents, and with the monies doled out for the management of waste in the state, locals still suffer as a result of improper disposal of waste. These and many more prompted this investigation by TV360 Nigeria on why residents are made to deal with loss of lives and properties, and to get answers on if the state government is up to the task of making provisions for proper waste disposal and drainage maintenance.
The attitude is a problem, and Lagos spends a lot of money in cleaning the canals, dredging, constructing, that's giving it concrete alignments so that it will be easy for you to clean. There are so many of them, so we are taking it one after the other. But the problem is the attitude of Lagosians. If you are driving on the corridor, you see them dropping it from their vehicles, dropping it. Thank God we have sweepers. Well, thousands of sweepers in Lagos. By 5 o'clock, they're already on the street taking those things. It could have been worse. So we are thinking, because we are thinking out of the box. What do? We are coming to the age of dikes. That's what is called dikes. That is using concrete wall to prevent, water from coming into the city. We're introducing pumps. And another one is to provide a kind of tunnel, a well, very deep well, where you allow this flood to go in. Thereafter, you now use pump to throw it into the lagoon.
With the increase in spate of indiscriminate dumping of waste in Lagos State, the mortality rate from pollution is set to witness a spike. In 2021, the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said his administration has spent over 2 billion naira on the rehabilitation of dump sites across the state, while another 1 billion naira is being invested to provide the necessary infrastructure for waste management. If these projects have been carried out, residents are yet to witness the results or see an improvement in waste management.
We're seeing recurrent cases of Lassa fever. Lagos is not spared. Of course, the rats go there, eat, pick jams, transfer to people, and then the same thing now we're having monkeypox. So in reality, if we deal with the challenges of waste alone, I am sure that our health system will be good. Our health itself will be good. Now, when you now get to the waterways, plastic floating, dead animals floating, dead human being floating, microplastic dropping into the water, fish swallowing them, we eating the fish. It's a scandal. It's honestly a scandal. I think the more we put attention to the challenges of the environment and how waste is handled in this part of the world, the better for us. A mega city, 25 million people, still counting, and we cannot get waste right. Waste disposal right. We're not ready.
The poor waste management system and then the flooding, they go hand in hand. So I just want to ask, would you think this is a challenge for the government? Because then again, we have the rules, don't dump your waste, and every other thing that the state government puts in place, but then people do not obey this. So is this a challenge for the government? Would you say the government cannot handle its residents?
No. Just like every other society, these things are when you are trained for a long time. When you do something, when you are trained to do something, right from day one, you will comply. You will comply. We are not throwing our hands up into surrender. We are doing our work. We are not complaining. But we are doing advocacy. We are talking. We are having meetings. We go for retreats. We talk to Lagosians through radio and television. We will continue to do that until we get civilized in such a way that we cannot, when you finish your bottled water, through the window, we'll get to a time when people will not do it again. We'll get to a time when you don't see, plastics on our roads, cellophane paper, this takeaway place, you will not see it.
Environmental pollution is not the only challenge residents face as a result of improper waste disposal. The rising issue of climate change, a resulting effect of human activities, has upset the balance of nature. Rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions, and intense droughts can wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. A visit to an environmentalist helps paint a clearer picture of the disaster that awaits Lagos State if nothing is done about the nonchalance of residents and the government.
In Lagos, we have a situation where dump sites are located or sited away from the community, but there is no restriction that halts urbanization to that located dump site. So, for example, there's a place called Yanoba. The place was located about 25 years ago, and it was far from city. But there was no restriction in terms of urbanization, urban development. Today, there are houses surrounding that dump site. So, health-wise, the people living around that place are not safe. That's one. The Olusosun dump site at Ojota, when it was located, houses were far from that place. It's a place that in those days, because the methane, when the heat from methane starts coming out, you see smoke coming out. You think they are burning the waste. They are not. It's the methane that is reacting. All right. So you see this is from distance. But today, houses have been built around that place such that people who are living there, they are not safe. The water system is poisoned, is not safe. All right, then the methane that comes out of that, emits from that place, it's not safe for the humans living around there.
Lagos State generates 13,000 tons of waste daily, but not all of the waste ends up at designated dump sites. Some end up in canals, drains, and on the road.
In terms of management of the dump sites, usually in most countries, these things are kind of like privatized to companies who are genuinely involved in environmental activities, to experts who understands this thing, right? The government cannot do it alone. The government is expected to generate, to bring up, put up legislations. You know, they are supposed to be a kind of, they try to stabilize within the private sector and the public sector, right? But they are not expected to manage the dump sites. Professionals who understands the dangers and the kind of harmful chemicals that comes out of that dump site are supposed to manage the dump site. But here, an agency was created, Loma, to manage that dump site, okay? And those dump sites are not well managed. We gathered every year to discuss the environment issues in Lagos State. You know, we call it the Climate Change Summit, where a session is dedicated to waste management. It was during that particular period we introduced this idea of having separating waste. But ever since then, the advocacy on separation of waste has been poor. It has been put aside. So waste management in Lagos State now is poor. There was a time they made it mandatory for every house, every building to have a waste bins, the big bins. Then Loma produced all those things. Today, what do we have? Do we have them at all? People have to find a way to just get their waste sorted out somewhere. During the same time of Ashola, every last Saturday of the month was the Environmental Sanitation Day, where everybody in the community will meet and they will discuss and they will see what they can do. Okay, these are the issues, these are the community issues, how they dump their waste, if they are going to dig the floor, and you know, a lot of things they do. But since they cancelled the monthly sanitation, what has been happening? People pay less concern in terms of what happens within the environment, especially on waste disposal.
This sight and the smell being emitted and inhaled is a regular sight and way of life for Lagosians. Dumping waste at designated dump sites located around residential areas are a breeding ground for different sorts of contagious illnesses. Despite the fetid smell, trading activities take place around these dump sites, while motorists, passers-by, and residents close to the dump sites battle with the stench daily.
I'm not okay with it because I have breathing issue. Though I thank God that God is taking control. But this thing has affected me again after I got scared. So government should do something about it.
It has affected everybody around this place. Both residents, bypassers, everybody. Every living human being is being affected by this thick smoke here.
According to the World Health Organization, globally, almost 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall ill every year from eating contaminated food, while 420,000 die from foodborne diseases, which can be deadly, especially in children under 5 years of age, and out of the 420 deaths, 1/3 are children. The World Health Body also says making the environment healthier can prevent about 13 million deaths yearly and avoid 13% to 37% of the world's disease burden.
When this place has been contaminated with pollutants, with debris, it blocks the flow of water. And so because it blocks the flow of water, and this was originally a canal that would have served as a route for water to move, the water comes up and fills people's homes.
Sometimes when you see children with diarrhea, you battle and they die. You cry, you feel depressed. I remember in one of the situations, one of the instances, the baby was probably playing, a day before and got bad. The mother, they were trying to do what they like. But by the time they brought the baby, lady was bad. In the emergency room, the baby died.
The revelation by the medical practitioners raised some form of concern as I proceeded to the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board for an interview with the permanent secretary of the board, Ibrahim Akinwumi Mustafa, after an official request through a letter submitted at the office of the permanent secretary and series of calls and message exchanges with the public relations officer of the board, Olumide Filani. My continuous request for an interview with the permanent secretary was turned down with jet lag as an excuse. The request for statistics of Lagos State residents who have been treated for cholera and other diseases contracted through food or water since the start of 2022 was also turned down, as I was informed that such data cannot be easily provided to me for reasons best known to the board.
Coming from weeks back where I was told I could get the statistics or the data, it seems like a failed day.
However, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, in its July 4th to 31st, 2022 report, citing routine case-based data and outbreak line list retrieved by the National Cholera Technical Working Group, Lagos had 47 suspected cases of cholera with 1 death. Also, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control states that as of July 31st, 2022, a total of 3,610 cholera cases, including 91 deaths, were reported from 31 states in Nigeria, and that as of September 16th, 2022, 1,087 suspected cholera cases, including 13 deaths, were reported in Nigeria. A sit-down interview with a public health expert on the way forward is next on the agenda as Dr. Akanem narrates the poor living condition of Lagosians and its side effects.
I have managed a number of patients who had cholera. Some had hepatitis A, some had amoebic dysentery, and others had diarrhea. And of course, there are clear symptoms of this condition, like vomiting, stooling, of course, like abdominal pain, and many other symptoms that are characteristics of cholera or amoebic dysentery or hepatitis A. I've practically seen cases where people also have their food stuff, their fruits and other things they sell, edible commodities, fall into gutters, fall into flood water, and they still pick it up and sell it to Lagosians. These are some of the things that are causing the myriads of diseases that we see in Lagos year in, year out. Have you wondered why Lagos is the epicenter of disease infection across the length and breadth of Nigeria? It's because of the poor drainage and the poor disposal of waste. Unfortunately, these are the things that we are experiencing in Lagos. This must stop, and for this to stop, we must improve our sewage disposal, we must improve the disposal of waste materials, and we must limit air pollution as much as possible.
Taking a walk around the surrounding of the health expert's residence, and you can tell the reason behind his passionate call for a cleaner Lagos.
I stay in Lagos, and I can tell you that in my location where I stay in Lagos, waste is not properly disposed. The gutters are very dirty, and there's no conscious effort to ensuring that Lagos is clean. We pay our dues as at when due, but unfortunately, the waste management agencies are not doing their work.
In July 2022, an unprecedented 2-day rainfall claimed the lives of 3 children of the same parents and 4 adults at the Mercy of Christ Apostolic Church in Lagos State. This is one of the many incidents that have transpired in the state, with many living in fear during the rainy season.
On the 8th day of that continuous rainfall, which was on a Sunday, the entire Lagos was flooded, and I have a personal friend who works with a bank who was called to come restore funds in the ATM machine. He went there and he was coming back with the wife, and they got their vehicles got taken over by the heavy flow of water, and they dumped them in the wide drainage around Bagada. And after 3 days, that was when they saw their bodies, and this person I'm talking about happens to be my account manager at the GT Bank as at then. So that's my own experience. There are a lot of experiences in Lagos State that we have experienced, even in other cities as well. Drains, even in other cities outside Lagos State, where flooding has been responsible for, unnecessary loss of life. And that wasn't the only experience. In that particular year, about a total of 21 people died across Lagos State in different communities.
May we not have the kind of flooding we have in other climes, which will lead to the deaths of hundreds of people. There's one that almost 1,000 people died, I think, either in Pakistan or so. First, government will sympathize with the people. This is a natural thing that we cannot prevent. You sympathize through empathy.
The National Emergency Management Agency says flood has claimed the lives of over 300 people in 2022, with the figure on the rise as bad roads and blocked drainages have led to increased flooding. A World Bank publication, Cost of Pollution in Lagos, estimates that illness and premature deaths due to ambient air pollution caused losses of $2.1 billion in 2018, representing 2.1% of the state's GDP. For the government, the environmental challenges residents face is no fault of theirs, but mainly that of the residents. Nigeria's commercial hub and former capital was ranked 171 out of 172 countries in the list of the world's second least livable urban area and worst city in Africa, leaving the city with its economic, political and security challenges to also dwell in a heap of waste. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Many thanks for Folashade Ogrinde. The Attorney General of the Federation, AGF Abubakar Malami, says President Muhammadu Buhari was right to grant a state pardon to Joshua Dariye and Jolly Inyame, former governors of Plateau and Taraba State. Speaking at the 18th edition of the Administration Scorecard Series on Thursday, Malami said it was within the constitutional powers of the President to grant state pardon. He said Buhari only considered the eligibility of those pardoned and not the amount of money embezzled. The defense headquarters said that troops killed 50 terrorists and arrested 62 suspected criminal elements, just as they recovered 55 AK-47 rifles and ammunition in the northern parts of the country. At a media briefing in Abuja, the Directorate of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Damadami, said the terrorists were decimated by troops in the past 3 weeks of military operations. He said the operations were part of an ongoing campaign to contain insecurity in the country. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for the collection of permanent voter cards by 1 week. In a statement released by the Commissioner for Voter Education, Festus Okoye, PVC collection now ends on the 29th of January. He said the extension was approved to provide Nigerians with more time to get their PVCs ahead of the general elections coming up in February. In China, over 900 million people have been infected with the coronavirus as of 11th January. That is 64% of the country's population got the virus, a Peking University study has revealed. Meanwhile, a Chinese epidemiologist predicts COVID-19 will hit rural areas next and peak ahead of the Lunar New Year. He also warned that the peak of China's COVID-19 wave is expected to last 2 to 3 months. President of the Senate, Hamad Lawan, has threatened that grants and waivers to revenue-generating agencies may be seized if they are unable to improve on revenue generation from their agencies. Lawan said this while briefing journalists of the Senate Press Corps in Abuja on Thursday while marking his 64th birthday. Speaking further on the low revenue turnout from revenue-generating agencies, Lawan taxed the agencies on the need to improve on funds instead of relying on the federal government. At least 6 people were reportedly killed on Thursday when a tornado and powerful storm ravaged the southern U.S. state of Alabama. The storms continue east to rake the neighboring state of Georgia, where the National Weather Service maintained tornado warnings in the early evening. In sports, Novak Djokovic has received a warm welcome on his first public return to Australian Open for a practice match with home favourite Nick Kyrgios. The 33-year-old Serb was deported ahead of last year's Australian Open because of a visa issue relating to his refusal to say whether he had been vaccinated for COVID-19. But the 9-time Australian Open champion was allowed to return for this year's tournament beginning on Monday because vaccination requirements have been dropped by the Australian government. And that's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I'm Folashade Ogrinde.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the creative director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste. And I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the waste museum, and we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. It has been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your life will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animals, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents who will have universities, we have hotels, we have rooms, we have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste. Plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk, we want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it again, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized by the grace of God in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waist. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question. Why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions. And then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. I know art is very versatile. Art is very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trial and error. We will fail today, we will bounce up, we will learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste, and it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. if you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it is not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
thanks for joining me on another edition of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. As usual on the program, we celebrate men and women who have passed the startup test, prevailed all limitations to making their dreams a reality, and are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. Today on the program, we'll be talking to two startup owners who are using technology to solve several challenges in the Nigerian society. Let's find out how.
Grey Hub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech related or tech inclined, come around to grow their businesses. My name is Raphael, Issa Raphael, and I'm the CEO and founder of Grace of Technology.
In recent years, Nigeria's rising unemployment rate has become the center of social and economic concern. The situation is so bad that data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that 1 out of every 3 Nigerians is unemployed. Seeing the rate of unemployment, which has led to increased poverty in the country, Issa Raphael decided to establish Grace of Technologies. In 2015, Graysoft started out as a service IT company that provides technology solutions to companies. But later in that year, the company decided to change its strategy after it almost ran out of business. In no time, Graysoft started equipping unemployed individuals in digital skills, helping them gain access to the opportunities available online.
It started as a service industry. It was a service IT company. But then in that same 2015, when there was a change in government, we noticed that the economy experienced a downturn. And what we saw happen was that company began to rapidly downsize. As a matter of fact, we were, one of our famous projects then was a preventive maintenance. That means that we service systems, computer systems for companies. And then before anything happened, so they were on a routine maintenance plan. But then as companies began to downsize, what we saw was that people were no longer willing to do preventive maintenance. They wanted it to be reactive. They're like, oh, wait, let it go bad first. And then we began to run out of business. So we immediately had to change strategy. And so we decided to pursue that one vision, help people access digital opportunity. If we know that the world is a global space and there's no barrier whatsoever, it means that I can be here and work for people in the United States. It means that I can be here and work for people in Canada and in the UK and all of that. So we do not now talk about the availability of jobs as to a given space or time. We don't say that there's job available in Nigeria or not. We are saying, are there jobs available globally? And the answer is yes. And we can't find enough people to do the jobs that are in those places. So we decided to go on a journey to have most people, especially Nigerians and by extension Africa, access these opportunities. Our mission now for Grace of Technologies is now to help people leverage technology for improved livelihood. So we decided to build that company to a brand where we are able to train people to acquire the skills, and also not just train them, but to help them see, recognize, and access, and finally utilize these opportunities to improve their life.
Grace of Technologies is situated in the heart of Kaduna, Nigeria's center of learning, Raphael says he made the decision to establish his company in the North Central state to help close the digital skills gap, which sadly is a luxury to a large section of its population.
I believe that the North is underserved. And you see that, as a matter of fact, for all the foreign direct investments that comes from Europe or from the West into Africa, as it were, Nigeria swallows 70% of it, right? And of the 70% that Nigeria takes, Lagos, the south, takes about 80–90% of that. You understand? And that's because they have structure. They understand what it means to have a properly functioning service industry. They have all of these hubs that we are just recently opening and all of that. So it becomes a very viable point for investors to go to because they've already built that structure. So Kaduna, as well as other northern states, are lacking there. This is why we decided to situate here in the north to ensure that these opportunities do not always miss us. You know, so we're trying to achieve proper structure for MSMEs, trying to see that startups are properly structured, especially those of them that are tech inclined. We're trying to see that we are able to solve our own problems right here in the north using technology. The good thing is that as of now, we have a governor who is, that's a person of His Excellency Governor El-Rufai, Ahmed El-Rufai. He's Nasir El-Rufai. He's someone who is tech inclined. His tech savvy, someone who appreciates technology, and his government has done quite a lot of things that shows that yes, indeed, technology is the way forward. So as more people come into tech in the north, you know that it brings about accountability, it brings about effectiveness, it brings about transparency, and it brings about resourcefulness.
After 5 years of its establishment, Graysoft Technologies would later go ahead to launch Graysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners. Beyond skill acquisition, startups are often faced with the challenge of renting space. Other necessary expenses, such as electricity and internet bills, are often too much for a new company to bear. As a solution, Graysoft Technologies launched Graysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners.
GrayHub saw a bright light. GrayHub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech related or tech inclined, come around to grow their businesses. You should really understand that when startups are starting, their greatest challenge, one of their greatest challenge, of course, will be to rent a facility. They don't even have money. They're just starting, right? And they can't recruit the proper team that they need at that level. They can't afford to pay salaries. When you come to they can't buy 24-hour electricity, neither can they buy 24-hour internet service. So when you come to this place for a very small token, right, you have access to GrayHub, which is the co-working space. I think our smallest package is about 15,000. So you can have access to 24-hour electricity, 24-hour light. You can have meetings with your clients in this place. You can have access to our business incubation and acceleration programs. You can have access to our business mentors. You have access to informal teams, and that means that the next person sitting by your side is just able to answer the next question that you're looking for someone to do for you. You want to design a logo, or you want to do some digital marketing, the person on your side could do it for less than you could have paid someone. That's GrayHub.
Poised to be a one-stop shop for everything digital technology, the company has other sections. The Gray Tech section that services technology needs of companies, Gray Create that helps creatives leverage on technology to produce content, and then Gray Funds that assist entrepreneurs improve their income.
Now, Gray Tech is all that surrounds the whole idea of technology. We have an internal team where we build applications, we serve other clients, and build solutions to various problems that people can afford to pay for and use to solve their challenges. That's everything that has to do with Gray Tech. All right, Gray Create is everything that services the creative industry. And that's from local content or cultural creations to filmmaking, to music, as it were. And it will amaze you that we see things differently here. Music here is not just seen as an entertainment like it is seen. in most places. At Great Create, we see music as a therapeutic tool. And we see that even dance, as it were, things that people can use to exercise themselves instead of just for entertainment, that music also is also seen as a tool that is used to calm the mind sometimes. So we try to engage these things from this point of view. And of course, Grey Fund, like you said, finally, is a sort of trading, forex trading we're trying to put together, but to mainly serve the grey soft community. As for people who are subscribed to us, we try to put a funding, a sort of a fund for them where they can get professionals trade for them to help them improve their income. And this is also so that they might not necessarily even look forward to paying next month's subscription, depending on what they've invested. Depending on the profit that they make from the Grey Fund, these profits can cover for their next subscriptions, and then they also make something in return. This is just seeing that the community is able to serve them and to give back to them.
Raphael says even though funding was an initial challenge for the organization, Greysoft has been able to overcome this challenge through its focus on empowering people.
Our major challenge so far, since we started in 2015, of course, was funding, and that's why we stopped at a point, and the various government instability as per policies that came on, the taxing policies and all of that put together. But of course, as it is now, with the hub coming through, and as our vision begins to come clearer and centers more around people, we have decided to concentrate and focus solely on empowering people. And since that's our main target, you see a lot of people coming around to learn stuff here for free. Of course, there are some premium courses, but then you see a lot of people coming here to learn stuff for free. And because of the things that they are able to learn, they also want to give back to also stay and train more people. And of course, that now reduces the number of people that you want to pay for, because they have learned for free, and they're also willing to train other people also for free. So funding, as it were, is no longer a problem for us, because we have a culture where money as it is not what drives us here. We seek after creating value.
The advent of the global coronavirus pandemic has drawn focus to the importance of supporting entrepreneurs with technology. This has helped Greysoft contribute to its success story. Among other things, the company is now a certified Certiport authorized testing center, licensed to give certifications for digital skills worldwide.
As a matter of fact, Greysoft is a certified Certiport authorized testing center. So we are licensed to give professional certifications for courses, Microsoft related courses, IBM, Adobe courses, and all of these professional standard courses. Very much recently, I'd even tell you that we, on our launch, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Kuka Center, where Bishop Matthew Kuka himself was here. And that is the whole essence of that MOU is to sponsor an award series for young Africans. I'm talking continentally, young Africans who are doing exploits in the ICT industry, so that we can use that to encourage young people abroad, to come back to Africa, come back from diaspora, come back to Africa and strengthen their own countries.
For Raphael, the big plan is to make a global impact by empowering entrepreneurs across the country that would empower others to build businesses across Nigeria and Africa at large, with the belief that the domino effect can generate revenue for Nigeria's economy and drive down its unemployment index.
Well, just like Raphael said, the world is now a digital space that we have no choice but to adjust to the new normal. And Wabi Nigeria in Lagos couldn't agree more. They are helping local retailers adapt to the new normal by bringing them on board in the digital space.
Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola. Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. My name is Omolara Adagbodo, and I'm the country manager at Wabi Nigeria.
Nigeria's informal retail market is currently worth over $100 billion and continues to grow by the day, significantly contributing to the nation's economy. But this promising sector is plagued with the challenges of poor logistics, as retailers and traditional stores who dominate the market have issues getting goods from the distributors and wholesalers. They would have to go through the stress of visiting the market, search for products to buy, and even transport them to their stores. This process is usually time, energy, and resources consuming. Seeing this challenge, Wabi decided to open a country office in Nigeria to digitize the existing traditional trade channels and allow wholesalers and distributors in the FMCG space sell their product directly to the traditional stores online.
In Nigeria, we have two parts of the business that we will be working very hard to grow: Wabi 2B and Wabi 2U. Today, Wabi 2B is live. And Wabi 2B is that section of the business that helps these retail outlets order products from wholesalers that are around them. So imagine someone who's used to going into the open market to ask for prices on products, moving from one shop to the other, getting to a point where they can order all the products they need on one platform in the comfort of their shops. We see that the traditional trade channels are being left behind in the digital mode. So what is happening, and what we see going on, is that digital commerce, e-commerce as it were, is building giants even in the space of selling groceries and daily needs. So it is important to make sure our traditional trade channels are able to play in the digital world to be prepared for a great digital move as we have seen is going on. Now they see the need to go online. Now they have incentives to make them want to buy online, because they see that, why do I need to stress to go to the market, right? Somebody is going to give me the products I need at the best prices, and I can get everything I need in one place. So it becomes easier for them to transact.
Wabi 2B is a digital platform where wholesalers can sell directly to retailers. On the platform, retailers can compare their prices, which gives them the opportunity to buy at the best price, and as a result, they make increments in sales.
Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. So it's easy to know which products people are selling from which products people are buying, basically. So our retail outlets, when our field sales guys would go out to them, they would be the ones to say, we want this particular product, or we want this particular brand. why don't you have this particular brand? Then we source for those products. Because when we first launched, we launched with Coca-Cola products, and then we started going out to other companies to bring their products on board. And like you said, there's over 5,000 SKUs in Nigeria today. How to narrow it down is to know what our customers are purchasing. And to know what the end consumers will purchase is from what the retail outlets are asking for. So we take their feedback and we'll continue growing. And this is how we maintain good pricing as well. Because sometimes, you know, a wholesaler will say, I'm selling this product at this particular price, and the retail outlet will tell you that, no, I bought it 2 days ago in the market at this price. So we can challenge the wholesalers with those and make sure we keeping the best prices on the platform.
The startup is a brainchild of Coca-Cola Company, which is an international beverage distributor. Country manager of Wabi Nigeria, Lara Adagundo, says, although Coca-Cola's reputation eased Wabi's transition into Nigeria's FMCG sector, getting the company started is not a walk in the park. Getting customers on the platform was one of the early challenges the startup had to tackle.
We do have leverage, to be honest, in the sense that Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola, but it hasn't really stopped the challenges and the issues we'd face around getting people to want to actually do business online. Imagine a sales rep goes into a shop of Mommy Titi to say, oh, I want to put you online, you can now buy and sell online. They're suspicious immediately, right? Like, you want to defraud me, get out of my shop. And our guys did get that a lot in the beginning. And after that, we also had issues, you know, with retail outlets, wholesalers, not even wanting to go online at all because they believe that transacting online meant they were using their data, and they were very, very guided about their data. Greatest challenge we've had has been around logistics, and logistics is a challenge not only for e-commerce businesses but also for FMCG businesses in Nigeria. So this is a daily challenge that we work with, and we keep finding creative ways to solve.
Wabi's mode of operation is simple. To get the local retailers on the platform, sales representatives, who are referred to as Wabi hunters, go into communities, interact with local store owners on the convenience they enjoy when they register on the platform and place their orders.
So we have retail sales reps, as I mentioned earlier. They go directly to the shops. We have a specific number of sales reps who are assigned to certain areas, and they go directly to those shops and try to bring them on board. So they convince them with offers, deals, show them the platform, and then get them to register whilst they are there. For that crop of customers, we found that the best way to reach them is through one-to-one communication. So we have invested a lot in having field sales reps all across Lagos, speaking to them, bringing them on board. Once they bring them on board, the engagement starts, right? Then the retailers are able to place orders, and the retail sales reps, you know, continue to speak to them, getting what they need, getting feedback for the company, and then sending this through to us.
Since its launch in April 2021, the company has garnered over 10,000 retailers on the platform, with over 100 field sales representatives constantly engaging customers and gathering feedback. The company is set to launch Wabi to You, a platform that allows the local retailers they service sell to final consumers online.
Coronavirus time and the economy at hand currently. It's very tough for businesses like us because we play in the FMCG game, and if you're familiar with the FMCG game, you will know that it's just a game of numbers. You know, we just keep chasing targets, and little profits, you know, at the end of, you know, the whole quarter. But since Chimeze introduced Wabi to us, I remember, I think we started in June. I was very reluctant. I'm like, this thing sounds stressful. That's, you know, because for example, I would paint an instance to you. We buy from Promacedo, we buy from Nestle, we buy from Caraway, we buy from GB Foods. we have stipulated targets to meet at the end of every quarter. We forget the reason why we're in business, which is to make profit. Wabi has actually changed the experience for us because, for instance, if I buy my cowbell or my pig milk, I'm selling to the customer buying from me at cost price. You know, I'm sure you'll be wondering how we're making profit, right? But since we joined Wabi, we've been selling profitably, to be honest. I think in June, we recorded about 26,000, thereabouts, very small. In July, it was going, like she said, incremental sales. It was going up. Last month, we did 7 million naira sales. It sounds small still, right? But the profit on the 7 million is more than the businesses I've been doing with all my suppliers in the past. I don't need to say too much. Wabi is just the way to go. Wabi is the future. For instance, I sit at the convenience of my office, comfort of my office. The app pops up. Okay, I have 4 orders from Shomolu. I have 4 orders from Ikeja. I have from, So they keep opening up more spaces for me in Lagos to make sales. So that has been very, very wonderful. Right now, the sales is very overwhelming. As I'm speaking to you now, we are looking for more vans to be able to accommodate the order. It's not easy, to be honest, but they have created this niche for us wholesalers to be able to reach out to retailers that would originally or naturally not reach out to.
According to the International Labour Organization, the retail sector employs at least 142 million people in developing countries. Given the importance of the retail industry, services that startup like Wabi Nigeria offers is exactly what the economy needs to achieve economic viability.
That's all we have for you on this edition. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for watching.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. There is heavy presence of security personnel at the Osun State High Court as the state's governorship election petition tribunal resumes sitting on Friday for the adoption of final written addresses. The All Progressives Congress, APC, and Boyega Oyetola are challenging the victory of Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the July 16 governorship election. On Thursday, the Director of Media and Information of the Osun APC, Kola Olabisi, raised an alarm of an alleged plan to unleash violence when the sitting resumes on Friday. President Muhammadu Buhari has renewed calls to foreign government representatives not to meddle in Nigeria's internal affairs ahead of the 2023 general elections. The president made this known when he received letters of credence from the ambassadors of Switzerland, Sweden, the Republic of Ireland, the Kingdom of Thailand, the Republic of Senegal, and the Republic of South Sudan at the State House. President Buhari explained that Nigeria is working closely with the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to deal with insecurity in the region and also implement strategies to contain the spate of unconstitutional changes in government in the sub-region. The Labour Party flag bearer Peter Obi, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Mahmoud Yakubu, and the new Nigeria People's Party flag bearer Rabiu Kwankwaso have been scheduled as guests at the Chatham House research event. Peter Obi is billed to speak on his vision for policy and governance reforms in Nigeria, including the priorities for tackling deep-rooted insecurity and corruption, as well as measures to promote social and political mobility for Nigerian citizens. Last month, the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, addressed the British Royal Institute on matters relating to the 2023 general elections. Private services offering Chinese travelers access to mRNA vaccines are attracting droves of mainlanders to Hong Kong and Macau seeking a booster shot that their government has refused to approve. Throughout the pandemic, the Chinese government has allowed only domestically produced vaccines for its citizens, refusing to approve foreign-made jabs. In business, the Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service has said that between January to December 2022, the command collected revenue worth 1 trillion naira. Addressing journalists at the command in Apapa, Lagos on Thursday, the Customs Area Comptroller Malanta Yusuf said that the figure was 16% higher when compared to 870 billion naira collected by the command in the previous year. He also said that 28.2 billion naira commodities were exported through the command within the period under review. Ghana's government and trade unions have agreed to increase all public servant salaries by 30% for 2023 as the country struggles to reduce debt and tackle rampant inflation. Trade unions representing public service employees started negotiating salary rises with the government in November, a few months after that's pushed the government to seek help from the International Monetary Fund. The local cedi suffered a significant decline in value against the US dollar last year as government spending cuts and interest rate increases by the central bank failed to control inflation, which reached a new high of 54% last month. In sports, Saudi Arabian club Al Hilal are ready to rival Cristiano Ronaldo's Al Nassr by offering Lionel Messi a mouth-watering deal of up to $350 million a year. Messi's PSG contract expires at the end of the present season on June 30, but the Saudi giants are willing to pay his transfer fee to have him now to fight their rivals Al Nassr in the Saudi League and to play for them in the Club World Cup scheduled for February. And that's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching.
Thanks for joining us on News Now.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be
one bedroom
Illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians will steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room sitters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly, and in a matter of minutes, he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, that's a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghana man. The Ghana man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghana man. So then, now those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to sell, to meet customers or something like sell in direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule. So they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen. So we have no choice and there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, we used to take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. No, actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. But there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We form, we join their group, Nagacon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle, with a struggle for our needs. Anyhow do, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash, some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I will see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things know the balance. And then you know they gain assist to support the work. Everything I'm money now. So if you know gain a way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know they're easy for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money. Because to get a place to stay, it's money. But how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for 2 major reasons. They work fast and they charge less. These 2 factors, he says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you are trying to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then the market, that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, then they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from there to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we have selling to the other. So that is why they not do it. But for now, it is old. For now, they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abalikoro, some day at Tony Down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifty Bukari, key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong. It appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any further. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business. So far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you have been identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts, but these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Àmọ́ gbébòrùn kò jẹ́ ká jẹun, abásíkì kò jẹ́ ká rí ibi jáde. Tá olóyún wọ́n máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀, a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì, wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù, a rí ibi jẹ. Àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí, a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni, a rí ibi jáde, ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa níbù, a rí ibi lọ síbì kankan, a dẹ̀ rí iṣẹ́ kankan, ọ̀sà là ń ṣe, iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe. Ṣé ti yẹn sì ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kó dẹ̀ wá bá a la ibi kán wá pa àkógbèmù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekwe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí yóò yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn, ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ a bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. A dẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láàyè ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò jẹ́ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbílì kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ń ṣe àdè máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti gbà mí báyìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lò 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbà yìí tá a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tá a bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tá a bá dẹ̀ ti pé nǹkan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣògbọ́n dẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀tún máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa ń pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ wọn so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bí ìbáyìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bí ìbáyìí school tó wà ń bí ìbáyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí ìbáyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí ìbáyìí kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbòòrò kò sí ní bí ìbáyìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí ìbáyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
Hello there. Thanks for joining me again for another edition of your Sorrow Sports Business Show. Sport Exchange. Judy Olano is my name, and it's great to be back. Happy New Year to you. May this year offer us the best that we can ever imagine. Welcome to my world, and let me take you through the world of exciting sports business. On today's show, we have some news that are making around as far as business is concerned. And also, we'll be talking about the effect of the big man. Yes, one of the world's talented players, football players, will be talking about the move and the effect it's making on their digital platforms. Yeah, you need to know about that. And an expert will be joining me to break this down on how this man is making all the numbers, is raking all the numbers. I want to believe so. Okay, that's it. Let's just go on a break, and when I return, I'll serve you the news. Then from there, we will hit our dugout segment where my guest is standing by.
Fantastically finished.
Welcome once again to the business side of sports, and straight to the news. Liverpool have signed Netherlands forward Cody Gakpo from PSV Eindhoven. The 23-year-old had been impressive at the World Cup in Qatar, scoring 3 goals as he helped the Netherlands reach the quarterfinals. The fee for the winger is reported to be between 40 million to 50 million euros. PSV confirmed the news of the move, saying it is a record transfer for them. And we're moving on. U.S. businessman John Textor says the completed takeover of French top-flight outfit Olympique Lyonnais will be a milestone in European soccer as the multi-club group run by his Eagle Football Holdings grows further. The Face Bank founder had been in discussions to buy a significant stake in the League One club for several months, with the acquisition undergoing several delays until a final deadline was set in early December. Lyon have now confirmed that Eagle Football has acquired 77.49% of the shares in the French outfit, with the company committing to increasing the team's capital by 86 million euros. The deal, alongside the capital increase commitment, values the club's equity and debt at about 884 million euros. Eagle Football plans to make a tender offer for the remaining shares and bonds it currently does not own, while the club's longtime president, Jean-Michel Hula, is to join Eagle Football as an independent director. And now to golf now. PGA Tour rebounded after the COVID-19 pandemic to post 1.5 billion pounds in revenue during its 2021 financial year. The US-based golf circuit's latest tax filing revealed. The financial update showed the PGA Tour's revenue grew by 37% year-on-year, up from $1.16 billion in 2022. The tax filing also revealed that PGA Tour Commissioner Jay Monahan's total pay fell slightly to $13.9 million from $14.2 million in 2022. In addition, as first reported by the Wall Street Journal, it was revealed for the first time that the non-profit organization's top executive is required to use first-class or charter flights for all travel due to security, privacy, and other concerns. And finally on the news, Cristiano Ronaldo has signed a 2-year deal with Saudi Arabian side Al Nassr. The forward was a free agent after his contract at Manchester United was mutually terminated. Ronaldo revealed in November that he turned down a £305 million Saudi Arabia move in the summer. The 37-year-old left Manchester United following an explosive television interview in which the forward said he felt betrayed by the Old Trafford club and did not respect their Dutch manager Erik ten Hag. Meanwhile, there are unconfirmed reports that Cristiano Ronaldo has a clause in his Al Nassr contract that means he could move to Newcastle if they qualify for the Champions League. Wow, that's it. For the news, everyone still want to play in the Champions League, the lucrative UEFA Champions League. Anyway, that's it for Cristiano Ronaldo, and he is the talking point on our dugout segment anyway. So let's just go on a break, and when we return, my guest joins me, and we will be looking at the Ronaldo effects on Al Nassr's social media platforms.
Fantastically finished.
Welcome back, and it's still Sport Exchange, your #1 sports show, sport business show, that is. Okay, and before I bring on my guests, maybe I should throw this question. It might be rhetorical anyway, but that's it. If you were to advertise your products, which of the platforms would you use, or which of the platform, or maybe an event or something, but let's just say platform. Which of the platform would you use? Would you use, for example, an event like Super Bowl, or you will use the social media platform of a player like Cristiano Ronaldo? That's the question. Maybe I should throw that question to my guests. If you want to advertise a product, are you going to use a big event, a massive event like the Super Bowl, or you want to use a super duper athletes like Cristiano Ronaldo? Anyway, let me welcome to the show my guest all the way from Germany. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Result Sports. Mario Leo joins me again. Mario, Happy New Year. It's good to see your face again.
Happy New Year, Gita. I'm very, very honored and pleased to be back, and wish all the watchers and viewers a Happy New Year. May it be blessed with lots of success, plenty of joy, and always in best health.
Mario, I threw that question. Maybe it's not really rhetorical. Maybe you might have an answer. If you had to advertise for products, which one would you choose? Which one would you rather choose to advertise? If you have two platforms and the platforms presented to you are one, a Super Bowl, two, maybe an Instagram account of Cristiano Ronaldo, which one would you choose? I'm just asking you.
I would probably use the Instagram account of Cristiano Ronaldo because my post is going to be in his profile much longer than just a 20 seconds video perspective on the Super Bowl break, which is around many others advertisements, and the value for it is probably equal because Cristiano Ronaldo is also a businessman besides being a footballer, so he earns from the advertisement on his social media profiles.
Fantastic. That's just a free insight you just gave to our viewers. I want to believe they know where to put their money next. But so let's move that. That sets the ball rolling for our discussion on the move by Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo moving from, he terminated his contract with Manchester United, and now he's moving to Saudi Arabia with Al Nassr. I remember how it was, the effect he had when he moved from Real Madrid to Juventus then too. And he went back to Manchester United. The effect also showed. And now to this. Let's talk about the fact that we'll break it down. 48 hours after the announcement for Cristiano Ronaldo. And maybe for the club, let's start with the club, because the club was relatively unknown. I've never heard about that club. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but as soon as the announcement was made, the club went global. the post went viral, and they started recording. You know, it might be astronomical numbers of followers on their social media platform, which your organization also pointed out with what you came out with. Can you break down what you think was going on 48 hours after Al Nassr made that announcement?
Yeah, Gita, I'm very happy to break that down for the viewers, because see, this is the social media. Everything happens pretty much live. Everything happens pretty much on the spot. And in this side, obviously, there is a little bit of a black and white as well, because Cristiano Ronaldo made an interview in 2015 that he didn't want to end his career in Qatar or in the US or in some smaller league. And obviously, I believe that the transfer now to Al Nassr is also a bigger picture. There's a bigger view we need to look at, because the region is now extremely proud. Obviously, Qatar has hosted a fantastic World Cup. The World Cup obviously been the key to everything. The region now knows how impactful on a global level football has become. And obviously Saudi Arabia, with their purchase of Newcastle United with the state fund, obviously understands that the local league, the Russian Saudi Pro League, is not well known. And the clubs, as you pointed out, Gita, are also not well known. And when the discussion or the rumors started to happen in the UK, in Central Europe, obviously everybody was looking, who is that club first of all? And there is a lot of intriguing or interest in the club. That's why the social media profiles, they grow instantly. People check, is there an official profile on their preferred platform, either that be Instagram, either that be Facebook, either that be Twitter, or even TikTok, which is Al Nassr also quite active. And the profiles just jumped right away. And just to go and share the viewers some real numbers. So within the first 48 hours of the announcement, the Instagram profile of Al Nassr grew by more than 6 million followers. Al Nassr started their year, or the Christmas period, the festive season, with 1 million followers in the beginning. And on December 31st, when the announcement came in, it immediately jumped up to 5 million. And obviously now we are, as you mentioned earlier in the news, that Cristiano Ronaldo is ready for the public presentation. More than 100,000 people are waiting outside the stadium, unable to get a ticket to be joining the presentation of Cristiano Ronaldo. So there's a huge hype.
Of course, you could see the numbers there once again. I wish we can look at the numbers once again through the graphics, and if only we can just exactly there.
Yeah, this one I can spend a second on as well. So these are the profile impact on Cristiano Ronaldo's profile. So not only Al Nassr is benefiting from the growth,
it's a mutual. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're breaking it down. Continue. I'm listening to you. Of course, we've seen that Al Nassr gained.
Cristiano Ronaldo gained alone on his profiles more than 6 million followers, because he obviously was a little bit hesitant by the audience in the Arab country, in the Asian countries, because of his statements he made in 2015. And now he sort of overturned his previous statements and signing a contract with Al Nassr, which is very impactful, and people join now to him. So it's just like you open a business and people are exploring your business. So it's opening a new market for Cristiano Ronaldo. That's why his follower base, even though being already more than 700 million around the world on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter combined, he still gains a lot of followers on his communities.
So maybe if I ask you, what do you think? Because already Cristiano Ronaldo is already exploring his own social media handles. Of course, you have to pay so much for a sponsored post on Cristiano's maybe Twitter, Instagram handle. How do you think Al Nassr can take, of course, make profit out of this new found fame of theirs?
Obviously, Cristiano, as I mentioned, Cristiano Ronaldo is a business person. Yeah, he owns fashion lines, he owns hotels, he owns many areas into that. And obviously, the Arab country or the Arab region is a very, very diverse region with a lot of migrant workers who are very proud that Cristiano Ronaldo plays now in front of their doorstep in their stadiums. But also, obviously, there is a very rich market as well, who's obviously very attracted to possibly buying Ronaldo products. So he's prepared, and being bigger of that, obviously, for Al Nassr, it means within 1 week that the club is known around the world, within 1 week. The next step is obviously to make for the league, for the Russian Pro League, the Saudi Pro League, the impact to get the league better known, and also the other teams of the league, because obviously pretty much a lot of people know Al Hilal, which is obviously a series champion. Al Nassr is sort of the competitor for it, so it makes the league more attractive, more known. And we all heard the rumors and the updates out of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation that they strive to host the World Cup in 2030 or in 2034. And Cristiano Ronaldo's presence in the league will play a significant role in that application to host the World Cup in the Arab region again, as Saudi Arabia, the host country, will be a very big one.
All right. Okay, that's part of, maybe we need to background this very well in terms of the effect of Cristiano Ronaldo. According to your organization, you also released just of recent the latest top 10 global football players on social media. I think we have that, the graphics where, of course, the usual suspect is the man we are discussing, Cristiano Ronaldo, topping all of them. We have 6 of them, and of course, we have the top 10. That's it on your screen. And Cristiano Ronaldo topping and standing tall. And when you look at what is happening, I don't want to get myself into this discussion, but it's so clear that he's topping Lionel Messi, the man who is rated as the best of them all right now. Mario.
Yes, and Lionel Messi obviously was a big competitor because Lionel Messi fulfilled his dream. He won the World Cup. So we released this message this morning, or this update this morning, to show now combines 526 million. So that's a huge jump as the new world champion. And Cristiano Ronaldo now bounces back and you can see that on Al Nassr tweets this morning. It was so amazing to see that Al Nassr kind of putting into exactly what I was thinking yesterday, because the tweet stated literally, Cristiano Ronaldo has conquered the European continent, and now he's conquering the Asian continent. And that statement is just fascinating, because Al Nassr knows exactly what their task is as the club, because obviously using the player as the ambassador of the club, but also for the league and also for the federation, is a huge bonus. And the club knows that he fulfills the ambition and the desire of the fans, because Cristiano Ronaldo posted only once on his Instagram profile that he is now a player of Al Nassr, and that's it. He will make maybe 1 or 2 more posts in the coming days and weeks, where he celebrates his arrival in a filled stadium, and then he celebrates his first game for Al Nassr. But that's pretty much it from a communication perspective on social media. While Al Nassr fulfills the desire and the expectation from the fans around the world, who are idolizing Cristiano Ronaldo. And they want to see when Cristiano Ronaldo goes into the dressing room, when Cristiano Ronaldo has the medical test, when Cristiano Ronaldo meets his team colleagues, when Cristiano Ronaldo touches the ball for the first time, wears the Al Nassr shirt for the first time. All these things, it's like psychology, but these desires and these expectations are met by the club. And that's why the club making such big statements that he's now conquering Asia is something really, really good to see from a long-term experience of social media, which my organization and myself have. But it's going to be really, really beneficial. And here you see on this visual you see the impact for the club on the 4 major platforms. So starting on the top left is Instagram. You see the 1 million fairly equal line until sort of the first rumors took place on December 29th. Then it was growing to December 30th because Western media around the world were talking that he's close to signing to Al Nassr. And then on the 31st, the announcement day is just like a jump, yeah, from 2 million to 5 million. And now everybody's just eager to wait his arrival. On the right-hand side, the top right-hand side, you see the Facebook evolution. So it also climbed from like 300K or 200K in the beginning, during the festive season, during Christmas, and then a huge jump to over 1 million and now 1.5 million this morning. On the bottom left, you see TikTok. It's growing from 80K now to more than, or to 3 million. And on Twitter, you see sort of the constant rise of the combined platforms because Al Nassr offers 2 platforms, one in Arabic and one in English.
Wow. Finally, before I let you go, Mario, I am from the statistics here your company released this morning. We can see that one of a World Cup finalist and a young guy who is just coming up too. That is Mbappe. Mbappe also jumped into top 5 in the world. That is massive for him. Gradually, he's also cutting his own a niche of his own career, because for him to have made it to top 5, that shows that there's still more to come. And also, we have 4 out of the top 6 players in the world, social media-wise. 4 out of the top 6 play in PSG. That is massive for PSG, just like what Lionel Messi did for them when he joined PSG.
Yes, very true, Gita. Very true. So it's very smart from PSG to buy the players with a high social media following, because these players post about the club. These players post about the venues, the stadiums they played. So it's a huge benefit for the club, but also for the league. The Ligue 1, when Lionel Messi came, or just before, I step back, before when they signed Neymar Jr. as an attraction to the league, the Ligue 1 was able to sign TV contracts around the world, being visible in different markets. And obviously that has multiplied with the arrival of Lionel Messi. And the Ligue 1 is now one of the top 5 leagues in the world from a viewership perspective, because all the children and all the football-loving audience want to see Neymar, Mbappe, and Lionel Messi. The advantage Kylian Mbappe has is obviously that he's very young, as you pointed out, Peter, and he can go into those. Is 34, 35, so there is a huge effect to all those players, but the gap is still quite high. I mean, we're talking about 400 million people. So that's why if for example, Kylian Mbappe would have transitioned to Real Madrid, he would have benefited more than staying at PSG. But PSG, again, as I mentioned, it's very smart because they use the players, they use obviously their players' reach and social media community to get their brands and products out there as well. Because if the players wear the jumpers, if the player wear the J-shirt, is being shown really around the world. And that's very, very beneficial for all the aspects of social media and for the club's merchandising and licensing agreements.
Wow, what a way to start here, and what a way to start this show. Thank you very much for being my first guest on the year, Mario Leo, the Chief Executive Officer of Resort Sports, all the way from Germany. Thanks for joining me. I want to wish you all the best, and I hope that we can do this often in the new year, and we'll keep breaking, those stats and those social media statistics. We keep breaking it down, and we hope that Nigeria will soon benefit from this too.
Thank you so much, Sheed. It's been always a pleasure to come onto your show. I wish you all the best for 2023, and look forward to be back on the show very soon.
Thank you very much. Always, anytime I call you, you're always answering. Thank you, and all the best. Yeah, that's it for the segments. The Ronaldo effect on Al Nassr social media, huge. That's it. It's huge, and it will definitely transform to also it will transform to return on investment, no doubt, because the world has gone digital, and through digital we can quickly go global. Anyway, that's it for this edition of the show, the first edition of the year. Thanks to everyone who's been part of this edition, and also to those who have followed us right from the first day on this show. And this is what to expect and more in this year. Thank you once again, and see you in the next edition.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there is no more space, and you want to eat yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have some like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. So I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in the camp. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into a deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Bademasi. As at September last year, Nigeria's total debt profile was put at 44 trillion naira, raising concerns among many that the debt may not be sustainable, something, of course, the federal government strongly says is not true. Well, the government is planning to even borrow more to fund the country's 2023 budget, and that will certainly drive up the debt profile to new levels. The aggregate expenditure of the budget, of course, is 21.83 trillion naira. So the government intends to finance the deficit mainly by new borrowings, which represents 4.78% of the estimated gross domestic product GDP, which is above the 3% threshold set by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007. Joining us now to help us make better sense of the budget and all the figures that we've mentioned is Professor Kenny Fair, who is an economist. He joins us from Abuja. Prof, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program. Help us make sense of this budget, the size of it. What do you make of it?
Well, if you're looking at size, Nigeria's budget, government budget, is quite small compared to the size of the country and the economy, because the revenue is only about just around 10 trillion, which is 5% of the GDP, and that's too small. I would, if you compare it to like South Africa, that is more than 3 times the size of our own budget, and then is only 1/4 of our population. So I think the size of the budget is driven by the level of government revenue. If you were to go for 50 trillion, 60 trillion, then it would be commensurate to compared to other countries. It is very small.
It's quite surprising that you say it's very small. No doubt at all that it's very small. But even with the size, that small size, we're still struggling to fund it.
Yeah, what you are struggling with is to raise the revenue. The revenue is just about 7% of the GDP, government revenue, and it should be the average in Africa is 18%. South Africa is 22%. So we are powering, 1/3 of our capacity. That is the driver. So assuming that we are doing 3 times, which will bring us to about 20% or say 19%. Then you will have seen the size of the budget goes up to about 50 trillion or 45 trillion. So that's the main constraint. The size of the revenue is so small, and we can get more than 3 times of that revenue. Just look at the waste. Look at the holes that we have to plug. Look at how much of it, 16 trillion, that is given in as incentives and waivers of all sorts to even 5 biggest companies. So there's a lot that we could do to raise more revenue. And that's only leakage.
Okay, let's talk about the issue of this borrowing now. I mean, clearly the minister made it known that we're going to borrow. Projected revenue is just around 10-point-something billion. So we're looking at close to 11 to raise close to 11 trillion now to fund this budget. And the minister has said, look, that money will come from borrowing, that we're going to borrow, and substantial amount of that will be domestic borrowing. And the question is, what implication will that have for the Nigerian economy if since the government plans to borrow massively from the domestic market?
Well, the thing is that I think we're having some challenges on borrowing from the going to go to 24 trillion. We're still thinking about 40-year bond swap. So we're going to have to go for a bond and then at 9% to try and see if we can deal with that and put it out of the way. But yes, the additional borrowing of over 10 trillion, well, will have to come. They prefer to now go for domestic market, but domestic market is much more expensive. Because I know that the treasury bill is going at about 14% or more, 14 to 15%. So it's expensive, but it's a short-term borrowing, which is just 1 year or so. But that's the option that the government is exercising at the moment.
And what implication would this have for, what we'll spend on debt service? Because you look at what is budgeted for debt service alone, it's far higher than what is, budgeted for capital project, so to speak?
Yeah, it's going to be far more difficult times because at the moment, our debt service is 6.6 trillion. So by the time you borrow additional, those additional expected borrowing, because the deficit is about 10.7 trillion. So by the time you borrow that, now add the interest on it and the capital repayment, you see that that figure will be heading up to going to about 9 trillion. So it's going to be a very difficult time because whatever else is there, you could see some of the money that was the revised budget, that's the revised allocation of over 800 trillion. A bulk of it, 86%, 704 trillion went to capital, capital infrastructure, housing and works. So a lot more. In fact, even if you look at the current one for 2023, housing also had the highest, almost 398 trillion. So in together is 1.1 trillion. So you can actually see where the money is going. Because they want to ramp up infrastructure as much as they can, pay off as much as they can before they leave office, which is not a bad idea. But we have a lot of debt to deal with.
And do you think these debts are sustainable?
Well, the issue of sustainability, even if you look at the 77 trillion, which is what it has jumped up to now, is still about 35% of our GDP. You can still argue your way through because World Bank says, well, we can go up to 55%. Best practice says 40%. So they can still argue that we haven't got to even to 40%. But it's the revenue side that is the crux of the matter. The government the Minister of Finance have an aggressive revenue mobilization initiative hoping to push the 7% envelope to 15%. If we get to 15%, which is double, yeah, of course, that can quietly take care of the outgoing, the debt service. But we need to get that money. We need to get it.
From what you have seen, do you think the revenue projections are achievable?
The revenue projections, I'm not very sure, to be honest, because I looked at the figures of as at November last year. We didn't do quite well on the revenue collection, but by December, when the figures return for December, you might see an improvement. But I think we underperformed substantially on the revenue last year, quite unexpectedly. But how it's going to play out this year, I'm not quite sure, because we are still spending, and a lot of that spend, you could see the revised appropriation by the Assembly. They raised the benchmark from $70 to 75, pushing out extra 1.3 trillion, and then you see where the money went. You saw the National Population Commission getting a lot of it. You've seen the National INEC getting some of it, and then you come down to infrastructure and all those health and all that, the defense. So the needs are there, and those needs are what are pushing if we have a better benchmark, if we attain more efficiency in our benchmark, for example, in the production volume, which is 1.69, if we're able to ramp up production to that level, then we will be talking. But I doubt very much if we can hit that, because throughout last year, we were largely under 1 million barrels a day. But I know now we are well over 1 million, 1.2, heading to 1.3. So let us hope that we will escape, overcome that. There was in the past, there were times in the past we did 2.1 million barrels a day, even 2 million. So why is it becoming difficult for us to get to those levels? Your guess is as good as mine.
And because you talked about the benchmarks, of course, crude oil price pegged at $75 per barrel, and you did talk about the production benchmark of 1.69, and inflation. The projection is 17.16, and the projected economic growth 3.75.
I'm not sure.
You think those are not overly optimistic?
I'm not sure inflation. to be honest. I'm not sure about the inflation figure because it's difficult to where we are currently around 22%, and it will still rise. The December result will still rise. So I doubt how we could bring down 5% on inflation in the whole year. I doubt very much, but those are the figures in there. I'm not sure we're going to hit that one.
And what about the projected economic growth of 3.75?
Yeah, economic growth rate is doable because I know we'll probably be finishing at around 3, and then we don't judge that 3.75 until we get to the December next year, this year. So there may be, we normally start at a low rate in January in the first quarter, and then we end up high because of the Christmas spend, a lot of spend, and inflation. I said inflation, GDP is about consumption and production. All these aggregate demand increases and all that stuff. So you're going to see a lot more stuff. Household expenditure will go up. So the last quarter always tend to give us a higher GDP rate. But then as you go through the whole year, it will be lower than what we expect. But we might end up finishing maybe around 3.3, 3.4. That's my thinking.
And let's talk about the what is it called now? Let's talk about the issue of subsidy. The government has said, look, subsidy will be taken out by June. What difference will that make? Because that's a if you were to calculate that on the basis of the current figures now, we're looking at taking out about, okay, let's say 3.36 trillion naira. That's about $6 billion we're talking about here.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and it's indefensible. You see, it's one thing to tell us, all right, we are producing the petrol, we can ignore the revenue from the petrol and then make sure citizens are happy. Okay, that's fine. You can run away with that argument. But you cannot run away with the argument that just because we are producing crude, then we'll go and borrow money to satisfy people's appetite for resources. It's not defensible to go and borrow, to go and give.
Because that's essentially what we're doing now, right?
That is ridiculous, because you shouldn't be doing that. It's enough to say, okay, right, this is our natural resource. We'll get it. We'll just share it out to people. Don't give them extra pain. That's fine. That's fine, even though I don't accept that. But to tell me that, assuming we don't have oil at all, assuming we don't have it, like all other countries, they are now telling me that Ghana will import petrol and then sell it and then go and borrow money to subsidize it. I don't think any country would want to do that. They are importing it. It's just indefensible.
Quite indefensible. All right, well, one last thing, Prof. There's been a lot of back and forth over this issue of ways and means. I mean, the request by the president to the National Assembly seeking the approval to convert these, federal government borrowings now from the central bank to long-term bonds. And of course, it's so far the issue is stalled in the National Assembly. I mean, the lawmakers are demanding more information and all of that. So, and the finance minister, when she was giving the breakdown of the budget, did say if the approval does not come fast, that could cost Nigeria a lot. I mean, looking at about 1.8 to 2 point something trillion. What do you think? What do you think is the best way to deal with this issue now? Should the National Assembly members go ahead to approve it?
Well, the issue of validity, authenticity of the borrowing is a different matter. The issues are, that's a separate issue. Now, the law says that the lending to the government should not be by way of overdraft, or what that means, should not be more than 5% of the previous revenue.
Yes.
And the previous revenue was more in the region of 8 trillion. So we shouldn't really be lending more than 400 billion. But that is history, because the debt has been incurred. Even the ECOWAS macroeconomic convergence criteria recommended 10%, which means we shouldn't actually be lending more than 800. But this lending wasn't done in 1 year. It was done in a few number of years. And the debts that I know or suspect, some of them are legacy debts. Some of them are, some of them have been incurred over a finite period of time. But the issue really now, the decision point is, what are the options? If you don't convert this money into long-term loan, then to begin with, the law also requires that the interest that you are going to pay. In fact, the law actually wants the repayment done within the financial year that you gave it. So all of us are all falling foul of that law. But you have to be base rate, which is 16.5%, plus maybe a premium of another 2%. So you are looking at about 18.5%. That is a lot of interest. So if you are lucky to get a bond that will give you 40-year duration, and then you have it at 9%, that's actually a very good option. Because if you go and say, okay, let's go to treasury bills. Treasury bills are going at about 15% now. So that's again higher. And treasury bills is for 1 year. So how are you going to take treasury bills of 24 trillion? It's a lot. Anyway, so that is actually a better option to give us more fiscal space by going for 40-year term bond, and then at a reasonable rate. And I know that if we go, we have a history of being oversubscribed in these bonds, so we may well be able to attract them, investors that would invest.
Finally, Prof.
But it's a sensible way to go.
Yeah, yes, finally,
that's
Prof.
the way to go.
Okay, you're still saying something. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't think apart from the due diligence that the Assembly may want to have, which they're entitled to have, after all, they have oversight over whatever goes on, even through the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it still allows them to know. They need to know what they want to know about. But in the end of the day, we just have little option left than to just head to that bond and clear that of their balance sheet.
Let me ask you one final. This is a very final question now. From what you are seeing and from where you are sitting, what are the difficulties you think the next government will face when it comes in? Well, it really doesn't matter which government, whether it's the APC, PDP, but how difficult would it be for the next government to really, really get this economy going?
It will be extremely difficult because you are still going to have to deal with the wage increase, the minimum wage increase. You have to do that because the inflation is over 22%, and people can hardly buy anything in the market with 30,000 naira. Go to any market, you can hardly buy anything with 30,000 naira to feed a family for 1 week. You can't. Anyway, so yeah, and all the prices are rising now. What I say, and then of course you've got to have to, whichever decision you take, there are consequences in terms of debt repayment, and that debt repayment is going to continue to rise. Now, what I think is this: we have been, our challenge has been about the type of borrowing, because I keep saying that it's debt finance, and very little asset finance. And the moment you bring asset finance into the picture, then it de-emphasizes the crisis that we are going to have, and then begin to just to be more practical rather than theoretical. You see, Saudi Arabia is many times richer than Nigeria, without a doubt. But they needed $25 billion. They didn't go to borrow them from anybody. They said, look, which is company, which will say Saudi Aramco is the equivalent of NNPC. And then he said, give me the value of valuation. So the valuation came back at 1.5 trillion. He said, okay, move it to the capital market and just sell 5%. And they got the money they wanted. NNPC is touted to be $100 billion in value. So what is wrong? He's saying, okay, let's just take it to the capital market and then do 10%. 10% will rake in $10 billion, or 20% will rake in $20 billion. If you have $20 billion now, Nigeria will take over for the next 2 years, and then many growth will return in many parts of the country, and then the economy will see a different. So that is the way to go. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this, That is the way. And then let me tell you something. The Saudi Aramco from 2019, 2 years after that valuation, 2 years after taking it to the market, the value increased to 2.3 trillion. It's the most capitalized company in the world. So what happens is this. If NNPC goes to the capital market now, everybody will buy share in NNPC. The big oil majors will buy share. The militants will buy share. Those same people who are saying heaven and earth will fall, those unions, they will buy share. Well, two things happen. The capital market brings their transparency, their searchlight on the management. The corporate governance of NNPC will tighten up, and more investors will be involved in NNPC. Bigger boys will come in. That's like LNG. LNG is giving government money. It's because of the quality of the management, the corporate governance, and the competence in there. Now, if you do the same in NNPC, NNPC's value would jump through the roof. If NNPC wants loan of 10 billion from Afrexim, they will give them the money because they believe that they are now so open, so transparent, so accountable, so prudent in the way they use the resources and take important decisions. That's not happening. Other things are happening. That is not the way I see them going. But that's the way it should go to save this country.
All right, Prof. Thank you very much for your insights there. Thank you so very much for your time. We'll take a short break now. I'll be right back. Stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Well, welcome back. Now, it appears this is the season of endorsements. With just 2 weeks or a few weeks, I should say, to the presidential election, the atmosphere has been bombarded with news of political endorsements from individuals who have some level of influence in the country. Just recently, former President Olusegun Obasanjo threw his weight behind the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi. In a letter he wrote, Obasanjo said Obi had an edge over other presidential candidates in terms of knowledge, discipline, vitality, and character. Now, expectedly, the APC, PDP, and of course NNPP have criticized the endorsements, describing Obasanjo, for instance, as a paperweight politician who cannot guarantee votes in his constituency. As if to counter their beliefs, Ijaw national leader and the convener of PANDEF, that's Edwin Clark, now endorsed Peter Obi. Governor of Benue State, of course, and one of the aggrieved PDP G5 governor, Samuel Otom, followed suit, endorsing Obi for president. Now, the question is, are these endorsements truly a determinant as to the outcome of the elections? In fact, could these endorsements sway the election in favor of any of the candidates? Just how important are the endorsements? Joining me now to discuss this and more, I have public affairs analyst Theo Akatuba, who joins us from Lagos. And then we have Dr. Farouk Bibi Farouk, who is a political economist. He joins us from Abuja. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Dr. Bibi Farouk. How important is this endorsement?
Well, one cannot measure the importance easily because like blueprints of other aspects of electioneering, it is coming into our electoral system for the first time. And in the past, we never seem to have such a personality endorsement.
I think maybe we're learning this from America, right?
Yeah, I think so. But in the United States, you find that, yes, principal persons of good character and respect do make endorsements. Colin Powell, for example, could make endorsements and could make an impact. But normally endorsements come from either media who have editorial opinions that people accept and follow, Fox News, NBC, or so on, maybe ideological persuasions. Now, the endorsements we are seeing so far are not going around those American systems. We are not seeing Obasanjo actually endorsing because Obasanjo has a personality that can create votes. He cannot create votes probably in his own household. So about being influential enough to create votes, Obasanjo has rather repudiated those in power much more than got the support or gave support to those in power. So if it even happens that it is happening today, we expect some maybe repudiation. Some people argue that Obasanjo endorses with the intent of being able to control and manipulate the intended candidate, and if he doesn't get his way, he reacts back. But the endorsement of somebody like Edwin Clark is another phenomenon altogether, because he represents a sectional group. He represents a group that does not even accept the constitution, nor accept the system of Nigeria, probably unless it is being ruled by somebody they prefer. So when we see endorsement in Nigeria, the first thing we begin to now see is it about ethnic identity, regional identity, or is it about religion? The three main endorsers now that we have are both from the same faith with the candidate, one of whom is the only one among four that principal ones that are, all the three others are Muslims. So it's really not yet a time to really value and measure endorsement unless we begin to see the results. If these endorsements by next month make an impact and are significant, or if these people do really have followers, which I doubt that they have followers that can impact the elections. So I don't see so much hullabaloo about the endorsements, actually.
Let me come to you, Mr. Katuba. Look, even if these endorsements do not, win the election, I mean, if they do not sway voters, to vote in a particular direction, at least for the optics, is it not something good for the candidates who is getting these endorsements, at least for the optics?
First of all, I like to talk about endorsements and their possible effect. Endorsements are a public statement of an individual or a group of persons in support of a political candidate in an election. Now, you have to look at who is doing the endorsement. You have to also look at the quality of the voters in a particular society.
True.
In our climb, for example, our voters are not yet very enlightened, and they believe in opinion leaders. A lot of the voters follow opinion leaders. So in this climb, endorsement could have a positive effect for the candidates who endorsed. It can also have a negative effect depending on who is endorsing. So in the case of that we have now, where you have an Obasanjo and Edwin Clark and others, the other candidates who have their own share of endorsement, but these other endorsements that have come recently are making news because it is expected that Obasanjo should have endorsed Atiku, because that was the person he endorsed in the last election. If Atiku were not in the contest, then we would have been free enough to endorse. But endorsing Atiku in the last election and rejecting Atiku to endorse Obi in this election makes the endorsement somehow of a liability.
No,
because it shows
now, something I need to correct. I'm not very sure that Obasanjo endorsed Atiku in the last election. Did he? At least not publicly, because we know, for instance, that Obasanjo had, he's on record. You must have read his book.
No, he did.
My Watch. He never wants Atiku to. He's never been a fan of Atiku at all.
Let me explain it. He did publicly by an open activity of forgiveness of Atiku, where you have Oyedepo and Gumi and all of them with Reverend Father Kuka in a television broadcast.
Yes, I know
where
that.
He said he has forgiven him and that he supports his quest for the presidency. What more do you want from an endorsement? That was a very major endorsement for Atiku in 2019. So what I'm saying is that there is a positive and a negative. It has an influence. For example, now, Obasanjo's current endorsement of Peter Obi might have no weight in Southwest because the political forces and dynamics are not in favor of Obasanjo in the Southwest. But it might have effect in the North because Obasanjo is a person that the North seems to have seen as a friend, someone who has good judgment. It can have an effect in some areas, but not in many areas. The same way with Edwin Clark, who you know that he is in contest in Bayelsa State and in the Ijaw land. His endorsement might inure to a few votes, but not so much. Now, that is talking about the individuals. But what I want to say, endorsement has an effect. It can give you votes or can take votes from you.
Let me go to you, Dr. Farouk. You just heard what he said about the effect that the Obasanjo endorsement could have, especially in the north, some areas of the north of the country. I'd want you to speak to that.
I don't think Obasanjo will get 10 votes from the north on his own. Obasanjo's support from the north came from the boys he had in the military who developed significant influence in northern activities. Babangida, Alugusau, Tiwai, Nkrumah, and Co. Those people maintain a cult of followership because of certain things they did and the generosity they did during the times they had opportunities. And they maintain those elements of generosity. So I can tell you that as of today, I would not imagine an emir or first-class ruler in the north that is not somehow friendly to these people. So if these people endorsed somebody, you would see that you'd see some value in it. But they brought Obasanjo and endorsed him. He did not generate any support on his own. And until he left, he did not generate that support for himself. The fact that if he is part of that group and that group accepts his endorsement, it would make a lot of a difference. But if he's endorsing Tolo, I doubt if he'll have any support from those.
And look, for you, were you surprised? Were you surprised when, for instance, Obasanjo said he was endorsing Obi? Because somehow the handwriting had been on the wall for a long time. I mean, the same thing as Chief Edwin Clark with Pandef.
You see, I think what Obasanjo is trying to do is to play into the politics of the new generation of Nigerians. And unfortunately, he cannot do that through his own generation. That is from the children he has brought up or the people close to him that are younger generations. They will actually repudiate him. So he is more or less playing a politics of getting the support that Peter Obi is able to garner because of the circumstances of today where the youth are agitating much more than they were before, than him giving support to Peter Obi. I think Obasanjo is seeking endorsement from a generation of Nigerians that have taken a position and he believes that they can make a lot of impact in the history of this country with that position. That is the younger generation. I was the national youth leader of PDP when he was president. He didn't do much for the youth in particular. He didn't go too much against us, but his politics was never a politics of the development of the next generation. So I think he wants to end his life endorsing a next generation and putting in a record. Obasanjo is a very meticulous person both on earth, and he would want, even after his life, to be recognized, to have done something. Whenever he sees that he has a liability somewhere or a deficiency somewhere, he does try to cover it. And he does it with a lot of hard work and effort. And it covers to a large extent. He was my boss. But I think this endorsement would only give him the necessary support and flavor he seeks for from the generation of people below Peter Obi that are really getting organized and agitated about seeing some specific changes. but it is not an ideological or this thing here. He has not analyzed Peter Obi to the extent of arriving at an ideological position that can convince younger people that Peter Obi would really be a better president. Because to a lot of us, Peter Obi is a bourgeois importer of commodities and exporter of labor. So he has never really given us what he's promising, that is production instead of consumption. He's a maverick of consumption, and he has not explained that up to now, and nobody has come around ideologically to put Peter Obi on an ideological platform that can convince the generation that are agitating for him. The labor people that are with him are now in a contradiction of whether oil subsidy should stay or oil subsidy should go. So those contradictions will come up, and so I do not see the endorsement actually making any meaning from the characters that have come to endorse him.
Let me go over to Theo Akatugba. There's this other endorsement that people are really not talking about, but that some people will say is important. We saw the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, one of the G5 governors now, seemingly endorsing Obi, but, you know, I would say seemingly because that's not a complete endorsement. It's like half of the way endorsement. But just how important, or how important, for instance, will the endorsements of the G5 governors be? What difference do you think, if they should, you know, join the fray now, what difference do you think their endorsements, for instance, will make for any of the candidates?
Well, the endorsement of the G5 will make a lot of impact on Peter Obi and work against Atiku in areas where Atiku hitherto performed well in 2019. When you see Otom's endorsement of Peter Obi should be expected. One, he will not endorse APC candidate. He should endorse a PDP candidate that have moved to Labour. And that is Peter Obi, having publicly said he cannot vote for a Fulani man and that he cannot vote for Atiku. So Otom is lost in the mist. In fact, even if the G5 choose to work for Tinubu, Otom is likely to defer and differ with them. So you see, he has come out ahead of time to make a public declaration that the G5 better work with Obi or he sticks with Obi, because there's no other way for him for any political relevance. So his case is a very difficult one, and he's already made himself clear. Oyo State Governor is also in the limbo. He's likely to work with Tinubu instead of going with Obi, because right in Oyo State, Obi is likely to make so much impact, and he doesn't want to have political irrelevance for his support. So you see, the G5 people have already splitted already along the lines of the difficulties and challenges that are obvious to them.
But what difference? What difference do you think that their endorsements will make? Because the question is, you think they will be able to sway the voters in their states to vote in a particular direction?
Yes, they have a level of influence, but not totally, especially now that votes are not bought, votes are not directed, votes are not created. We have a voter population that is predominantly now a bit independent, and you've got to do a much more work of convincing. So you have influence, quite all right, but it's not going to go as far as it used to be. So I see their endorsement helping those within the areas of their influence following in the direction of their leader, because we still have a political voter class that is predominantly opinion leader followers.
Okay. Dr. Farouk, you look at the way it is now. It's like this G5 governors, for want of a better word now, you know, displaying their endorsements, hawking their endorsements, if you like, as a very, very important commodity. And even though the candidates are not openly sorting or seeking these endorsements now, the truth is that they would want the endorsements. The way it is, just from what Mr. Akatugba has said, it's not likely that all of them would be endorsing one candidate, so there might be a split. But do you think they'll make any difference at all in the outcome of the election?
if you say any difference, you're putting it right to the thread. They would make a difference. Whether the difference would make a difference is another issue altogether. But certainly, as a group of governors, 5 of them, certainly they have some leverage in the political processes of the country. Have they lost some of the the turns they needed to have made? Yes, I think so. When the first set of governors that left PDP in 2014 or 13 did so, they immediately merged into a party, became principal promoters of that party, put in their candidates into that party. So we're able to move with that party together. Now, this is a group of governors that has their own supporters, different from any political party. At this stage, their endorsement might not carry the total support of the people who are contesting elections under the PDP along with them. So you would see that they might not be able to, they have not carried their people as at now. They are still in a boat. They have not taken the boat across the Mediterranean or whatever it is, but they have not crossed. so they might find the elections happening at the time when their boat has not really come to shore. Because they say that by this month they will decide, Wike will at least decide who to tell his people to support. And like my colleague said, it is a bit more difficult for people like Makinde to go along with wherever Wike decides to go, though he seems to be the principal interest of that group, but he's not contesting. Many of them are contesting positions in the PDP. And I've taken note of the fact that they have created the integrity group, which gives them an ability to still remain in the PDP, contest elections, and decamp after the elections, because the Constitution allows you to have a faction. If there is a faction, you can still remain in your party and defect, choose another party whenever you choose to. So they have done this cleverly, and they intend to keep their people within the PDP, contest elections within the PDP, and then take a decision after the results of the elections are out. But then, if the results of the elections are what they are waiting for, but the contestants are waiting for them now, so it's very difficult and dicey for them. But that as governors, even if they're just for the fact of they can help you with getting lawyers to fight your battles, because the elections as we have today is moving away from the processes of voting into the processes of litigation. So when you see a principal person who is endorsing you, you have to also look at his capacity to support your lawyers, his capacity to support security agents when they are with you or not you, how influential is that person with INEC, and so on. Of course, we are all dependent on the Electoral Act. We are hopeful that it will be what it is, but we have never tried it. And the gadgets that are there, we have never tried them. So we don't know what influence will come. So an endorser really needs to be much more than just a person writing a letter, as far as
Okay, I understand you. Just before I go, I want to ask both of you one question, and I want you to be very brief with your answers, because we're actually out of time. Let me start with you, Akachuba. Why do you think it is difficult for the PDP to expel this G5 governors? Because obviously what they are doing is clearly anti-party.
First of all, it is difficult for the PDP because the PDP is hoping against hope that they will change their mind and there will be a reconciliation. On the other hand, it's a very critical moment of election, and these are governors that hold sway in very critical and important states, very strategic locations. That is the reason why they have not expelled them. But let me tell you, PDP's failure to expel these 5 governors is a demonstration to the electorate and to the citizens that this party, if given the chance to form a governor, certain citizens in this country will be above the law. PDP has a big liability, and they need to do something fast and take a decision to save their party from looking weak, because after this election, there shall be more election, and it's expected that the party should exist and the party should be supreme. I find PDP showcasing weakness where they should show strength. If they expel the 5 of them, there could be underground moves to reconcile. The party will be shown as a strong party, able to form government to deal with a country where there are big man or big men offenders or people who seem or act as if they are above the law and nothing seems to happen to them. So if PDP does not do something about this, very analytical minds will stay away from that party.
Oh, okay. Let me get your own thoughts, Dr. Bibi Farouk.
I think politically the PDP has done the right thing by not ejecting them out. As weeks and months to elections, you are very careful with how you handle your disciplinary issues. No matter how many you lose, you would want to keep as many as possible until after the elections. And I think PDP feels if it had ejected these people, by now they would have metamorphosed into a big force and supported another party, both materially, both intellectually, both in other manners, publicity and so on. Now that they are hanging on the limbo, it is much easier for PDP to handle them on limbo than to lose them completely. And I think the Constitution or the Electoral Act has based on precedences that were wrong, because in the past the party could at any point in time write INEC and remove a candidate, replacement issues. Since the replacement issue is not possible now, the only thing they can do is to try and keep them together with their supporters. Some of their supporters that must now contest under the PDP might have change of minds. Don't be surprised that Wike will create a governor that first 1 month or 2 months will go back to home to PDP and tell him, hey, this adventure you're up to, I'm not going along with you. But for now, they have to continue going. All right. And it could be the last day of election, some of their supporters who are contesting positions might decide to work for the PDP.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Theo Akatuba, a public affairs analyst, and Dr. Farouk Bibi Farouk, a political economist. Thank you so very much for your time and for your insights.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. The truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the cases, the many of them actually, of underage voters discovered on the voter register of the National Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, has over time raised concerns and questions about the Commission's registration and technology ahead of the upcoming 2023 election. To provide control measure in such cases, the electoral body announced that underage persons, that is, those below 18 years, who attempt to vote during this year's general elections and their parents are to be arrested and prosecuted. The National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, made the announcement earlier in the week. Okoye says in an effort to address issues around underage registration, INEC had summoned all its officers in areas where the anomaly is most likely to take place. The National Commissioner said the cleanup of the voter register was ongoing, adding that Nigerians would be pleased with the end result. INEC has also promised to investigate and prosecute officials involved in the infractions and registration of underage voters as seen in the published voters register. Just last week, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, publicly promised that notwithstanding the challenges facing the commission, it would conduct impartial, free and fair elections and deliver electoral justice in 2023. Now, these promises made by INEC remain just worse by citizens who entertain fear over the conduct and outcome of the elections. To discuss this further, now being joined on the program by public affairs analyst Victor Ohai and the Director of Center for Public Accountability, Olufemi Lawson. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Lawson. When you must have seen the voter register when it was published, when we saw a number of clearly underage voters who were registered. When you see that kind of thing, and then you hear INEC now saying that any underage voter who attempts to vote on election day would be arrested, does that give you confidence at all?
We should be concerned as Nigerians, and we should be worried that we are having such situations where on our national voters register you find children who are underage, they're being registered to vote in the coming elections. But we must also commend INEC that it is making itself available for the kind of probe that we have seen Nigerians probing the integrity of the registration process. INEC has done a lot in ensuring that Nigerians are carried along in the registration process, in the subsequent verification exercises, and of course, the decision of the PVC. What has necessitated this kind of situation is the fact that as we speak, the country does not have a database of its citizens. It does not have a database, social security number system for citizens. So it is difficult for anybody, even if they born yesterday, to wake up and register to participate, not only in election, but other national duties as regards such that there are age limits for participation. So for what INEC has done, it is important that it is taken beyond mere statement by INEC to the point that we can criminalize this culture of politicians registering underage children to vote. I can assure you that these children didn't just wake up in their numbers to participate in the registration process. They must have been induced, mobilized by some greedy politicians across the country so as to increase number of people who are eligible to vote for them in the elections. So beyond the threat of arresting the parents of these underage children, which I think is very much in order, we must look at how we can criminalize a situation where underage voters are found in our elections. And this can only be done by properly legislating against the participation of underage voters in our election. It has to go beyond mere statements by INEC.
Mr. Ohai, let me ask you, just how easy or difficult do you think it will be to arrest these underage voters, especially on election day, and not cause some kind of chaos or scene, especially around some of these voting points?
Thank you very much for that question. First, I'd like to say I see an INEC as I don't want to say anxious, but very much interested in leaving a legacy now, which is why I think some of these measures are beginning to come in place. They are demonstrating that they're also responsive and they're listening to the public. Now, the point you made is very, very important because, I mean, INEC officials are fewer than voters. If you are in a place that is predominantly and overwhelmingly one-sided in terms of party support and all that, and they decide to bring all these people, the INEC official would be putting his life at risk. So it's going to be very difficult. What I think that INEC ought to do rather is to do massive voter awareness, at least to discourage some of those people from coming. And when that is done, it will minimize the number that will show up on the day. And if enough people show willingness, then perhaps it might be easier to stop those that are obviously underage. Some may not be so obviously underage. And a lot of this, if you excuse my saying so, is predominantly in the north. It's not so common in the south. Predominantly in the north, where if a girl is 12, she is said to be married, and as far as they're concerned, they are adults and they can come out and vote. So it's going to be a big problem. It's a challenge, but massive awareness in the media about, which is obviously part of what we're doing now.
Yes.
If that awareness is created and fear put in them, hopefully it might help to discourage some of these underage voters from even showing up. And once the parents know what the implications are, and the police, that is, I mean, if the police are alive to their responsibilities, we have no reason to, I mean, this will be taken care of. So my concern is how willing or how serious the police would be about effecting this. If they do it, then it will be very effective. But without the police and probably the other paramilitary forces that will be manning the elections, I don't see that being effective at all.
And it's very good that you raised the point about INEC officials now likely putting themselves on the line or putting their lives on the line now, should they refuse to allow, especially in situations where maybe at a particular voting point you have the predominance of members of a political party or so. So obviously it definitely will be difficult for the INEC officials to order the arrest or even prevent underage voting in such places. Now let me ask you, Lawson, could that be the reason why these underage voters are able to find their way into the voters register? Because they were actually registered by INEC officials, and some of these INEC officials must have clearly seen that, look, these individuals were clearly underage at the time, but they just couldn't do anything to prevent their registration. They couldn't stop them from getting registered, probably because of threats and what have you.
Yes, if that is the situation we find ourselves, it may also repeat itself during elections to the extent that INEC officials, because of the limited numbers and even the limited number of security agencies that are going to be present during the elections, may be overwhelmed to the extent that they will not be able to prevent these underage voters, remember, who are most likely to have been sponsored by politicians to participate in this election. So that is why initially I referred to the option of criminalizing this process and making legal moves and ensuring that this does not, they don't find their way into the balloting system. And how do we ensure this? Beyond the fact that we may not have the required number of security personnel to tackle this huge number of people who have been registered and are backed up by powerful politicians.
Let me go over to you, Mr. Ohai. What would you say about that? I mean, that, if these people were able to get registered during the voter registration process, so it would appear the INEC officials couldn't do anything to prevent them from registering.
Yes, I agree. I mean, we cannot rule out collusion between INEC members and politicians. This has always been the case in many instances and in many parts of the country, where you have very, very influential politicians and sometimes violent politicians as well, who will get the INEC officials to go and do the registration in their own homes, not even where they're supposed to be doing it. So when you find a situation like that, they bring the names, they decide who gets registered, they decide what the voters register, looks like. So we find a situation like that. So there's collusion. I think that if INEC would want to do this, they should start by making examples of their people in-house. Because it's not difficult. It's something that they can, people have reported, videos have been taken. If they investigate them and they can identify such polling units, then those who did the registration should be brought to book. If they are ad hoc staff, then they should face the law, Another thing that you might find right now is some of the underage voters of perhaps 4 years ago or 8 years ago are probably of age now.
That's true.
That's something, I mean, in cases like that, there's nothing you can do about it. Although those registrations were illegal, but it can be argued that they are the voting age right now. The only thing is the age on the register is not the actual age. But what we need to be looking out for right now are those, like I said earlier on, who are obviously underage. And if they have been registered, then, I mean, if they come out to vote, they should be arrested on the spot. And then examples, you only need to make example of a few people. And I can assure you that the world will soon go around and nobody wants to be in trouble. Nobody wants to sleep in the cell even for one day. For how much? How much are the politicians giving them? So a lot still rests on INEC. It's not just, I mean, talk is cheap. You know, it's not just enough to say it, but they have to be seen to be doing something. And this is, election presents an opportunity. And beyond rhetoric, beyond just talking, what we would like to see is an INEC that not only backs, but actually bites. You know, and that biting should start, you know, from the beginning. I don't see why they cannot activate the whistleblowers, whatever it is. It's not just about financial crimes. Whistleblowing could also be that people who are registered illegally as children, even if people can blow the whistle and INEC is aware, then they should go out there, flush them out from those registers, and then on the day when they come, their names would not be there. And it will be obvious to everyone when they start making noise that these are underage registered voters.
But let's face it, this will be difficult to deal with if you have a situation where in some of these places now where you have cases of underage voters, there's collusion from not just INEC officials, even INEC ad hoc staff. So it will be difficult, and difficult, for instance, to even carry out the INEC order of getting some of these underage voters now arrested and prosecuted.
But the easiest way out of this, just like I was trying to mention, is for INEC not to wait to the point of elections before dealing with this situation. And how do we deal with this? INEC should be able to delist names of underage voters that have been discovered on its database.
It says it is in the process. It says it is doing so already. That it's an ongoing process.
We should expect INEC to have been able to, you know, weed out a good number of these underage voters before the election proper. And this is going to be the easiest way for INEC. Rather, how many parents are you going to arrest? Where's the, you know, facility to arrest this parent? Where's the manpower, rather, to arrest parents of children who are in their hundreds, who have been registered illegally to vote in our elections? So we must look at how we can take steps that will curtail even their presence during elections, rather than waiting for the election day to start arresting these underage voters and their parents. Who even says parents are going to be coming to the polling, accompanying these children, you know, to the polling booth? And you must also remember that some of these children are children who have been exploited by politicians, children who are found on the streets taking, you know, to these places to register. So INEC must begin to work now and not wait for the election day before trying to curtail the menace of these underage voters that may be participating in our elections.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts, and thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you so very much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Glad to have you join us on the program. I am Fola Shade Ogurinde. For the fourth year in a row, Nigeria has followed through with its January to December budget cycle. But that's the only consistent path, as the yearly budget has seen a significant increase year after year. For the 2023 fiscal year, President Muhammadu Buhari signed into law the appropriation bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Buhari explained that the bill has an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what does this 2023 Appropriation Act mean for the Nigerian economy? Paul Alaje, economic expert, joins me now for more insight. Well, as always, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the President has finally given his assent to the 2023 Appropriation Bill with a total aggregate expenditure of 21.83 trillion naira. Now, recall that this is, of course, an increase of 1.32 trillion naira over the initial executive proposal for a total expenditure of 20.51 trillion naira. So what do you make of this?
So I've seen that the President Buhari and his administration have passed the last budget, which is going to be under his supervision. It's a bit less than $50 billion, over 21 trillion naira. Government have said it wants to spend above 70% of this budget on recurrent expenditure. Is expecting significant part of this budget to to be on recurrent, both debt service and also non-debt recurrent. And government is expecting that significant part of the spending will come from borrowings, 6.655 for loans. For debt service, significant proportion is coming on loans. So I've seen what the president wrote. Significant amount is also coming from revenue. Government is hoping to generate more from crude oil and to generate the rest from non-oil sector. At best, with what the president has passed yesterday, I strongly believe that that budget is not achievable. I believe that the budget is not realistic, and I also believe that the budget, in terms of revenue target, is what I said is not achievable. There are some good things about the budget, because the issues government had with ASU that made ASU to stay at home for nearly 7 months or more should be laid to rest, because ASU interests have been carefully taken care of in the 2023 budget. Eventually, the president have signed it. I've seen some infrastructure that government have done. For instance, Lagos-Ibadan, which I could say that Apple used the road about 4 or 5 times, that road is near completion. Just a few portions that is not done. And I've also seen on television the second Niger bridge that has been constructed by the administration. I would say kudos to them. I've also been to some northern part of Nigeria, and I've seen what government have done in terms of infrastructure. I would say kudos to them. So for me, I've seen the positives of this budget, and I've also seen the negatives. I tell you another negatives I've seen in the budget. For the first time in recent history, we are going to spend more on debt service than capital expenditure. What does that mean? Less than 6 trillion naira is what is going on capital according to the budget. 6.55. That's more than 6 trillion naira. We go on debt service, not to pay back debt. So these are issues that we need to that has been observed in the 2023 budget just presented. I'll just signed, I beg your pardon, by President Buhari.
In the 2023 budget, federal government has estimated revenue of 10.49 trillion naira. Looking at some of the current economic realities and the current deficit, how realistic is this?
The truth is that the 2023 budget is not realistic in terms of revenue target, and is a budget that may repress the people. And I tell you, government is looking at generating nearly less than 11 trillion naira of over 21 trillion. Approximately 50% of the budget is government is hoping will be willing to finance, and that by next year will be, by this year rather, it will be borrowing nearly 50% of the remainder from different markets, either through internal or external borrowing. And internal borrowing has implication. What government is saying is that between 2023 and 2024, Nigeria should be ready for higher unemployment, Nigeria should be ready for higher inflation, Nigeria should be ready even for crowding out investment because of the volume or quantum of borrowing that government will engage in. Economy is interrelated. You cannot separate public sector from private sector completely. That said, on the other hand, government hopes to generate over 10 trillion naira. That has never happened before. I don't know what government will do that will make us generate 10 trillion naira in 2023. But if you ask me, we never met our revenue target 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2020, 2021, not even last year have we met our revenue target. So what are we going to do differently that will make us earn suddenly nearly 11 trillion naira? The truth is that it's not realistic, it's not visible. And I don't think we're going to do this based on the reality of now, except and unless later in the year we start seeing some magic or the new president that will come to the fore, start bringing some innovative idea. But if we judge it by what we are seeing today, yes, the truth remains that it's not realistic.
In aggregate, the oil sector is estimated to bring in 22% of total revenue in the 2023 budget, with the non-oil sector estimated to perform better.
We need revenue from all sectors, whether oil or non-oil. As a matter of fact, what we have seen in 2016 and 17 and some part of 18 is that oil sector revenue went down, especially in 16 and 17, then 2020. Then you saw a minute and insignificant growth in non-oil sector. And we say, oh, now we are now going to, non-oil sector is now the sector that is giving. Most of the revenue projection failures came from both non-oil sector and oil sector. So the two are very important. For me, we should look for how to generate more in oil and even more in non-oil sector. We will not say because we want to diversify away from oil for government revenue this time that we should look more into only non-oil sector. For God's sake, you journalists reveal to us the quantum of theft, the quantum of national robbery, the quantum of fraud that was committed on our pipelines in Niger Delta. You journalists showed Nigeria. And it became an indictment of some sort on those that are leading us, that under their watch, significant proportion of our oil was stolen. Honestly, it's still a big worry. Two, for non-oil sector, I have said time and again that the Nigerian government at the federal stands a chance of realizing over 20 trillion naira. And for states put together, an FCT, they stand a chance of realizing over 40 trillion naira in revenue from non-oil sector. But when will authority be ready to earn what belongs to them? It's a question that is still begging for answer.
According to the federal government, the overall 2023 budget deficit is estimated at 11.34 trillion naira, which will be financed by domestic, foreign and other sources. How worried should we be considering the current public debt of 44.06 trillion naira?
So debt is a major issue for us. Debt is one of the reasons why we are having increased inflation. Government continue to borrow money, both from local market and international market. This has implication on the quality of money we have. This is one of the reasons why we need to continue to devalue. Many economists have not seen the linkage between why devaluation will happen, and also with this government endless borrowings without finding how to generate revenue or infrastructure to defend the quantum of what has been done, what has been borrowed. I tell you the truth, this has negative implication, is one of the reasons, not the only reason anyways, why the value of naira continue to dwindle, and that's that dwindling value of naira, the implication on inflation. So borrowing from both internal and external, I tell you what it could do is to repress our economy. Now the question is, on what are we borrowing? Of over 10 trillion naira deficits, maybe 11 trillion naira deficits that we have, 3 trillion plus will be spent on subsidy. 3 trillion plus. If you look at what we'll be using to spend on recurrent, it's even more worrisome. Let me say this. Half of the borrowing before, in 2016-17, what we heard is that we are borrowing our way to spend the money on infrastructure. What do you make of borrowing between 10 to 11 trillion naira, and you are going to spend only half, less than 6 trillion naira, on capital expenditure, which will not spent fully and completely. But all the money is going to recurrent will be fully spent. So it's a huge issue, it's a huge concern, and I hope that authorities, even though it has been passed to law, but we start considering for subsequent budget, and I'm speaking to the next president and next set of governors, to please reconsider the health of this economy as it continues to suffer from policy somersault time and again.
Speaking of expenditure now, recall that the federal government, through the finance minister, promised to reduce expenditure, but we've not seen any real commitment of the federal government in that regard. How much of an impact will this have on the economy?
Well, a lot of impact. Expenditure, spending, especially those that are recurrent, is having a lot of negative impact. If you ask me, we have expenditure of over 21 trillion. Over 6 trillion of this expenditure, over 6.5 trillion of this expenditure will go into repayment, not repayment, into service of debts. That's what you are looking for. You are looking for over 6 trillion of 21 trillion just to spend on service. We have 5.5 trillion, 5.9 trillion, which is not even enough, approximately 6 trillion going into capital expenditure. Then you have the rest, less than 10 trillion. Part of this less than 10 trillion will go into salary payments, but significant quantum, the important part of this money will go into government functionaries. At least 30% of the remainder will go into government functionaries. Maybe I should even say more. So when we say we should reduce expenditure, let's classify it. If subsidy was removed at about 3 trillion and we are not servicing debt, that is half of the budget. So if you are looking for what to reduce in terms of expenditure, subsidy is removed, and this subsidy is only for 6 months, by the way, over 3 trillion. Then you are not servicing debt. If you pay your debt back, you have 10 or above 10 trillion naira saved. Then you can convert those into capital expenditure. You are going to see sporadic growth. And that's why when we told people that we should stop devaluing, we should stop borrowing and look for alternative for revenue generation, they think what we're saying may really not be the case for now. But I wonder, if we spend 20 years to rehearse madness, exactly when are we going to practice it?
Paul Alaje, economic expert, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we'll take a break here, but Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back. Nigeria's government has concluded plans to auction 7 deep offshore oil and gas blocks for the first time in 15 years off the city of Lagos. This is coming at a time the Nigerian government is trying to ramp up crude oil production and tackle the rising cases of oil theft and pipeline vandalism, especially in the Niger Delta region of the country. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Binga Komolafe, the decision to auction the deep offshore asset is coming months after the NUPRC concluded the sales and allocation of 57 marginal fields, basically for indigenous players, after a long process to help improve the country's failing oil production efforts. Apart from marginal fields, Nigeria last conducted bidding for 45 oil blocks in 2007. The deep water offshore crude oil production, which is dominated by international oil companies, which have accounted for about 35% of oil output in the country. To give more insight, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar joins me now. Thank you very much for giving us your time. What do you make of federal government's decision to auction deep offshore oil and gas blocks?
Whatever the Nigerian government will do, or whatever steps she needs to take to make sure Nigeria ramps up production, is going to be commendable. I'm saying this because this time where energy crisis is an issue globally, nearly all oil and gas producing nations are doing fine. They are doing excellently well. It's only Nigeria that is not doing well. So regardless of the concession we're talking about, whether you're talking about onshore, shallow waters, or deep offshore, whatever steps that will be taken to make sure we bring production on stream should be taken. Because as I speak to you today, and I said that, quote me, in Nigeria today, we do not have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And if you don't have enough active rigs, there is no way you will be able to drill wells, whether you're talking about exploration wells or development wells. And if you cannot drill wells, you cannot produce. And if you cannot produce, you will not be able to meet up with your OPEC quota or your internal country quota to make sure you take care of your internal budget and budget deficit.
Now, do you see this strategy achieving the goal of revamping Nigeria's oil and gas production output?
Once, marginal fields are given out and we have active players and serious players, one way or the other, they are going to contribute their quota. And if they do that, of course, the total production volume will go up. So what we are saying is this: whenever there is going to be, whether licensing or you are going to award blocks, it should be done in national interest. And when doing that, competent people should be sought. First thing has to be competency in terms of technical capabilities. And after that, then you look for financial capabilities. Once you have financial capacity and technical competency, those companies or those bidders or winners are good to go.
Do you not think the problem of insecurity will scare away serious bidders?
One of the reasons why many investors were shying away from Nigeria was because of what I can technically call business climate hostilities. And before now, to be honest, I wasn't personally comfortable with the government of Nigeria, because when some of the oil and gas investors were trying to shy away from the Nigerian oil and gas basins or industry, the government was basically saying it was because they are going green. They wanted to divest into other sources of energy. But some of us who are practitioners in the industry knew that some of the companies were running away because of business climate hostilities. And the principal one was insecurity. And even when you talk about insecurity and you start dissecting it, crude oil and gas theft was one of the principal reasons. Because, it doesn't make sense if you go into an area, you invest so much and you cannot see your product. It was also a major problem, when you have your staff or personnel being attacked and their lives are threatened. But with the recent, recalibration of security strategy by the Nigerian government and the cooperation of the security agencies and some of the private security agencies, in addition to the national security agencies, I think we are beginning to see signs, that are very, very encouraging. And a lot of us believe that some of the oil and gas investors that were shying away from the Nigerian crude oil and gas industry are likely to see the Nigerian oil and gas industry as a very good investment destination or a very good investment haven.
Well, oil and gas expert Bala Zakar, thank you very much for your time on the program. It's a wrap on the program. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Bye for now.
It ought to still be the festive season in Nigeria, but unfortunately, drama has already started in 2023. If Nigerian politicians are continually harassed by Nigerian citizens abroad or arrested by foreign governments, maybe they will stay back home and build the right infrastructure to provide the amenities they keep running abroad for. This Monday, 2 people were killed in clashes at Ojota, Lagos. The civil way of curbing unrest is still rocket science for the Nigerian police. We still use live ammunition to quell protests. Yet our politicians travel to developed countries regularly, but don't import the tenets of democracy. Police brutality is a global phenomenon, but in Nigeria, small protests, no matter how peaceful, we start to count bodies. Democracy or demonstration of craze. Isn't the first working Monday of 2023 too early to start taking human lives? Imagine surviving 2022 to just be killed like an animal a few days into 2023. We ought to do better as a people. Violence is never the answer. And we must start by voting in the right leaders across all tiers of government this year. Who are the Nigerian students going to vote for? I hope no one is deceived by politicians insulting themselves. They are friends. It is them against us. If the right leader gets into power, it's the people who are winning. But we have seen how politicians keep jumping from one political platform to the other for their selfish reasons. I've even become dizzy trying to keep up with them. By the way, have you collected your PVC? Collection of PVCs will soon end. This week, they're in your ward, so go and collect your PVC. I've still not seen my profile on INEC portal, but my PVC is very safe. This time around, no Nigerian from 18 years and above should abstain from voting. The future of Nigeria is in our thumbs. We must take Nigeria back now. Nigeria will succeed. And you and I will succeed in 2023.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos. It's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the agberos. They are making Lagos go in and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise de Lagos and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has put this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition, many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas. And so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes they write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is Market Woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed, a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all this so plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing, irrespective of being there. He believes there's something better for him out there, but he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope, and once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas or those slave mama, as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Johnny Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know our JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which are symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world, is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore, and that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada Man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing, like you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada Man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada Man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very, very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represented it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and
He has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dick and Harry, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done. I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo, and some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that piqued my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artists have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
On the news, Austrian PDP Governor Ademola Adeleke meets with President Buhari, says he benefited from Electoral Act signing. Independent National Electoral Commission INEC extends deadline for PVC collection once against discrimination. And court terminates suit against Akwa Ibom PDP governorship candidate. It's good to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for ensuring a free and fair governorship election in the state. Speaking during a media chat after meeting with the president on Friday, Adeleke commended President Buhari for signing the 2022 Electoral Act into law, saying the president's assent to the law paved the way for his victory as the governor of the state. Adeleke added that his visit to the State House would also afford him the opportunity to discuss issues of federal assistance with the Chief of Staff to the President, Ibrahim Gambari.
Since my election, I feel like I should come and say hello to Mr. President and thank him for signing that electoral act, because I benefited from it. That paved way for free and fair election. And all the international community, they are applauding Nigeria, that Nigeria is set for democracy. So that is why I'm here today, to see him and I'm thanking him and I'm wishing him well, for this remaining year in office. Some of the other things, I've already submitted it. I will see the Chief of Staff, for us to discuss on the way forward to federal government to assist Osun State.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced the extension of the deadline for collecting permanent voters' cards, PVCs, to Sunday, January 29, 2023. The Commission announced this in a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye. The Commission also frowned at allegations of discriminatory issuance of PVCs in some locations, warning that this is against the law and that all bona fide registrants are entitled to their PVCs. INEC had fixed December 12th to January 22nd for the collection of PVCs in over 774 local government areas. According to the statement by the Commission, as a result of the deadline change, the collection of PVCs from registration areas will now continue till January 22nd, after which collection at local government areas will continue on January 23rd. And a Chief Magistrate Court in Abuja has terminated the criminal suit filed against the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Akwa Ibom State, Umo Eno. The Chief Magistrate, Emmanuel Iyana, said following an affidavit of urgency filed by Eno on Monday and granted on Tuesday, the matter was terminated. Iyana had issued an arrest warrant on December 23rd after convicting the governorship candidate on charges bordering on cheating and dishonestly inducing delivery of property. Although Eno's campaign organization denied knowledge of the suit, they later filed an application seeking to vacate the order on the grounds that they were not served the hearing notice of the suit. The Chief Magistrate also vacated the warrant of arrest and set aside the entire proceedings and judgment. And Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has described the APC presidential flag bearer Bola Tinubu as a president in the waiting to be sworn into office, considering his unprecedented clout and wider acceptability in the eyes of voters across the nation. The Kogi State Governor, who was on a thank-you visit to President Muhammadu Buhari at the State House Abuja, said with Tinubu's pedigree and considerable experience in partisan politics, he possesses the much-needed capacity to prove his mettle in every sphere of human endeavor. Governor Bello, however, expressed profound gratitude and appreciation to President Buhari for his visit to Kogi State and the commissioning of legacy projects.
It is a follow-up visit that I come today to thank Mr. President and to present an album of some of the projects he commissioned. And by the special grace of God, we are going to catalogue all other projects and achievements within the life of this administration and present it to him. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have 21 governors, APC governors. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have touched lives of Nigerians across board. He is a performer. He is a builder. He built human beings. He built nations. And he has exactly what he's going to do. And this administration, or his administration by the special grace of God, is going to be more run by the younger generation. And you know surely that the younger generation constituted the the quantum number of voters in this coming election. We're more enlightened, we know exactly. And we know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu knows the road, and we are ready to follow that person who knows the road, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And thank God that is a candidate of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that is why you could see that President Muhammadu Buhari is already campaigning for him, that he will continue where he will stop, to continue to add to the value of what he has put on ground. So, issue of any other person campaigning, against him, we are only making him to be more popular. He's already a good product that have sold himself. He has distinguished himself, and we are all 100%, ready to vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 25th of February 2023, and we will joyfully escort him to the villa on May 29, 2023.
Another industrial action looms in Nigeria's health sector as members of the National Association of Resident Doctors have threatened to embark on a nationwide industrial action if the federal government fails to address their demands. NARD president in an interview said the association does not desire to down its tools, knowing its implication for the health sector, but could be forced to do so if the government refuses to address their demands before January 28, when the association will end its National Executive Council meeting. According to the association, some of the unresolved issues include the irregularities in the new circular on an upward review of the medical residency training fund, non-payment of outstanding arrears of a new hazard allowance, as well as the non-payment of the consequential adjustment of the minimum wage to some of its members. The Resident Electoral Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission INEC Lagos State, Olusegun Agbaje, says fake news is one of the challenges capable of threatening the electioneering process in the forthcoming general elections. Agbaje, while speaking during a symposium for journalists themed 2023 elections, fake news and its implication on security, organized by the Lagos State Police Command, said fake news had become the order of the day, especially with the advent of the internet. Well, this next report has more details. With just about 42 days until the 2023 general elections, stakeholders have charged journalists in the country to avoid being purveyors of fake news in all its forms. The stakeholders who spoke at this one-day symposium on the menace of fake news held at the police office's Mesikeja, Lagos, tasked media practitioners on professionalism and patriotic reporting ahead of the February 25 and March 11 polls. Speaking at the event, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Lagos, Olusegun Agbaje, said fake news poisons the mind of the citizenry and could lead to breakdown of law and order.
This has become dicer with the advent of internet, which enables unfettered sharing of information among people on social media. Fake news spreads like wildfire in every facet of our society, which, if not checked, could skew the electoral outcome and disunite the nation. We therefore urge the media, which is the watchdog of the society, to ensure that only verified information is disseminated via their various platforms.
The Commissioner of Police in Lagos State, Abiodun Alabi, who was represented by the Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations, Bassett Awa, said the spread of fake news will impact negatively on the security of the elections.
It's important to stress that peace and security are very important ingredients for the socio-economic, educational, technological, cultural, and most importantly, the democratic growth of a nation.
Also speaking at the event, a representative of the Nigerian Broadcast Commission pointed out that politicians use any means, including media organizations, to outsmart their opponents, adding that this has proven to be a dangerous trend that must be stopped.
The home of fake news today is the social media space, which has been saturated with all kinds of manners of fake news about issues that have security implications. Journalists, for whatever reasons, go about using them without verification and proper investigation, especially on issues bordering on national security. For example, the irresponsible and mischievous story of Jibril from Sudan, the one on Mahmoud, the Boko Haram negotiator arrested by the DSS. So many unconfirmed news went on air through various media publications to the extent that the DSS has to come out and caution the media on such publication.
The agency and the service will not tolerate and will deal decisively, stringently with anybody spreading such kind of fake news to cause disharmony, to cause problem in the country. You must just have to verify your information before you dish it out to members of the public.
The stakeholders also called on journalists across the country to be patriotic in their dealings to ensure a smooth passage of the highly anticipated polls. Mary Kanu, TV360, Lagos.
President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday attended the Global South Summit, calling on the 120 members to agree on a common agenda regarding ways to reduce the increasing burden of debt. The Global South Summit is hosted by India and it brings 120 developing countries together. The theme for this year's summit is Unity of Voice and Unity of Purpose. President Buhari, who participated in the virtual summit from the presidential villa in Abuja, urged leaders of the Global South to work out ways to address inflation in that region of the world.
Excellencies, it is in line with the vision One Earth, One Family, One Future that India calls for this summit, bringing together leaders of the South to share their perspectives and priorities on a common platform ahead of the G20 summit later this year. Nigeria is in full support of this noble initiative and hope that the outcome of the summit will be given top priority at G20 meetings. I am also optimistic that the summit will address issues of climate change, food security, and access to energy, as well as ways to reduce the increasing burden of debt and inflation on the global South. This huge debt burden has significantly derailed many countries' development plans. The effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict has further aggravated the situation. In this regard, I wish to advise fellow leaders to agree on a common agenda to enable us to put forward our collective demands to the global North through India as voice of the South.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, UK jury declares Benjamin Mendy of 6 counts of rape. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. A recap now of our top stories tonight. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for ensuring a free and fair governorship election in the state. Speaking during a media chat after meeting with the president on Friday, Adeleke commended President Buhari for signing the 2022 Electoral Act into law, saying the president's assent to the law paved the way for his victory as the governor of the state. We also told you that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced the extension of the deadline for collecting permanent voters' cards, PVCs, to Sunday, January 29th, 2023. In a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, the Commission also frowned at allegations of discriminatory issuance of PVCs in some locations, warning that this is against the law and that all bona fide registrants are entitled to their PVCs. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And also COVID-19 updates. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Dumebi Kachuku, has tested positive for COVID-19. Kachuku made the revelation in a statement, adding that he was isolating and had cancelled all public events till he receives a negative report. He also called on Nigerians not to be vigilant and not to take the coronavirus for granted, as infection rates have risen rapidly all over the world in the last few weeks. And some 900 million people in China have been infected with the coronavirus as of January 11, according to a study by Peking University. The report estimates that 64% of the country's population have the virus. Hundreds of millions of Chinese are traveling to their hometowns, many for the first time since the pandemic began ahead of the Lunar New Year on January 23rd. Meanwhile, China has stopped providing daily COVID statistics since abandoning the zero-COVID policy. We'll take a short break and return with business updates. Welcome back. It's time for business news and stock market review with Folashade Ogorinde. Folashade, over to you.
Many thanks, Mary. In business, President of the Senate, Hamad Lawan, has said granting waivers to revenue-generating agencies may be suspended if they are unable to improve on revenue generation from their agencies. Lawan said this while briefing journalists of the Senate's press corps in Abuja on Thursday while marking his 64th birthday. Lamenting the low revenue turnout from revenue-generating agencies, Lawan taxed the agencies on the need to improve on funds instead of relying on the federal government.
Improve on revenue generation, collection, because it's not looking too sustainable that we tolerate people, some agencies of government, to misapply or not even declare the revenues they collect. We can't continue with that. So for us in the Senate, we have decided that for the remaining part, we'll continue to engage with our revenue generating agencies until we get better outcomes from them. And this is possible. This is imperative. And also the concessions and the waivers that government has given to some companies and individuals maybe, we need to review that. Certain things can hold on, but certain other things, you have to review them.
The federal government has inaugurated its Project TMAX, a technical and vocational education and training program in Edo aimed at adding value to the lives of 2,000 residents in the state. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Education Intervention, Fela Bank Olemo, said the project was already running in 6 other states across the country. Bank Olemo, who spoke at the launch of the project on Thursday in Benin City, said the website for Edo residents to register for the project had also been opened. On the part, Edo Commissioner of Education, Joan Ovege, commended the federal government for selecting the state as a beneficiary of the project.
The plan is to train 15,000 Nigerians across board, on vocation skills. And when I say vocation skills, it speaks to skills that we know that on a daily basis will improve the life of that Nigerian. So coding, graphic skills, tiling, carpentry skills, mechanical skills, pastry, baking and pastry, makeup and fashion design. So we're doing it across the country. We're going to be training 2,000 people in Edo State. And we are confident that it will be value adding. We're excited with the kind of reception we have in Edo State. We're confident that just like we've had in all the other 6 states, that we will make it a success here.
And the reason we are very excited about this also is because this federal government intervention aligns very much state level, particularly Governor Obaseki's focus on TVET, technical vocational education and training for young people.
I'm expecting that the students will be very serious and ready to learn and take the skill further, that after this training they can establish themselves and become entrepreneurs.
We'll take a breather now and return with a review of the stock market. To stay with us. The last day of trading on the NGX ended in the greens as all-share index maintained a bullish trend at 0.89%, and we see that market capitalization rested above 28 trillion naira. In total, 120 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 36 gainers and 12 losers. Berger Paints PLC led the gainers chart with a share price appreciation of 60 kobo per share, followed by Total Nigeria at 212 naira 30 kobo per share. Now on the losing side, Lasaka Assurance came out last with an end-of-the-day price depreciation at 10% at 99 kobo per share, followed by Computer Warehouse Group with a loss of 10 kobo. Now compared with Thursday's trading day, today's data shows 3% improvement in volume, 67% decline in turnover, with 33% improvement in deals, and that translates to a volume of 270 million volumes of shares valued at 2.55 billion naira, exchanging hands in 4,591 deals. Now let's see how some of our global stocks fared, shall we? Now, aside FTSE and Dow Jones, which finished in the greens at 0.71% and 0.15% respectively, Asian stocks Nikkei ended on a bearish note as a result of Bank of Japan policy adjustment. And that's it on Business News and Stock Market Review. Back to you, Mary, for the rest of the news. Thank you, Folashade, for the update on the global scene. Russia says it is planning to work with Burkina Faso to develop strategies to fight terrorism in the West African nation. This emerged following a meeting between Burkinabe Prime Minister and Russian ambassador accredited to Burkina Faso. The Russian envoy said the country will develop a roadmap for bilateral cooperation, which could bring to Burkina Faso a better security framework and fight against terrorism.
And in sports, a UK jury has cleared Manchester City and France footballer Benjamin Mendy of 6 counts of rape and 1 of sexual assault against 4 women following a 6-month trial. The court found the player not guilty of 6 counts of rape after jurors were unable to reach a majority verdict on the matter on Friday. The 28-year-old France international was facing 8 counts of rape, 1 count of attempted rape and 1 more count of sexual assault. However, the Crown Prosecution Service has vowed to seek a retrial of the player over the 2 rape charges the jury couldn't decide on. Well, that's the size of a news bulletin this evening. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Good day, welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. It's been an interesting moment this year as there have been so much sports stories going across the globe. I'm Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes we'll be looking at important topics to talk about. Firstly, we'll take you straight to Accra. That's where we have the home ground of Accra United, and it was the MPFL opener where the newly promoted side Bender Insurance defeated Accra United, and that's the opener for the 2022-2023 MPFL season. It was an interesting moment at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, and nobody saw that coming, that Bender Insurance could defeat former champion, that's former Federation Cup champion, Akwa United. Enjoy this, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to an exclusive interview with Professor Sadiq Abdullahi. Welcome back. Interesting moment there at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. And let's don't forget the MPFL is a big league, and we'll be hoping to give you more of this interesting soccer, the 2022-2023 MPFL season. I'm sure this weekend we'll be expecting more games, and trust them 360 Sport to give you the latest updates on the 2022-2023 MPFL season. Away from football, we go straight to politics and sport, where we have Professor Sadiq Abdullahi waiting for us all the way in Florida. He is a professor at the Florida State University, and teaching us on many things. But beyond that, he's also a sport administrator. Good day, Professor Sadiq Abdullahi.
Good day, and thank you for having me.
Yes, it's the season of politics in Nigeria, and it's the season of election. And we're going to take a look at the manifestos of the three leading parties in Nigeria on how it reflects on sport. And there's no better person that can dwell on this topic than you. You've worked with the sport ministers from Danusa straight to Sunday Dare, and I think you do justice to this. But first and foremost, before we look at the manifestos, do sport and politics, do they necessarily need to meet together?
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, right? And I try to explain the economy between sports and then politics. We have to define what politics is first, right? In the political dictionary of politics, if you go back to the phrase that says who gets what, when, and then how, right? Okay, O'Neill coined that concept many years ago, right? In the US. So that's on one. So if you're fighting to get resources to federations. You get people to come together, and push advocate for sports development, improvement, and sustainability. Then politics comes in, right? Politics where it is bitter, and then you have to go and try to do all the negative stuff in order to get elected and all of that stuff in the sports federation. Then that is not a good politics. The politics that we are advocating is the one that allow some of us to mobilize, to bring people together, to look at sports over the last 50, 60 years, and say, why are we trying to answer a question? Why are we still backward after all of these years? What is the problem? So once we identify the problem, then politics, because look, in our own context or anywhere in the world, is about trying to get something done. You bring people who can make decisions, to advance your cause. So that's why sports and politics now is beginning, to take shape. But we have to continue to educate those people who want to get into politics of sports. Remember, we just finished the business of sports, and we've been talking about the business of sports, right? Now we're going into politics of sports, and then the beneficiary, of course, is going to be the social fabric of society, right? So the nexus between economics of sports, politics of sports, and its impact on the larger society is the goal.
Okay, well said, Professor. And let's not look at it. Let's look at the manifestos of the three political parties. And you've observed that, you've studied that, and you have your own objectivity and fairness towards the three leading political parties, talking about the People's Democratic Party and the All People's Congress, not forgetting the Labour Party, who has been making so much moves. Which of them do you think has that favorable sport policy programs in their manifestos?
I have studied the manifestos because, again, let me set the context for Nigerians and the world, right? Sports is a neutral space. Sports does not really want dirty politics. Sports is clean. When you go into a competition, look at the World Cup, right? Look at what happened in the World Cup. So sports is there, but the influence, the outside of sports itself, the competition itself is neutral. That's why we have referees, we have people that judge, infractions within the games, all of that, right? Now, coming into looking at the three manifestos, the Labour Party, the PDP, the People Democratic Party, and the All Progressive Party. I've looked at it because I really want to understand what how they are looking at sports and how they will use sports to better society. So let me go quickly and briefly talk about the OB and then Baba Ahmed manifesto, and in looking at that manifesto, I saw the direction towards sports, right? But I did not see specific response to sports in that manifesto, right? So I will suggest again, maybe that was an omission, and then that can be corrected. Then I looked at the People Democratic Party, the Atiku policy document written in 2009. And I saw in that document a very good approach, right, to sports. It was good, very good, right? All of the elements are covered in there, and then I can go into specific. It's very good. Then finally, and I looked at the Bola Ahmed, and the Shetima, yes, policy, and I also saw a very good direction for sports in that document. So I'm very pleased with the Atiku manifesto on sports, and then the Bola Ahmed Tinubu manifesto, Shetima and manifesto on sports. I'm very pleased with it. Right now, if you look at where we are today in the last since 1999, to really make sense and Nigerians to understand the gains that we've made, the struggles, right, since 1999, where you have one part the PDP and sports, right, and then in 2015, when we have now the APC, then you can see that yes, there is a lot of hope for sports in Nigeria, without looking at any negativity and all of that. But look at the struggles, why we are where we are. You're going to see that the Shetima and the Tinubu Shetima plan for sports, right? It is more, because it is more like a continuity of what has been done. Okay. Again, there will be challenges, but I'm very optimistic, that yes, sports as a whole, whoever comes in, right, as a president, whether it is Labour Party or again, PDP, APC, right, we have a document now. So all we need to do as sportsmen to aggregate all of these declarations and the way approaches that they want to use, and then begin to focus on solving the problems, not going back and saying, "Oh, we don't know what to do." So that era is gone. We know what we need to do. Nigeria is ready with the new president to move in a different direction for sports in Nigeria.
Well said. I'm sure globally you've talked so much on issues, and I'm sure that forever watching us online and whatever platform they're watching us, we definitely know that the policies by the Tinubu Shetima based on the continuity. Beyond that, what do you think the incoming president should do? Whether the continuity or a change of policy, what should they do? Because you're an advocate of grassroots development, you're an advocate of developing based on your experience where you are in Florida, and also what you've done in Nigeria. And you also have a project for tennis. You remind our listener what that project is called?
It's called Tennis Vision 2035.
2035. All these things put together, it's a real visible project towards the development of sport. So tell us what should be done in eventuality of any of the three persons that becomes president.
Okay, so one of the observations all over the world, look at what happened in the World Cup. France president, Brazilian president wasn't there, but Liberian president was there, and a lot of the presidents were present at the World Cup. Similarly, basketball, look at what's happening in Rwanda. The president of Rwanda taking over, using sports as a power to unite his people. So sports has come, the age has come, for us to, for Nigeria, to now trend in that direction. So the new president, number one, must project itself as a lover of sports, right? Again, so that's number one. Number two, then again, learn more about the challenges facing sports. So we need a very strong advisor that will work with the president or the presidency, so that that is clear. Number three, the president, the new president, must come out and then show how fitness and exercise is part of building a stronger society. So all of those things are very important in the beginning, and then we can begin to move forward. But like I said again, right, we are at this point in our history in a very good position for sports in Nigeria. I've been doing this for 30 years. Okay. I used to be critic of the government and all of that. I stopped being a critic when I became a professor, because then I said, you know what, it's not going to help. Being critic now, it is finding solution. So for me, you mentioned tennis, right?
Yes.
The structure for renewal of tennis in Nigeria is there. I'm just not ready now, to bring it up because I'm involved in this political discourse, right? But at the appropriate time, we'll present that plan to Nigeria and to the world, that Africa as a whole is ready to tap into the youthful base, to begin to now go out. NBA is doing that well. They're coming into Africa. Other sports are coming into Africa. The potential is there. Everything is there in Africa. So I see in the next 10 years, Africa will now dominate more because we're going to improve in all those indexes, that have become impediment, to helping our youth capitalize on sports.
A lot of people think, like you said, the involvement of government in sport. Some said that it's better government should hands off sport. Some said government cannot hands off sport. This is a continuous debate in this part of our world, knowing that is that government involvement has not really done as much as possible, and there are some persons that advocate for only private sector's involvement in sport. For most of every other person, they think joint effort from both the private and the government is where we should pile our trade and go forward. A professor, you've done so well. Tell us your own opinion and how it's been done using the example where you are over there in Florida.
One of the things I teach my students, right, in the social sciences, for me, my philosophy is not either or, right? So meaning that, look, when you have a public-private partnership, then that is going to be the route for sports development or any development in Nigeria, in Africa, or in the world. In the world, it is, right? Depending on the level of the economy, we talk about economy of scale, right? In some other countries are much, much better than in African countries. We are struggling. Africa is not ready. Nigeria is not ready, to now leave sports development, sports improvement, sports sustainability in the hands of the private sector. We're not just ready yet. Until now, we get a lot of Nigerians or Africans from the poverty, right, scale into the class of middle class. We can define that middle class. What does that mean in the African Nigerian context, right? Okay, so when we have more people in there, then remember, we're talking about income distribution and balance of that. So when there's a little bit of money, in the hands of the middle class, then you can see sports benefiting. We cannot do that in the 10 leading economies in the world. They do not really need government intervention. Government in advanced countries see their role in schools and universities. I gave an example of America where we have Title I. Title I in America, it comes through the Department of Education, right? And then it just helps struggling schools. They're trying to, the poverty issue, right? They're trying to, help those schools that their children have 80% poverty rate. So if your school, the population of your school, of student in your school, it is 80% poverty rate, then federal government comes in and then help out. We can talk about that when we talk about education. Then at the university, right, you have what is called Title IX, right? Title IX, is to allow women or minorities, to get involved in sports. So federal government gets involved and then give them a lot of money, and there are guidelines. And then they must follow those guidelines in order for them to approach there. So in Nigeria and Africa, we know what to do. We just have to now carefully move in that direction where we use our resources appropriately, and we've not been doing that to benefit the youth of Nigeria as well as education and the sports.
Well said, Professor. And lastly, because of our time, in few words, when are we expecting you in the country to give us so much education on this? I'm sure that Florida is really benefiting from your...
Absolutely, I will be there in June, but I'm working on a project that may bring me there in the next couple of weeks. You know, so if that project is finalized, approved, right, then you should expect to see me in Nigeria in a couple of weeks, you know, to finalize. It goes back in our conversation. I don't want to reveal it because I still need. I'm
thank you very much.
In the process of finalizing it. But it's very critical. I mean, to wrap up, right? You know, I am very optimistic about the future of Nigeria. I think the era of not participating, not getting involved. You see what the youth are doing now. So they need good people, good Nigerians in the diaspora, in Nigeria to come up now, you know, and look at what is good for the country. And then let's debate. Let's within ourselves decide who that person is. So I'm excited direction that we're headed as a nation, although we're going through a lot of challenges, but it's part of democracy. It is part of democracy. America went through it, and other countries went through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And that's all we're to take on this segment of the program. Thank you for watching. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. I remain Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching.
It ought to still be the festive season in Nigeria, but unfortunately, drama has already started in 2023. If Nigerian politicians are continually harassed by Nigerian citizens abroad or arrested by foreign governments, maybe they will stay back home and build the right infrastructure to provide the amenities they keep running abroad for. This Monday, 2 people were killed in clashes at Ojota, Lagos. The civil way of curbing unrest is still rocket science for the Nigerian police. We still use live ammunition to quell protests. Yet our politicians travel to developed countries regularly, but don't import the tenets of democracy. Police brutality is a global phenomenon, but in Nigeria, small protests, no matter how peaceful, we start to count bodies. Democracy or demonstration of craze? Isn't the first working Monday of 2023 too early to start taking human lives? Imagine surviving 2022 to just be killed like an animal a few days into 2023. We ought to do better as a people. Violence is never the answer. And we must start by voting in the right leaders across all tiers of government this year. Who are the Nigerian students going to vote for? I hope no one is deceived by politicians insulting themselves. They are friends. It is them against us. If the right leader gets into power, it's the people who are winning. But we have seen how politicians keep jumping from one political platform to the other for their selfish reasons. I've even become dizzy trying to keep up with them. By the way, have you collected your PVC? Collection of PVCs will soon end. This week, they're in your ward, so go and collect your PVC. I've still not seen my profile on INEC portal, but my PVC is very safe. This time around, no Nigerian from 18 years and above should abstain from voting. The future of Nigeria is in our thumbs. We must take Nigeria back now. Nigeria will succeed. And you and I will succeed in 2023.
left Nigeria 2016 July. Went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger, we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there, we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on the truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux will not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There, during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was I passed through and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I will cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. At times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
On the news, Osun PDP Governor Ademola Adeleke meets with President Buhari, says he benefited from Electoral Act signing. Independent National Electoral Commission INEC extends deadline for PVC collection once against discrimination. And court terminates suit against Akwa Ibom PDP governorship candidate. It's good to have you join us on News Now. I am Mary Kanu. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for ensuring a free and fair governorship election in the state. Speaking during a media chat after meeting with the president on Friday, Adeleke commended President Buhari for signing the 2022 Electoral Act into law, saying the president's assent to the law paved the way for his victory as the governor of the state. Adeleke added that his visit to the State House would also afford him the opportunity to discuss issues of federal assistance with the Chief of Staff to the President, Ibrahim Gambari.
Since my election, I feel like I should come and say hello to Mr. President and thank him for signing that electoral act, because I benefited from it. That paved way for free and fair election. And all the international community, they are applauding Nigeria, that Nigeria is set for democracy. So that is why I'm here today, to see him and thank him, and I'm wishing him well, for this remaining year in office. Some of the other things, I've already submitted it. I will see the Chief of Staff, for us to discuss on the way forward to federal government to assist Osun State.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced the extension of the deadline for collecting permanent voters' cards, PVCs, to Sunday, January 29, 2023. The Commission announced this in a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye. The Commission also frowned at allegations of discriminatory issuance of PVCs in some locations, warning that this is against the law and that all bona fide registrants are entitled to their PVCs. INEC had fixed December 12th to January 22nd for the collection of PVCs in over 774 local government areas. According to the statement by the Commission, as a result of the deadline change, the collection of PVCs from registration areas will now continue till January 22nd, after which collection at local government areas will continue on January 23rd. And a chief magistrate court in Abuja has terminated the criminal suit filed against the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Akwa Ibom State, Umo Eno. The chief magistrate, Emmanuel Iana, said following an affidavit of urgency filed by Eno on Monday and granted on Tuesday, the matter was terminated. Iana had issued an arrest warrant on December 23rd after convicting the governorship candidate on charges bordering on cheating and dishonestly inducing delivery of property. Although Eno's campaign organization denied knowledge of the suit, they later filed an application seeking to vacate the order on the grounds that they were not served the hearing notice of the suit. The chief magistrate also vacated the warrant of arrest and set aside the entire proceedings and judgment. And Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has described the APC presidential flag bearer Bola Tinubu as a president in the waiting to be sworn into office, considering his unprecedented clout and wider acceptability in the eyes of voters across the nation. The Kogi State Governor, who was on a thank-you visit to President Muhammadu Buhari at the State House Abuja, said with Tinubu's pedigree and considerable experience in partisan politics, he possesses the much-needed capacity to prove his mettle in every sphere of human endeavor. Governor Bello, however, expressed profound gratitude and appreciation to President Buhari for his visit to Kogi State and the commissioning of legacy projects.
It is a follow-up visit that I come today to thank Mr. President and to present an album of some of the projects he commissioned. And by the special grace of God, we are going to catalogue all other projects and achievements within the life of this administration and present it to him. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have 21 governors, APC governors. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have touched lives of Nigerians across board. He is a performer. He is a builder. He built human beings. He built nations. And he has started telling us exactly what he's going to do. And this administration, or his administration by the special grace of God, is going to be more run by the younger generation. And you know surely that the younger generation constituted the number of, the quantum number of voters in this coming election. We're more enlightened. We know exactly. And we know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu knows the road. And we are ready to follow that person who knows the road, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And thank God that is a candidate of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that is why you could see that President Muhammadu Buhari is already campaigning for him, that he will continue where he will stop, to continue to add to the value of what he has put on ground. So, issue of any other person campaigning, against him, I mean, we are only making him to be more popular. He's already a good product that have sold himself. He has distinguished himself, and we are all 100%, ready to vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 25th of February 2023, and we will joyfully escort him to the villa on May 29, 2023.
Another industrial action looms in Nigeria's health sector as members of the National Association of Resident Doctors have threatened to embark on a nationwide industrial action if the federal government fails to address their demands. NARD president in an interview said the association does not desire to down its tools, knowing its implication for the health sector, but could be forced to do so if the government refuses to address their demands before January 28, when the association will end its National Executive Council meeting. According to the association, some of the unresolved issues include the irregularities in the new circular on an upward review of the medical residency training fund, non-payment of outstanding arrears of the new hazard allowance, as well as the non-payment of the consequential adjustment of the minimum wage to some of its members. The resident electoral commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Lagos State, Olusegun Agbaje, says fake news is one of the challenges capable of threatening the electioneering process in the forthcoming general elections. Agbaje, while speaking during a symposium for journalists themed 2023 elections, fake news and its implication on security, organized by the Lagos State Police Command, said fake news had become the order of the day, especially with the advent of the internet. Well, this next report has more details. With just about 42 days until the 2023 general elections, stakeholders have charged journalists in the country to avoid being purveyors of fake news in all its forms. The stakeholders who spoke at this one-day symposium on the menace of fake news held at the police offices Mesikeja, Lagos, tasked media practitioners on professionalism and patriotic reporting ahead of the February 25 and March 11 polls. Speaking at the event, the resident electoral commissioner for Lagos, Olusegun Agbaje, said fake news poisons the mind of the citizenry and could lead to breakdown of law and order.
This has become dicer with the advent of internet, which enables unfettered sharing of information among people on social media. Fake news spreads like wildfire in every facet of our society, which, if not checked, could skew the electoral outcome and disunite the nation. We therefore urge the media, which is the watchdog of the society, to ensure that only verified information is disseminated via their various platforms.
The Commissioner of Police in Lagos State, Abiodun Alabi, who was represented by the Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations, Bassett Awa, said the spread of fake news will impact negatively on the security of the elections.
It's important to stress that peace and security are very important ingredients for the socio-economic, educational, technological, cultural, and most importantly, the democratic growth of a nation.
Also speaking at the event, a representative of the Nigerian Broadcast Commission pointed out that politicians use any means, including media organizations, to outsmart their opponents, adding that this has proven to be a dangerous trend that must be stopped.
The home of fake news today is the social media space, which has been saturated with all kinds of manners of fake news about issues that have security implications. Journalists, for whatever reasons, go about using them without verification and proper investigation, especially on issues bordering on national security. For example, the irresponsible and mischievous story of Jibril from Sudan, the one on Mahmoud, the Boko Haram negotiator, arrested by the DSS. So many unconfirmed news went on air through various media publications to the extent that the DSS has to come out and caution the media on such publication.
The agency and the service will not tolerate and will deal decisively, stringently with anybody found to be spreading such kind of fake news to cause disharmony, to cause problem in the country. You must just have to verify your information before you dish it out to members of the public.
The stakeholders also called on journalists across the country to be patriotic in their dealings to ensure a smooth passage of the highly anticipated polls. Mary Kanu, TV360, Lagos. President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday attended the Global South Summit, calling on the 120 members to agree on a common agenda regarding ways to reduce the increasing burden of debt. The Global South Summit is hosted by India and it brings 120 developing countries together. The theme for this year's summit is Unity of Voice and Unity of Purpose. President Buhari, who participated in the virtual summit from the presidential villa in Abuja, urged leaders of the Global South to work out ways to address inflation in that region of the world.
Excellencies, it is in line with the vision One Earth, One Family, One Future that India calls for this summit, bringing together leaders of the South to share their perspectives and priorities on a common platform ahead of the G20 summit later this year. Nigeria is in full support of this noble initiative and hope that the outcome of the summit will be given top priority at G20 meetings. I am also optimistic that the summit will address issues of climate change, food security, and access to energy, as well as ways to reduce the increasing burden of debt and inflation on the global South. This huge debt burden has significantly derailed many countries' development plans. The effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict has further aggravated the situation. In this regard, I wish to advise fellow leaders to agree on a common agenda to enable us to put forward our collective demands to the global North through India as voice of the South.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, UK jury declares Benjamin Mendy of 6 counts of rape. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. A recap now of our top stories tonight. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for ensuring a free and fair governorship election in the state. Speaking during a media chat after meeting with the president on Friday, Adeleke commended President Buhari for signing the 2022 Electoral Act into law, saying the president's assent to the law paved the way for his victory as the governor of the state. We also told you that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced the extension of the deadline for collecting permanent voters' cards, PVCs, to Sunday, January 29th, 2023. In a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, the Commission also frowned at allegations of discriminatory issuance of PVCs in some locations, warning that this is against the law and that all bona fide registrants are entitled to their PVCs. In case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex4 TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And also COVID-19 updates. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Dumebi Kachiku, has tested positive for COVID-19. Kachiku made a revelation in a statement, adding that he was isolating and had cancelled all public events till he receives a negative report. He also called on Nigerians not to be vigilant and not to take the coronavirus for granted, as infection rates have risen rapidly all over the world in the last few weeks. And some 900 million people in China have been infected with the coronavirus as of January 11, according to a study by Peking University. The report estimates that 64% of the country's population have the virus. Hundreds of millions of Chinese are traveling to their hometowns, many for the first time since the pandemic began ahead of the Lunar New Year on January 23rd. Meanwhile, China has stopped providing daily COVID statistics since abandoning the zero-COVID policy. We'll take a short break and return with business updates. Welcome back. It's time for business news and stock market review with Folashade Ogorinde. Folashade, over to you.
Many thanks, Mary. In business, President of the Senate, Hamad Lawan, has said granting waivers to revenue-generating agencies may be suspended if they are unable to improve on revenue generation from their agencies. Lawan said this while briefing journalists of the Senate's press corps in Abuja on Thursday while marking his 64th birthday. Lamenting the low revenue turnout from revenue-generating agencies, Lawan taxed the agencies on the need to improve on funds instead of relying on the federal government.
Improve our revenue generation, collection, because it's not looking too sustainable that we tolerate people, some agencies of government, to misapply or not even declare the revenues they collect. We can't continue with that. So for us in the Senate, we have decided that for the remaining part, we'll continue to engage with our revenue generating agencies until we get better outcomes from them. And this is possible. This is imperative. And also the concessions and the waivers that government has given to some companies and individuals maybe. We need to review that. Certain things can hold on, but certain other things, you have to review them.
The federal government has inaugurated its Project TMAX, a technical and vocational education and training program in Edo aimed at adding value to the lives of 2,000 residents in the state. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Education Intervention, Fela Bank Olemo, said the project was already running in 6 other states across the country. Bank Olemo, who spoke at the launch of the project on Thursday in Benin City, said the website for Edo residents to register for the project had also been opened. On the part, Edo Commissioner of Education, Joan Ovege, commended the federal government for selecting the state as a beneficiary of the project.
The plan is to train 15,000 Nigerians across board, on vocation skills. And when I say vocation skills, it speaks to skills that we know that on a daily basis will improve the life of that Nigerian. So coding, graphic skills, tiling, carpentry skills, mechanical skills, pastry, baking and pastry, makeup and fashion design. So we're doing it across the country. We're going to be training 2,000 people in Edo State. And we are confident that it will be value adding. We're excited with the kind of reception we have in Edo State. We're confident that just like we've had in all the other 6 states, that we will make it a success here.
And the reason we are very excited about this also is because this federal government intervention aligns very much with what we are also doing at the state level, particularly Governor Obaseki's focus on TVET, technical vocational education and training for young people.
I'm expecting that the students will be very serious and ready to learn and take the skill further, that after this training they can establish themselves and become entrepreneurs.
We'll take a breather now and return with a review of the stock market. To stay with us. The last day of trading on the NGX ended in the greens as all-share index maintained a bullish trend at 0.89%, and we see that market capitalization rested above 28 trillion naira. In total, 120 listed equities participated in trading, ending with 36 gainers and 12 losers. Berger Paints PLC led the gainers chart with a share price appreciation of 60 kobo per share, followed by Total Nigeria at 212 naira 30 kobo per share. Now on the losing side, Lasaka Assurance came out last with an end-of-the-day price depreciation at 10% at 99 kobo per share, followed by Computer Warehouse Group with a loss of 10 kobo. Now compared with Thursday's trading day, today's data shows 3% improvement in volume, 67% decline in turnover, with 33% improvement in deals, and that translates to a volume of 270 million volumes of shares valued at 2.55 billion naira, exchanging hands in 4,591 deals. Now let's see how some of our global stocks fared, shall we? Now, aside FTSE and Dow Jones, which finished in the greens at 0.71% and 0.15% respectively, Asian stocks Nikkei ended on a bearish note as a result of Bank of Japan policy adjustment. And that's it on Business News and Stock Market Review. Back to you, Mary, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Folashade, for the update on the global scene. Russia says it is planning to work with Burkina Faso to develop strategies to fight terrorism in the West African nation. This emerged following a meeting between Burkina Prime Minister and Russian ambassador accredited to Burkina Faso. The Russian envoy said the country will develop a roadmap for bilateral cooperation, which could bring to Burkina Faso a better security framework and fight against terrorism. And in sports, a UK jury has cleared Manchester City and France footballer Benjamin Mendy of 6 counts of rape and 1 of sexual assault against 4 women following a 6-month trial. The
The court found the player not guilty of 6 counts of rape after jurors were unable to reach a majority verdict on the matter on Friday. The 28-year-old France international was facing 8 counts of rape, 1 count of attempted rape and 1 more count of sexual assault. However, the Crown Prosecution Service has vowed to seek a retrial of the player over the 2 rape charges the jury couldn't decide on. Well, that's the size of our news bulletin this evening. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885, and then I didn't see him. He absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, So you want to, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating scenes, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and I left genuinely, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked. So it's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, "Please, what could I do?" I said, "What was the issue?" He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, "Can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow?" I said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So it's in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office in the Sunday newspapers on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened. It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the Southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Uchoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto bridge, we will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How do you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority was serving for Western Media School.
One vote woman and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the news on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased